Okay, can you hear that? Can you hear? It's working? Okay. So I literally just like yanked all the fucking plugs out of everything. Speak up, can't hear you. Are we good? Are we good? Okay. So I yanked everything out. All the plugs. All the plugs got yanked out. And I just plugged it back in. And then I rebooted it and I still couldn't hear anything. And it turns out, I think it's just that video. Like the whole site. So I'm just playing it off Spotify. So heck them plugs. Exactly. We're good now. We're good. Let me open Red Dead just to make sure that it is working. Now my VPN's not on. Yeah, okay. VPN's not on. All right. So anyway, how is everybody? You know it's bad when plugs gotta get yanked. Yeah. It's just weird. I don't know why it does that, but you know. I've had to do that sometimes when I restart my computer and the monitor just stays black. You got a VPN as well? I do. I always keep it off though when I'm streaming, but because if I keep it on when I'm streaming, it keeps like reconnecting and connecting in chat. So I just turn it off. Yeah. Playing Red Dead, Undead Nightmare. How are you liking it? How are you liking it? Okay. I think we're good. Let me see. Where's Red Dead at? Here. Ugh. Okay. I got up to matchmaking mission in Red Dead Online, but I don't think I'm at the full world. I think the full... Yeah, it'll tell you when you get to free roam. I forget exactly when it was, but you could always skip it if you wanted to. I think Strange skipped it. Strange was like, yeah, fuck all this, and just skipped it. You know? But then he didn't get to name his horse, so he had to take it to a stable. But the stable... I haven't played any story. Oh. You may have it. I'm not sure. Let me look. Okay. I'm back signed in on Red Dead Online. Thankfully. Because that also crashed yesterday. I don't know. If we could find like a Red M. Never played it, so figured I'd do the tutorial. Oh yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. That is a good point. I'm trying to remember when free roam unlocks. Get off when I stream because it keeps. Yeah, that happened for a while with Twitch. I had the same issues. I use Nord too. Got negative on it right away. I think we're like as far negative as we can on online.
What's the scare?
Oh, so that just like killed my ear. Hold on. Some bandit was trying to surrender. Yeah, we just kill him anyway. This game's fun. I'm glad. I am glad. Okay, I have too many sounds going on at once. Hold on. This needs to stop. And then Red Dead needs to close right now. Just close. I wasn't having it. Yeah, just, you know, if they mess with you, or even if they don't mess with you, if they walk by, just get rid of them. I'm all the way negative on an RDO. So are we. We are too. We are. I can't play that game. Dad jokes. Dad jokes.
Scariest plant in the forest. What's the scariest plant in the forest?
What?
Bamboo.
Damn, he was not fucking with that joke, huh? I just found out yesterday, if you stay too long in camp, everyone mocks Arthur for staying in the camp and being lazy. I may have to try that. Hey, bitches, period. Hey, what's up, Yoru?
Is that like racial because I'm Asian and...
That's, damn. Damn. Let's go. I'm back. Welcome back. We fixed the sound. Players tell a dad joke. If either player laughs, they have to take a shot. I'm glad he called that out. What's up? What y'all do? How we doing? Pretty good. Pretty good now that everything's working. Seems racially motivated. Yeah. Bamboo was not a good start, huh? That was not a good way to start it. You suddenly laugh, person gets a point. First side to 8 wins. Let's see.
Oh, sorry.
Damn. Your ads are gone? What's good? What's good, Yoru? How are you doing today? Damn. Look, they're using like the little paper cups.
Scissors, paper, rock. Who goes first?
Sure.
All right.
Scissors, paper, rock. I always say it rock, paper, scissors. I've actually never heard someone say scissors, paper, rock before. Ever.
Scissors, paper, rock. So I go first.
Yeah.
Okay. I used to run.
Yeah, that was weird. Even the way he said that.
So I go first.
Where is it?
Scissors, paper, rock. Who goes first?
Sure.
All right. Scissors, paper.
I just want you to know you're my favorite melon muncher. Yo, thank you.
So I go first.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think only psychos say it. I think so too. Is that allowed? What? What? Oh, Yoru? Don't worry. Don't worry about Yoru.
To run a dating service for chickens, but I was struggling to make hens meet.
Damn.
Good joke.
Damn.
So, Alan,
Remember that Vine?
it's blue.
What Vine?
Not very heavy.
I don't know.
That wasn't good.
Oh.
I don't remember that Vine, actually.
Tequila? I think I'm allergic to tequila.
I got ads again. I got 4. Damn.
I
Twitch is taxing you, Yoru.
What did Yoda say when he saw himself in 4K? HDMI?
That was good. That was a good one. Twitch said, run your pockets.
Sorry.
Get your funny up, not your money up. That was a good one.
I bought my blind friend a cheese grater for his birthday.
Mm-hmm.
He said it was the most violent book he's ever read.
I also got 3 ads. I'm sorry, guys. Twitch is taxing. Twitch is taxing, you know.
Walks into a British curry shop and he says, "Can I have 1 chicken
Loser.
korma?" And the guy behind the counter says, "Call me right up."
I like that one. The cheese grater one? That was good.
What's the scariest plant in the forest?
What?
Bamboo!
Oh, we saw this. Damn.
Is that like racial because I'm Asian and
Damn. I lost my cream cheese. Oh, Skratsx. Can I join your Discord?
my
Yeah.
granddad couldn't make it to Christmas
There you go.
dinner this year. He couldn't-
AT&T praise this and Grubhub. I'm telling you, Twitch be listening. They do. They really do. They do. Okay.
My granddad couldn't make it to Christmas dinner this year. He couldn't make it due to COVID complications.
Was that a joke?
Nah, it's just my diary.
That was good. That was a good one.
Fuck.
I thought it was going to be a dad joking.
Okay. Why?
Sorry.
Never mind, found it? There you go.
Just wanna be a good
I'm glad.
audience for you.
I'm glad.
My boyfriend dumped me, so I stole his wheelchair.
Damn.
Guess who came crawling back?
Like how Twitch know I was a praise and worship brother? Nord, you're supposed to hide what I do.
Like that was lost.
Nord and Twitch are like this.
I'm gonna drink this.
Nord and Twitch are like this. They share secrets. You know? They share it.
I'm winning? Yes. Shut up.
Do you think if something bad happens to a Buddhist goes, Buddha, coulda, woulda?
I feel like at this point, with how many shots she's taken, she's going to laugh at everything now, right? How many shots is she up? Like 3 or 4? Guys, can I give you the meme? Yeah, put it in the meme section. Put it in the meme section of the Discord. Let me know when you post it. NordVPN let me watch Inglourious Bastards, so sell my information to telemarketers, baby. Blah, blah, blah. Yo, what's up, awesome? You look like game banging Teletubby. She's gonna laugh at everything though.
So dumb.
Like, how many shots is that so far?
Kids?
This video proves the theory of women aren't real. How? Like, how? You think you're autistic? I think they have tests for that. Right? Oh, awesome. How was your open mic? How was it? But she's going to laugh at everything now. She's taking like 5 shots now.
Does it take to screw in a light bulb?
How many?
None.
Because women aren't real, that means they're not funny. Damn. Like, he's not very many shots in, so he can pretty much resist this. She's taking a good amount of shots.
Why didn't my parents get each other a Valentine's gift this year?
Someone in front of me? I agree. Phyllis is a faker and a liar. No, Phyllis is real. I've seen Phyllis. Phyllis is real. Northern Twitch shares secrets. Legit, though. That would greatly explain why this song, Country Roads, West Virginia song, plays so much that I received a magazine to go visit West Virginia. It's pretty mediocre. Why? What happened? What happened? Never had any form of alcohol. Can't relate. Well, I can tell you this. She has had a good bit of shots already, right? So she's, you're more bound to laugh. Well, some people. Some people get angry when they're drunk, but she seems like a happy one. So, like, she's more bound to laugh than he is because he's barely had any.
Yeah. Because they were both victims.
Oh, let me back up. I got to hear the joke.
My parents get each other a Valentine's gift this year.
Why?
Because they were both victims of the robo-debt scheme. Nothing? That's topical.
What?
Fuck this.
What? I didn't get it. I didn't get that one.
Fuck this.
The drunks are like, hey, come here. Gabriel Lacey's stand-up joke. I didn't get his joke.
My sister thinks she's so smart. She said that onions are the only food that make you cry. So I threw a coconut at her.
Damn.
Take whatever I can get.
It's kind of awkward when no one laughs. Like when it's just like the little, and even like the crew's like, I haven't laughed yet. I'm waiting. It's supposed to be dad jokes, so if you don't like dad jokes, I don't think you're gonna laugh. It was just the mic is always in a weird position and sitting in the chair made playing guitar awkward, and also my lyrics weren't finished. But it's okay. I'm not worried about it. Yo, that's still a good experience though. Guys, can we watch horror shorts parties? It's interesting. The onion joke that almost went over my head. Dang. Really, I just act awkward. That's the worst part. It's fine. It's fine. These jokes aren't very good, to be fair. They're not very good.
My dad works at a chip shop. Yeah, a microchip shop.
You watch birth videos? Yeah, I'm not about to watch birth videos. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I know. Thanks.
Damn, like, see how awkward this is?
Chip shop. Dad works at a chip shop. Yeah,
I'm joking, don't. Yeah, I can't.
Shop.
You got a dad joke? What's your best dad joke? Tell me, Yoru. I'm so weird, bro. Why? Weird is good. A lot of people are weird. A lot of people are just self-conscious about how weird they are. You know what I'm saying? I just want to connect with people. You can. Awesome. You can. I believe in you. What happens when you ignore an emo high five? You leave them hanging. Damn. Are we doing chat dad jokes? Yeah, give them to me. Give me them. My dad works at a microchip shop. Pfizer. Ooh. The people that aren't weird are weird. Exactly. I'm wondering if they pick. Yeah. You think the show gave them these? I just gotta be myself, I guess. Exactly. Be yourself. I think it's because I'm quiet. Are you shy?
That's a good joke.
Yeah, I know. Thanks.
You just shy?
When you hit a speed bump in a school zone, and remember there are no speed bumps.
That was actually good. I get that one.
Makes me sad. Because they died. The children died.
But I somehow have managed to gain myself friends.
I am a comedian.
Good.
My comedy
I'm glad.
is doing really well. In fact, I was recently rated as one to watch by the New South Wales Police.
Howdy, partner. What's up, Solo? I walked past someone running and I almost said, get that cardio, and yeah, but decided not to.
An only child.
Why? Why not? What do you get when you stream with a mod named Curse? These nuts. I was gonna say I felt like a D's nuts joke was coming. Wait, now if I'm not there yet. Fuck. I thought it was gonna be. It's always. I gotta expect D's nuts jokes all the time with Curse. I get nervous around people in general because I think everyone hates me. Get too real for a second. Yo, you know what that is? I feel a lot of people think about that. But think about it like this, Alf. Most people also feel the same way, right? So everyone outside is so focused on themselves and how they think that everyone's looking at them that they're not thinking about you. You know what I'm saying? Like they're really not. Most of the time, it's just you psyching yourself out. Maybe I should have spread that positivity. Exactly. I'm more the guy who doesn't say the thoughts in his head. So yeah, as long as they're not super bad intrusive thoughts, you're fine. Yeah, like they don't know you. You know what I'm saying? Like I had to learn it. You know, yo, Neuron Nerd, thanks for the follow. No time, Chief. I'm in the fucking zone. Exactly. Like you'll be outside thinking, damn, everybody's looking at me. I must look crazy right now. And I guarantee you, there's probably 7 other people around you who feel the same way, and they're not even thinking about you. I don't know if that helps, but it is true. Like they're really not. You know. Thanks for the follow, Neuron Nerd.
Nothing.
What did he say?
Yeah, I am.
No speed bumps.
Lagazzi said, the guy who stole my diary just died. My thoughts are with his family.
Makes me sad. Because they died. The children died. Yeah, I am a comedian. My comedy's been doing really well. In fact,
oh, he's being watched by the police. I remember that.
Watch, by the New South Wales police.
Damn. Nothing? It's just so awkward when no one laughs. Damn. It's just so quiet and awkward. Dad joke. We call birds that fly over the sea seagulls. So if the seagulls fly over the bay, why can't we call them bagels? There we go. There we go. A secret I unlocked when I figured out that no one's actually thinking about me in public. I just got to keep doing the open mics and never stop until I win. Exactly. And just remember, like, I mean, in open mics, they're thinking about you because they're looking at you. But, like, in general public, they're not thinking about you. You know?
I was raised.
If you look like you belong, then you can get into a lot of places. I think it's that confidence, right? Like, if you confidently walk into some place, they'll just think that you're supposed to be there. I guess it's not what's true, but what I myself believe. Like, I know everybody doesn't care, but I can't convince myself that's true. I can see that. I think in that case, it may be a fake it till you make it type thing. You know what I'm saying? It's a fake it till you make it type situation. Why can't you fool an aborted fetus? They weren't born yesterday. Damn. Yoru's really coming through with these jokes. Because it would be tempting to taste them. Whoa.
Raised an only child, which I think was really hard for my sister.
Damn. She got a good laugh out of that one.
Yeah.
She got a good laugh out of that one. I don't think people hate me. They just think I'm weird. I don't even think they think that. I'm going to be honest with you. I really don't even think they think that. They're probably thinking that you think they're weird, to be honest. The only way, like, let me be honest with you. If I'm out in public, the only way I'm really noticing people is, like, it has to be something extreme. Like I'm in a Walmart and a furry's in there. Then I'll be like, what the fuck is that furry doing in here? But other than that, like I'm legitimately not thinking about other people. I'm kind of just listening to music and stuff, you know? I give off those psychopath vibes, even though I'm not. I'm just sad. I think they do. Yeah, I don't think you do. I think you think that you do, but in all reality, I think you're fine. Unless you're talking to yourself. I'm joking. Even people who talk to themselves for the most part, you just assume they're on the phone.
I think I'm having a reaction.
Are you okay?
No, it's fine. Yeah. Did you hear about the guy who invented the knock-knock joke? He won the Nobel Prize.
That's good.
It's not bad.
I liked it.
It's pretty good and I feel pretty sick.
This is so awkward.
That's when I shortened his name to Dick. especially because his name is Steve.
That's just rude. That's just.
These are so awkward. Oh God, I do be talking to myself in Walmart. I think people assume that you're on the phone. You know what I'm saying?
No, this is a man that knows how to marry his cousin.
Like, shit, I forgot to ask. Oh, everybody does that. Awesome. That's not weird. People who talk to themselves are weird. Well, I'm about to head out. I'm not saying people who talk to themselves are weird. If you think about it, I'm literally kind of talking in a room with nobody in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, if people were to walk in here, they'd assume I'm talking to myself. But like, if you're in the store and you go, shit, I forgot the eggs, that's not weird. A lot of Asian people are allergic to alcohol. Really? Wait, are they actually? I have severe problems with myself and how I look. Someone said I don't even look as bad as what I believe, but again, it comes down to what I believe. Yeah, that's pretty common, I think. That's pretty common. And I don't think if you're talking to yourself, you're weird, for the record. What I mean is like, I'll have to show an example later. I talk to myself inside my head all the time. It's normal. Thoughts. Yeah, those are thoughts. I think I'm allergic to alcohol. Why? That's a real thing. I actually did not know that. That's interesting.
Can you see the Asian flush yet?
No, you're
Okay.
good.
'Cause I feel bad.
Yeah, he looks red.
The mic?
He does look red.
Yeah.
You're good.
I'm good.
You got
this.
Oh, thank you. It's so supportive.
Nah, it's all good, man. What kind of music do balloons like?
Pop.
Pop music.
Yep, I knew it. Easy.
Good.
Got that one.
Yeah.
He thought that joke was going to land. I knew that one. I'm definitely a below average looking person some days. I think everyone has their below average days. I'm holding myself constantly, currently doing it right now. I mean, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, someone should pop a gun in my face.
Jealous of the handsome men's I see out there. Don't be. Don't be.
I wrote a song about a tortilla, but it was more of a rap.
Damn. Yeah, stop applying a social average to yourself. Damn. That's that joke that almost every mom gives their kids when they know that joke isn't going to land. Bro, there's some handsome people out there, though. So, okay, you just have to stop comparing yourself to other people, though, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's one of the problems that we have, especially with social media, that it's easy to compare yourself to people. But as hard as it may be, stop. Stop doing that. You know what I'm saying? Stop doing that. It's just going to make yourself feel worse because you're always going to compare the worst of yourself to the best of somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Just be your fucking self. Exactly. You have to understand there's always going to be someone better in some aspects, and that's okay. Exactly. Yeah, I don't. It's fine. I try not to. Yeah. If you catch yourself doing it, you just have to remind yourself. You're always going to take the worst part of you and compare it to the best part of someone else. And so it's just not a fair thing to do to yourself, you know? Ultimately, you have to be nice to yourself, you know? Be nice to yourself. Period. That's why I'm a faceless content creator. Yeah, you're not going to win every fight. You know what I'm saying? You're just not. It's like, look at LeBron. LeBron's an all-world basketball player. What if he just started comparing his hairline to everybody else? You know what I'm saying? Then he'd feel bad about himself. And he'd stop looking at how good he is at basketball. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, look at Jay-Z. Look at him. Look at him. You know what I mean? Fuggliest. And look who he landed. You see what I'm saying? So be nice to yourself. I landed a goddess, and I used to consider myself a 4. You see what I'm saying? Look at Leonardo DiCaprio. What about him? People will never know. What about Leo?
A rap.
Damn, that facial expression. Jay-Z, not that bad. I mean, he's handsome. He's dating 18-year-olds. Yeah, that's kind of weird, though. But still probably a 5 out of 10. Yeah, Leo's a bad example. Don't look at Leo. Leo's not a good example. Not Leo. Like, I have to think. Who's like, Yeah, don't be like Leo. That's not a good example. Not Leo. You know what I'm saying? Don't be like Leo. Don't be like Leo.
You want to laugh.
I do.
Yeah, look at Flavor Flav. Look at Flavor Flav for real. My God. Have you seen Flavor Flav? Hold on, video. What's up, Dr. Skratsx? I see you offering good life advice. I do my best, you know what I'm saying? I do my best. How you doing, Killmonger? Yo, look at this motherfucker, though. Like, no shame, you know, but like, come on, bruh. He looks like he's like a struck match. You know what I'm saying? Looks like a burnt match covered in electric tape. Hasbullah. An adult age gap is one thing, but to keep trading them out when they hit 25 is wild. Exactly. Yeah, he had his own Flavor of Love, for the record. Flavor of Love was so good. So good. Such a good show. You know what I'm saying? Me and you think the same. You do. Yeah, Yoru. That's wild. I would never say, like, R. Kelly is crazy. Look at Flavor Flav, though. You know what I'm saying? You know who else? Have you seen Seal? Seal was dating Heidi Klum. This motherfucker had Heidi Klum, bro. Seal. This person. Seal. You see what I'm saying? Like, Seal. Look at him. Again, no shade. I'm just saying. Like, objectively speaking, right? Objectively speaking, it's easy. It's just really easy to compare the worst of yourself to the best of somebody else, right? And so, again, you have to be confident in yourself. You know what I'm saying? And look at the best parts. This feels racially motivated. It's not. Look at me. It's not. I can be real. Seal 6 out of 10. You know his mama still hurts from that big ass head. I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's possible, bro. It is possible. I'm saying, like, now this glasses girl, a straight 2. Okay.
God damn it, I want to laugh too.
Why do hamburgers go dancing? Sorry.
What?
Fuck that up, eh?
Don't you do it like that.
Fuck, I'm so hot. Can I take my shirt off? I'm sorry. I'm so hot. Is that okay?
Everyone can get it.
Did I lose?
Oh, I won?
Take it off and tell the joke.
I'll hold it and then all right. But is that, we're still going or?
No.
He's like really getting red. Yeah, that's a dude.
Oh, another one.
Oh. Sorry.
That's a dude.
So hot. I'm sorry. It's so hot. Sorry.
You can stick it.
Where do hamburgers go dancing? A meatball.
And they're so buzzed they can't even think straight. She's taken 7 shots. He's taken 6.
Another one?
That was...
Oh.
Got it. Very good. My therapist said time heals all wounds. So I stabbed her.
Damn.
We just found out my grandpa is now addicted to Viagra. No one's taking it harder than me.
Oh, that's a snow joke, isn't it? That's a snow joke right there. That was a snow joke. Damn. Did time heal that one? That laugh was crazy. 10,000% a snow joke.
So I stabbed her.
The joke? Not this one.
We just found out my
The laugh to this
grandpa is now
joke.
addicted to Viagra. No one's taking it harder than me.
2 out of 10. Dude kind of got the Riz though. Not gonna lie, comedic timing. You know what? The hat said to the other hat. What? What did the hat say to the other hat?
Okay.
All right, I gotta go.
Well done.
Y'all stay. I'll go on ahead. Hey. Good one. Good one. Pretty solid video.
Can I just say thanks?
That was pretty solid. That was pretty solid. Pretty solid video, you know? I like that one. Pretty solid. No one is taking it harder than me. That just leaves me wanting to ask more questions as to why he took off his shirt. That's a good point. That's a good point that I did not think about. Oh, there we go. I can see all of your comment again on screen. We're good. That's a good point. That was a good video. You know what? Thumbs up. Thumbs up for them. I like that. That was solid. That was a solid video. You know, we got to look at Seal. We looked at Flavor Flav. You know what I'm saying? Jay-Z. You know? Like, you know, again, be nice to yourselves. You know? But I do have a question. This is going on Twitter yesterday. I need answers. What do you think? He's kind of giving Bobby Lee vibes. Do horror shorts. Horror shorts party? All right, I'll look at it. Which one? I said Pumpkin's got to go, for the record. Pumpkin has to go. Never had any? I'm not American. While you think, the others think. Let me look at this. Horror. Oh, okay. Bro, my grandma makes all of those. I hope not. Bobby Lee vibes would be terrible right now. That is true. That is true. That is a good point. Horror shorts party. Oh, God. It's like Meat Canyon. Peach cobbler got to go. Pumpkin pie is fucking awesome. I hate pecan. You know what's funny? So, I don't necessarily like these. Like, these are okay, right? These are okay. Pumpkin, like pecan, I actually really like it, but I hate pecans, so I picked this shit off. I picked the pecans off, and then this is like an amazing pie. But you got to pick the pecans actually off. So I don't know what you call that, but that's how I rated it. No, those are the two best. I just don't like. Peach cobbler is so good. What the fuck? Hey, he went on a podcast and talking about doing a minor in Mexico. Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. It's got to be one of these two for me. But if you leave the pecans on the pie, like if I have to leave them on, then I'll get rid of pecan. But if I can pick them off, then pecans got it. These two can't even be considered. I figured he was talking about that, just didn't want to say it because I couldn't find the words. Sweet potato casserole, though? No, that's eating. Is that the one with marshmallows? If so, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that one. Yeah, Horror Shorts Party is a lot like Meat Canyon, who I didn't know streamed until yesterday.
Scariest plant.
If I had to choose, I'd say sweet potato pie. You made the right choice, Wolf. You made the right choice. Watch me chug 2 liters of Mountain Dew Flaming Hot Baja. Oh, God. We have to, right?
Yes, folks. It's time to make
We have to, right?
a bold bell anywhere, all right?
All right, Badlands. Let me see it.
Those that didn't see
It's hard for me
that
not to
video,
click.
I got some Mountain.
No, it's like brown sugar, butter, sweet potato, pecan. I've never had that. It sounds good, though. Except for the pecans. Like, pick those out. I don't like pecans. Does anyone else know? I got, like,
hot sauce. Oh, my
okay.
goodness.
So is he going to do Mountain Dew Baja Blast hot sauce? Yeah, it's a thing.
Yo, the last video
It's a thing.
Dinner with Badlands Chugs. Oh, my
So he
goodness.
ate it, right? But I got to see what he's actually doing here.
I missed it. Get you in the tail end, all right?
Sorry, no commas. Oh, you're good.
All right.
I glanced past a book title called Why Do We Elect Sociopaths and Narcissists? I don't know. I just thought I'd mention this. No political shit, by the way. Kind of like 10 minutes ago when I lost my cream cheese. I genuinely feel bad for him. His stomach has to go. Bruh, pecans are awesome. I hate them. I love Badlands. I just have to skip the explanation. I just got to see what he's doing.
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
Oh, Lord. You know this is about to go. His stomach has to hurt like crazy. That's what he's going to be doing after all this, bruh. Baja Blast, so good, but he's about to. Okay, we got the dual pour. Makes me feel better about how I look, though.
That will do nicely, okay?
Here we go.
And so,
do it, Badlands.
Oh, man.
Oh, God.
This is the moment of truth, folks.
I hate pecans. Being from the South, I love pecans. Yeah, you know, like, I'm here in Texas, and I just can't. I don't like them. No, I think you get used to it. You think so?
Baja Blast.
I'm joking. I hope he takes care of himself better. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
He really is just dumping the hot.
All right.
Oh, my God, bro.
Don't be shy with it. Get it all in there. Oh, my goodness gracious.
I did have a Baja Blast margarita from the Taco Bell Cantina. It was pretty fire. That sounds good as fuck, though. That sounds good. This, though.
Yes, when are you gonna stop, Badlands? When are you gonna stop?
Big Daddy.
All in there? I'm putting all of it in there. Oh my goodness. Ooh, you can see the reaction happening. Oh, is that enough?
I do have to say, I do love how happy Badlands is, you know? I just love how happy he is. He seems like a genuinely nice person.
Folks, yeah.
Get on there. Oh my gosh, I'm dying. Goodness. A coworker walked by and was like, what on earth are you watching?
2/3 of the
my stomach bubbling.
Oh, man.
It's in the eye of the beholder. True.
Maybe hotter than I anticipated, all right?
Wait, did he say 1/4 of the bottle?
The bottle in there. Oh, man, this is going to be hot.
He did. He put 1/4 of the bottle in there.
Maybe hotter than I anticipated, all right?
He does have a great personality. I agree.
We're here now. We
I agree.
PVC Piper straws, folks, and we're going to stir it.
Okay, stir that up.
Stir that goodness.
Pretty sure that's why we all watch? Yeah, if he was mean, could you imagine if he was like mean doing this shit? I probably wouldn't watch it. I don't think I would.
Stir up the gift of Mountain Dew Baja Blast hot sauce. Oh, man.
You know why I additionally couldn't do that? Do you see these specs? Where the vomit emote? Like, we need it. You see these specs, bro? I'm going to start that channel. Do it. That man got that Texas Roadhouse kicker straw. If he's boring, no one would watch. That's true. Bro, imagine Badlands being a drink reviewer. He kind of is. But the reason I couldn't do this, do you see these specs? I don't like stuff floating in my drinks. You know? I hate it. And so I couldn't do it based off that alone. Like, never mind that it's hot sauce that he mixed in there. The stuff floating in my drink, I just can't.
Oh, my goodness.
I can't do it, bro.
I don't know if you can see that.
Instead of me being nice, it's just me talking shit and chugging soda. Actually, I'd watch that. That sounds entertaining. I'd watch it. Review bro pulls off the boring, awkward stick over here. Oh, yeah. I do like Review bro. I do. Yeah, but I think he doesn't criticize enough for him to be a... Yeah, that's true. He's kind of just like, that goddamn Ninja Turtle sperm radiation in his drink.
Big ups to Chug Zona, the Lord of Darkness. This chug is for you, all right?
Let's go, Badlands. You know what we're here for.
Can I do it? Point the boot down?
Point the boot down? Isn't that bad? That's the air bubbles, right?
The boot is
Das Boot.
my chest. Can I do it like this?
Oh, it got stuck in the bottom. It got stuck in the bottom. Like, there's a little bit left. You didn't finish it, Badlands. You did not finish, bro. He didn't finish it. Hey, y'all motherfuckers musty day. What's up? I'm gonna drink this Mountain Dew for you pathetic assholes. Why do you think you watch this shit? Click off. No, he's bro what Badlands Sends goes. Damn, he's insane. Looks sped up. He's so fast. This is the thumbnail. This is a thumbnail right here. Imagine dying because your ass decided to turn the boot the wrong way and an air bubbled yourself to death. Right? That's what I was thinking. Like, that's the wrong way to point it, right? If that's the wrong way. I hope this is my Twitch thumbnail, by the way. That's a great thumbnail. That's wild. There's still some left, Badlands. Up is the worst? Oh. Oh, okay. That pause is that dad joke complete. My grandpa took Viagra and no one takes it harder than me. You got a splash or a wave effect at the end. Oh. Badlands a whole ass meme? Yes. Yes.
Oh, it's hot.
Finish it.
Oh.
You know what else I think about? He does a lot of these in his car and parking lots, right? Imagine walking out of this Taco Bell. Your car's parked right here or right on the other side. And you just see him going at it like this. Like, I ain't exactly the authority on healthiness, but this can't be healthy, dog. It's not. An EMT finds me with the half boot of Mountain Dew and hot sauce. Just leave me. Yo, leave me on the side of the road, bro. Like, just, if someone has to report it, ignore the Mountain Dew. Average American experience. It is. just imagine walking by and you just see this dude drinking, like chugging Mountain Dew in his car.
Man. Oh. Yo. Oh my God. It tastes like flaming hot Mountain Dew. Oh.
Let's be nice, bro. Let's be honest. It tastes like ass. Thank you, Apocalypse. It doesn't taste like flaming hot Mountain Dew, bro. Let me dub it for him. I'm going to dub it for him.
It tastes like
shit.
Flaming hot Mountain Dew.
It tastes like booty juice. Like, there's no way this is good, bro. You can't tell me that you can put hot sauce in Mountain Dew Baja Blast and it's good. Flaming hot ass. Like, come on, bro. Come on, Badlands. Come on. I do know one thing, though. That drink is going to hurt worse when he needs to use the bathroom. Yeah, it is. Flaming hot shit. Exactly.
Mountain Dew flaming hot vibes.
Shit flaming hot Mountain Dew.
Hot. Oh. Wow.
Finish it, Badlands.
It's hot, folks.
Finish it.
And
more like flaming hot piss. Yeah, it's going to hurt.
Some left. All right, so boot down. I wouldn't really recommend it. Maybe standing up, but I couldn't get everything out. All right, but let's just finish this.
There you go. Finish it.
Concentrate it down, yeah. But let's go.
Oh no, bro. That's the remnant hot. No, bro. No. Fun fact though, Adam Richmond from Man vs. Food said if you eat a banana and bowl of rice before you do food challenges, it helps. Yo, I used to love Man vs. Food. That show was good. I didn't know that tip though. Bruh, do hot drinks make your piss hurt? Do we do an experiment? Someone in chat do an experiment and let me know. If I pee a lot with a normal amount of water consumption, he must be screaming, bruh. The worst part had to be the pitch black Mountain Dew would turn your poo radioactive looking. I'd imagine so. That last amount had the gooey texture. Yeah. Ugh, bro. Look at it. Ugh. I know. Oh, that had to be the worst part. Ew. Like a highlighter. Banana in a bowl of rice actually sounds kind of fire, though. Stop watching Skratsx X2 content. What is X2?
I'm telling you, once you mix Baja Blast,
I know he's already hot. He's sweating, bro.
With this, you really, really get Mountain Dew flaming hot sauce.
Skratsx to large content.
Mountain Dew Baja Blast flaming hot version. Oh man. Oh man.
Like, look how happy he still looks. He knows this was ass.
That's it, folks. Yo.
How much are you getting paid for this stuff? That's crazy. 100%. I drink 140 ounces and my pee is like water. Imagine that guy. It's probably going to be blue today. When you see Skratsx do this, yeah, I'll never do this. I'll never do this. I'm not even going to disappoint you. I will never do this. Ever. Ever. He gets a thumbs up, though. He gets a thumbs up. I mean, like, if you go through all that, give us an honest review. I did. Here, I'll give you the review right now. Where is it? Let me give you the review. Let me find it again. Best we can get Skratsx to do, eat a single pecan on stream. Yeah, I'll do that. Where is it? Here it is. You ready?
Yo.
Hold on. Let me make this right.
Oh my God. It tastes like
Ass. It tastes like ass. It's so ass, nobody wants this. Don't ever drink this. It tastes like ass.
There you go. There you go. Pecans by themselves are trash. I won't lie. It's a good addition to sweets, though. Woody, please, horror shorts. TikTok incoming. Yep. You know what's going on TikTok when the voice changer comes out. Can we react to baby chinchillas bathing in dust? Use that one? I think I am. We're using that one. Mm-hmm. We're using that one. I turned the voice changer off, right? Yeah. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, it's just baby chinchillas bathing in dust. Woody, please, horror shorts. Start with the toe up and twist as the top of the liquid gets to the curve. Is where this toe starts. That's how you win boot chugging. Voice changer for voice mod? Voice mod. Voice mod. One of these days I'll get a Go XLR, but for right now, voice mod's doing the job. Oh, it's so cold. Yo, oh, look at you winning. Look at you. Look at you. Baby chinchilla. All right, I'll give you like 30 seconds of baby chinchillas bathing in dust. Do I have a Go XLR? And I love it. I want one. What up, G? What up? Even got petty to get one? I feel like I kind of need one. I got to leave now. Yo, have a great day. Awesome. I appreciate you coming through. What up? What up, G? How are you? I'm good. I'm pretty good. All right, I got you 30 seconds of chinchillas bathing in dust. And then Yoru, I will give you 30 seconds of the Halloween shorts. Here you go. Bye-bye. Have a good day. Awesome. Have a good day. Here they are. They're bathing in dust. You know, they're doing their thing. This gives me life. I'm glad. Dust bath sounds inefficient. It really does, doesn't it? Kind of feels like the opposite of what you're supposed to be doing, but hey. There you go. That was 30 seconds of chinchillas bathing in dust. You know? And then let me give Yoru what he asked for. Chinchillas are actually supposed to bathe in dust? Why? Put these boobies on screen. Let's see. Which one? Oh. There it is. Because if they try water, they'll die? Okay. Okay. Hey. Yo, not good, but not bad. Thanks for the follow. I love your name. Thank you. There we go. That was 30 seconds of boobies on the screen. Do a random horror shorts. All right. I'm just gonna pick. These are all really long. I'm not gonna lie to you. W boobs, exactly. We love boobies here. We really do. Dust gets between their hair follicles to remove bugs and other stuff. Oh, that actually makes sense. You're getting 30 seconds of this. I'm not gonna lie to you. Let me go to their channels, see if they have a short. Don't you just play. They do not post shorts. Okay. We're gonna go here. It's not looking good. It's not looking good for this channel. You know what I'm saying? It's not looking good. Yeah. It's not looking good, my boy. It's not looking good. You know what I'm saying? Not looking good. Let's try this one. Yeah, they all have that. They all got it. All right. Here's what I will do. Let me skip forward. All right. YouTube, my biggest hater. When we finna be hopping in Red Dead 2 in like 10-ish minutes. 10-ish minutes. Do I even have it open? I need to open it. Let me open it while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, YouTube sold you there, Yoru. They sold you there, you know? They sold you. Did Chris put his thing in the memes channel? He did. I'm going to join the server and check it out. Okay. Let me know how you like it. If everything to do is act like I'm a redneck or a hood citizen. Sometime today. Oh, sometime today. Sometime today. Let me just make sure this opens up. The NBA play-ins today? What game you playing? We are playing Red Dead Redemption 2. We're continuing it. We finally hit chapter 3 yesterday after like a week of fucking around. You know what I'm saying? Like a week. We kind of fuck around. Today, I'm not going to lie to you, it's no progress stream. We're not making progress at all. It's side quest day. Are you not in Skratsx Discord channel? Oh yeah, you not. In the Discord. It's always a good place to be. Yo, what's up, Thief? What's up? How are you? How are you? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, good sir. How are you? How's your day going? Yeah, I don't use Discord much. That's okay. That's understandable. You know? Hope all's well. I'm good. I am pretty good today. You know? Once I solved these audio issues I was having earlier, I'm pretty good. I cannot complain. I'm gonna enter the story. We finally hit chapter 3, Feeve. We finally got to chapter 3 yesterday. You know? Progress. What's that mean? Halfway? There's 6 chapters, right? Look at us. Look at us. I only used it to play with the homies. That's fair. That's how I used it before I started streaming, to be honest. Same, I do check it when I can, though. I'm usually running around super busy. Yeah, like during the day, I have it on my phone, and I'll feel like when I get a notification or something, but I don't talk much during the day after stream, because I have to do like actual work stuff. You know? Which reminds me, at 1 o'clock, I need to send something for work. For my job. My noties are off. I feel like it vibrates, but I don't see what's going on. I'll get to it eventually. Yeah, that's kind of how I am. What do you do for work? I am a photographer. And I need to send actually, I'll just do it right now. I need to send a gallery off.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang! All right.
Oh, that's dope. Yeah, it's fun. I love it. I just uploaded the photos yesterday, but I need to send them today. Cool points just went up, sir? Yo, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Sort scene by date captured. Okay. It's not doing it. Skratsx started shooting. You know, you've seen how it goes. We're probably getting into a gunfight today, as we always do. Sort scene by file name. What's a good starter camera? Okay. If I were to pick a camera, I'll pull it up. I'm a Sony guy, to be fair. So take that with a grain of salt. But honestly, like, it's an older camera, but you can do a lot with it, like a Sony 6000, 6500. Like one of those. You know? I do photography nice, odd hours, or are they set in stone? It's kind of whenever I want them to. My PS5 says I'm a Sony guy. Yeah, so like a Sony 6000 you can get for like $800. If you want something small like this, make sure it doesn't show my city. something like this, A6000 or an A7 II. It's 2 generations back, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I still have it and I love it. I still have one of these and I love it. You know, so, and it's, you know, not that expensive. Good starter for Sony's. Something like that is what I would say is a good starter camera. You know, something like that, I'd say. But the generic answer that everyone gives is any camera. Any camera that you can use it. Even if you start with your phone. You know, because you can do really good stuff with your phone still. The Lenovo 696 broom handle. Small camera. I did that. I did try that new AI camera, Link 360. The way it follows the user is insane. Link 360. Oh, yes. Yeah, how it goes like, I used to have one where you could put your phone, you screw it onto a tripod, you'd put your phone in it, and you'd wear this thing around your neck, and based on that, it would track where you were going, which was pretty cool. But I stopped making like YouTube videos, so I stopped using it. You know? Yeah. Sony cameras, I'm a Sony guy through and through. Although my first camera was a Nikon because it was cheap. I think it was, yeah, it's so old they don't even make it anymore. It was a Nikon D3100, which you can now get for $200. What kind of stuff do you photograph for work? I can show you an example. So I do weddings and I do like family portraits, and I can show you a picture without me doxing them. Hold on. You know, I don't want to dox. I would rather not dox them. So give me a second. Let me view it as a gallery. Hold on. I can pull it up. Using a phone will also do great. Yes, sir. It's all about the color grading in the end. Exactly. You know, you can use your phone and learn all the basic stuff. Oh, here we go. Let me just download it real quick. Actually, no, don't download it. Okay. Doesn't show their name. So like I did a maternity shoot last week for let me put something over the face over here. For a pair of sisters. They're both pregnant at the same time, right? And I did a shoot with them. There we go. Now you can't see their face right there. And we got this picture right here by the same man. So we got pictures like this, you know what I'm saying? And it's you. Yeah, I'm not trying to flex, you know. Goated. You're the daddy. And so I do stuff like that. I do weddings, family portraits, stuff like that. Occasionally I do corporate events, but that's kind of every now and then. My main drive to play Red Dead Redemption 2 is to pretend to have the balls to do things in the scripted linear situations. How did you get in this field? By accident, to be honest. I was working in after school care because I had just been removed from college due to a clerical error, and I did not have the money to get back in, and so I did not finish, and I did not know what to do with life. So in the meantime, I was working in an after school care, and the photographer who was supposed to come for like some school event, I forgot what the event was, did not show up. So they asked me, since I wasn't doing anything at the time, to just take like a point and shoot and go around the school and just take pictures of things I saw that may have been interesting so they could put it in the yearbook and stuff like that. And so I did it, and everyone loved them, and they're like, oh, you should try it. And so I was like, all right, let me see what I can do. And I put an ad out on Craigslist because I had a camera that I was using to make YouTube videos at the time. And those YouTube videos are all hidden, by the way. They're still on my channel, but they're hidden. Started from the bottom, exactly. And so I had a Nikon D3100, which again, you can get for like $200 now. And I put an ad out on Craigslist that I will do photos for free. And that was a mistake because I probably should have been more specific because people in Dallas are freaks, if you know what I'm saying. I got a lot of weird offers. But what happened is I ended up doing a lot of shoots. Yeah, like I got some crazy requests on there. But I took pictures of like inventories in warehouses. I took Craigslist, the Wild fucking West. Take those offers. And so I did everything from like, well, not everything, but I took pictures of like stuff in warehouses. I did family shoots. I did headshots, engagement shoots, and then finally I did a wedding shoot. And I did that one for free. And the reason I did it for free was because one, I needed pictures for a portfolio, but also if they were ass, it was free. So you can't be too mad at me. You know what I mean? And eventually I got the portfolio together and people started recommending me, and it kind of just went from there. And here we are. And as of 2 weeks ago, I have gotten some pretty good awards and stuff. I got a new award for this year, 2 awards for this year, and it's been going pretty well, to be honest with you. Kind of landed in photography, cool. How God works, exactly. Hey, you ever snapped a booty hole pic before? Well, you gonna. It was worse than that. It was, hey, you want to take some sexy pics of my wife? I was like, yo, Be Gone Irix, welcome in. I love the Pikachu. I love the Pikachu emote. Yo, what's up, Glitch? Remember that guy who offered to be in your septic tank for like an hour for like $500? Good God. Yeah, it was. I think I still have the emails because of how ridiculous they were. And the other thing that I experienced a lot, when I was first starting, when I put that ad on Craigslist out, is there's a lot of angry photographers out there, you know? I got a lot of hate sent in my email. They're like, you're ruining the industry. Bruh, you're ruining it. Bruh. I got so many of those too. But I was like, whatever, dog. Yo, boss, thanks for the bits. Thank you. Good God, this is an amazing story. It was a ride. It's funny how this description of photography could be used for Hitman advertising. What's happening? So I was asked how I got into photography. And so I was just answering the road, like the road that I took to get there. You know? And it was definitely a ride. So, man, I'm chilling. How are you? How's it going? Hope you're good. And so I was showing a picture from the latest one without doxing people. I did headshots. I'm sure you did. No, I did actual headshots. You know what I'm saying? Actual headshots. And so I was showing, like, this is a photo from the recent shoot I did. You know, this right here. Pretty standard stuff. You know? But I do stuff like that now. And it's pretty cool. So the person that you just saw on the left, I did her wedding and then the newborn shoot. And now they're pregnant again. And, you know, it's just kind of cool. I enjoy it a lot. Actual headshots. Oh, hollow point, 9mm. You know it. Hey, before I keep saying anything, the podcast yesterday, Killmonger, was so cool. It was so cool. I'm sorry I was late. I was an idiot. And I thought I saw 7:30 and I was like, 7:30 Central. And I was like, wait a second. Almost no one tells me the Central time. Let me get in there. You know what I'm saying? But it was so good. And I'm glad I didn't miss your part. Hey, thank you, my man. It was awesome, bro. It really was. It was. I see your character, Yoru. I see him. I see your bandito. I see him, brother. Thanks for pulling up. Absolutely. It was fun. I got to show up to more of them. I had that up for a reason. I need to send the gallery off. It was fun. Let me get a name for this gallery, and then I will email it to them. Find galleries. We got to do one? Oh, 100%. Oh, I'd love to do it. I'm there. All day. I am there. I would love to do one. Someone just rang my doorbell. Jesus Christ. Let's see who this was. So he was on the Holy Goose podcast yesterday. I'm glad I didn't say Holy Ghost again like I said it yesterday. Yo, thanks for the raid, bro. I appreciate it. Absolutely. As soon as I saw you were on, I was like, yeah, we raiding Trip. Wasn't even a question. But he said the Holy Goose did it. Yep, it was cool. It was cool. Eternity. I had a podcast back in the day, though. I did too. Me and my friend had one. It's not up right now. We still have the name, though. But it was a cool-ass name. I loved it. It was the Subtweets and Therapy Podcast. You know what I'm saying? It was cool. But we both got busy, and he's a teacher, so our schedules are opposite. So we haven't gotten to do one in a while. It was fun, though. Mine was the Dope Theory Podcast. That's a dope name. No pun intended. How's the game going? We hit Chapter 3, Trip. We finally hit Chapter 3. You know, we got some progress after a week, after a week and a half. You know what I'm saying? Awesome. And I thought it was called Holy Ghost. I was like, Lord Almighty. That's what I said yesterday. I said Holy Ghost, and that's not what I meant. I mean, I don't know why I said that. What? I was like, oh, yes, the Holy Ghost podcast. But I was like, that is not it. That's not right. That's not right at all. You know? Nothing holy about it, though. We were talking Star Wars. Yeah. Talking Star Wars. I'm telling you, I'm down. My nerddom is very specific, as I haven't seen a lot, as you know, having been here. But when I get invested, I can talk for a while. I can talk for a good while. Gallery set up. Maternity. There we go. Automation. Oh. I love Star Wars and this Adam Driver movie ad. Oh, hope the ad is great. Look, I feel bad whenever people say they're in ads because, like, it's not me. It's Twitch. You know what I mean? It's Twitch. But, you know, they do tax you. They tax you. And they got the ad incentive going, you know. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing now. I need the link. Secure link, all scenes, boom, copy. Let me email it to me. And then we're good. Oh, they spun the block double ads. Damn. You see what I'm saying? Like, Twitch needs their money, you know? I was just forced to watch an ad of a guy shaving his nuts. That was fun. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. You know, I really do wish that I could, one, choose the type of ads at least that people see. You know, because then we can have a whole chat conversation about what kind of ads you'd see. But I also wish, like, I can. Manscaped was a razor commercial. I'm dead. You know, Manscaped. Gotta love that Manscaped. Yeah, you know. Gotta love them. Manscaped. You know? They definitely get their ads in. Okay. They definitely do. Trim your balls. Trim them. You know what I'm saying? Trim them. I think that's everything. You know? Yo, be gone. Thanks for the sub. No more ads. No more ads for you. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Yeah, I wish they gave you options. Like, if we have to run ads, at least let us run ads relevant to our channel, you know? Like, let me run some Crunchyroll ads or some shit. I'd love that. Well, I wouldn't love to run ads, but you know what I'm saying. Like, no nickage. It was funny, a bit ballsy for an ad. Pun drum. Boom. I like that. Thank you for subbing. Yeah, like, let me pick companies that I like. They'd be like, yo, pick them. Man, one of my peoples got hit with ads for 14 minutes straight, and I was like, nah, I got to turn it off. Plus, you can say run the ad, and the ad actually plays. I mean, I could put a button on my Stream Deck to run the ads. I just don't because I hate running ads. Like, I can set it up where I'm just like, oh, boom, here's an ad, but I just, you know, prefer not to. You know, I prefer not to blitz people with ads. You know, the only time Twitch is incentivizing ads right now too. Yeah, if you don't run 3 minutes of ads an hour, the split is like you get 30% or something like that. But if you run 3, you get 55. So it's like it's kind of dumb not to run them, unfortunately. You know, Twitch loves their ads. They love them. Hey, pre-break, y'all run the ad, Bobby. Yeah, really? Yeah. Let me see. I don't think I can show it on stream, but they do. Let me get the exact percentage. Let me see it. Hold on. Let me find the exact percentage. Stream manager. It's not stream manager. Oh, I do need to update the follow goal. That just reminded me. It's my ad revenue. Let me see it. It's in here somewhere. I always forget where to look at it though. Settings. Affiliate, maybe? Yeah. So it is. You look at my ads manager. If you turn it off of 3 minutes, it's 55. You get like 30%. But if it's on 3 minutes, you get 55. And if you run for 3 minutes, you don't have pre-rolls when people first come through. I have 250 subs right now. Is it too late to start the ads up? No, start the ads. Start them. You know, if they're running them anyway, you might as well control it. You know what I'm saying? You might as well control it. They're going to run whether you want them to or not, you know? So you might as well like get the percentage. You know? And you can kind of choose, I can show you this. You can kind of choose when they run, right? I have mine automated, but it's 3 minutes an hour. Which is still less than TV and stuff, but you know, I don't get to choose when they run, unfortunately. You know? But yeah. But the craziest adpocalypse I ever seen is on YouTube. I'm getting double ads almost every other video. That's insane. Oh, should I gotta do that then? Yeah, set that up, you know? Because the ads are gonna run regardless. They're gonna run regardless. So, and yeah, it says, I'll show you quick. Right here. 30%, 55%. You know? So, like, if you don't run 3 minutes, this is if you run 3 minutes. So, you might as well, if the ads are going to run anyway, you might as well get the revenue, you know? Because YouTube needs to be ad blocked, in my opinion, either with a premium sub or a browser extension. So, what stops ads for me is I am a YouTube Premium member. You feel me? YouTube Premium. Yeah, I use YouTube Premium. I never get ads now. Had an hour ad one time, unskippable. Damn. Now when I swear YouTube, with me, it's a 30-minute ad one time. Jesus. Flex on us. YouTube Premium, you know what I'm saying? At first I was like, did I spill water on my hoodie? I did. YouTube Premium free advertising. I'm just saying, for me, I didn't want it. They gave it to me 3 months for free. And after then, I was like, I actually kind of need this shit. Daddy rich. I had it, but it was like 15 Canadian a month, so I stopped for a while. Yeah, premium is YouTube Premium. We talked about it, you know. We've talked about it before, but like, if ad block ain't working, the premium's the only way, you know. I love premium. I ain't paying Susan shit. It's not Susan anymore. Susan's out of there. It's a new dude. I forgot who the new CEO is. How many ounces is that bottle? It is a full gallon. 128. A full gallon. It was like $40. You know? I could have got the coldest water bottle, but that's like 3 times the price of this. I knew it. Is it not? Susan's been the YouTube person for so long. You're a fucking clearly go. Bro, I can't drink water? I can't drink water? What, you want me to get a cup? Yes. Let me see. Who is the new YouTube CEO? It's this guy. Neil Mohan. He's a new guy. Because Susan stepped down like a month or 2 ago. February, yeah. And nice. I have a 48-ounce bottle. I got the 48 ounces so I can get up and walk to get more. I need my steps in. That's a good point. I got the 128 for the direct opposite. So I got tired of getting up to fill my water bottle. You know? I got tired of it. So I have the gallon over there. It's really intimidating though, so it's hard to finish. That's one of the down parts of it, to be honest. You know, so lazy. Yeah, yeah. Of course I am. That's why I got the bottle. You know what I'm saying? That is why I got the bottle. It's never hard to finish when you're around. I appreciate that. Always glad to help you finish, Cursed. You know what I'm saying? Always. What's going on in my... Okay, it's not me. Okay. Lazy gets YouTube Premium. I just hate ads. And I like... What is happening with my voice? And I like that I can lock my phone and the video keeps playing. You know? So that's always cool. The video keeping playing, I like that feature. So, true men sit through ads and memorize the ad songs. Ad blocker your whole network. Yeah, I could do that too. I never know the ad blocker settings for stuff. I do. I sit there and memorize all the advertising songs. Brave is a good ad blocker. Brave the browser or Brave like a... Because right now I have... What's my ad blocker? uBlock. Because everyone told me uBlock's the best. Brave the browser. I used to use them. Right now I use Brave the browser for my porn. I'm a DuckDuckGo kind of guy for that. You know? A good DuckDuckGo. But I used to have Brave, but every time I went to Amazon, it froze my whole browser for some reason. So I stopped. F. F. Sorry. F's. DuckDuckGo is my go-to for Tor. I've actually never used Tor, to be honest with you. I've never used Tor. I've never used that, so I have no opinions on that one. Thing is, in my country, there's like 2 main online shopping giants and like 3 other companies. I'm a proud nofap. Good for you, Yoru. Good for you, man. I'm proud of you. I use Brave and it froze Amazon. That's what the little Brave shield is for. It can be turned off. I did turn it off. I don't know what. See, the thing, I didn't know what specifically was, so I just got lazy and switched browsers. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like I'm not even gonna lie to you. I had to turn it off. You know. But I used it on my MacBook. You know. Right now I just use Chrome. Someone told me that Opera's good. They told me that Opera's good, but I just don't like how Opera looks. Which may not be like the best excuse for not using it, but Opera looks kind of lame, bro. It's kind of lame, you know? So I just don't use it. So Chrome is cool for me so far, but Opera, isn't that supposed to be like a gamer search engine? I think so. But I don't know. I've only really used like 3 browsers before. And that was Brave, Chrome, and Firefox. Saw a fire shirt of Marie Antoinette surrounded by cake with the "It's not too much, is it?" quote. Yo, that's actually kind of cool. Yeah, it's Opera GX. It looks like this. Like, it looks like this. And I just don't really like it. You know? I don't really like the aesthetic. And it may perform better, but if I open it up and I'm like, I just don't like this aesthetic, I can't use it. If that's the one thing I'm thinking, it looks kind of sus. Does it? I don't love it either. Yeah, it just looks kind of... If it had a better UI, maybe I'd use it. But right now, I'm just like, It's kind of mid. I don't enjoy that one. So I'll stick with my Google Chrome for now. Some people also say Microsoft Edge, but I'm just not doing it. Gamer thing is basically thing with colors. Think like yeah. Well, my keyboard's basic. This is my keyboard. Like, you see, my keyboard's very basic. So I don't really use like LEDs and stuff. I used to, but I don't anymore. You know? I'm a very simple man. It's like vaping cigs. I don't know about that either, to be honest with you. Everything RGB. Yeah, like I used to be big into the RGBs. I was like, oh, that's such a cool thing. But now I'm just very, very simple. For something to be considered gamer, it needs RGB. Yeah, RGB, the G in RGB stands for gamer, you know? You know? RGB equals more frames. True. It gives you that performance boost that you need, you know? RGB stands for real gamer boost. You know what I'm saying? Real gamer boost. Okay, I can hear it. I was like, oh God, I can't hear the game. I thought my audio was freaking out again. It really does. You know? Like, they even have the RGB mic, even though I love my mic now. Okay. There we go. Arthur been standing there for upwards of 20 minutes. Yeah, he has. It's time for him to, like, stretch his legs a little bit, you know? What the? I hate that this pops up every time. Back. Welcome back. Perfect timing. RGB real gamer boost. That would explain why Arthur hasn't been moving. Exactly, you know. We got side quests and roads, and that's where we're going, buddy. Back to welcome back, Snow. Side quest. Oh, we're like right by roads now. All right, let's go. There's 2 in roads. I don't see a single one. Where? Where they at? Lana?
Complain. I ain't complaining. I'm just saying. You're not saying, miss. You're
It'd be nearby. Oh. Country roads. Take me home to the place. Morning, everybody. Let's get her going, boys. Oh, let's get out of first person. See y'all. Enjoy the camp. It's gonna be weird navigating this because I'm not used to this one. There we go.
Yeah. That's my boy.
Good boy. Yo, this Windows update makes my audio sound very weird now in my headphones. Skratsx, I'll be waking up so early, being back in school. I thought you skipped your stream or something for the day. No. The only time I will not be here is the 19th. April 19th, I will not be here. There's no stream on the 19th. You know what I'm saying? Gang sure loves being near cities. Arthur alone has an insane bounty. Yes, he does. Where I belong, West Virginia. Don't sing that song. I don't want another Visit West Virginia magazine in my mailbox. Stream for at least 1 minute on the 19th to not lose a streak. I mean, I can do it from my phone if you don't mind. I'll pop on and say hi. But yeah, I really don't want to lose the streak. That's what I'm kind of bummed about. So I may pop on, say hi, so we can still say we stream every single day. You know what I'm saying? I got 2 different phones and I never remember the password, so I got 2 Discords. Snow, why don't you just reset the password? Why don't you just reset the password, bro? West Virginia wasn't asking. You're going. How long is your streak now? Let me see, actually. How many days has it been since Jan 12th? It has been 92 days. I have streamed for 92 consecutive days. Snow got a burner? He does. He does. We have streamed for 92 consecutive days. Goddamn, yeah. Yeah. But it's really paid off. Like, the consistency, it's paid off. It's quicker to make it count with your Apple account than to reset. It's paid off, you know? Like, give it up for day 92. Woo! Woo! You see, like, I look at this frequently. You know what I'm saying? It's paying off. And so I don't want to really end the streak as I actually legitimately enjoy it, for one, obviously. but it's also like part of my daily routine now. And like it's weird. You know what I'm saying? Like I legitimately look forward to talking to you guys every day. And so I feel like I'm still going to pop on for like 10 minutes on the 19th on my phone. You know, we'll try the phone. Also, look at that. Look at this. We're in the top 100,000, boys. Give it up for the 87,781st ranked streamer in the world. In the world. You know, top 100,000. Woo. Woo. Attaboy. Yes, sir. Top 100,000. Woo woo. We are actually, clap slowly. Thank you. Just twerk then hop off. We moving up, you know. Did you know that Take-Two Interactive, Rockstar owns 2K Games? Yeah, I saw your post yesterday in Discord. I saw that. Yeah, we're the top 1.19% of Twitch. I'm about to put that in my bio. See why I'm in the top 1.19% of Twitch. And you're not even a hot tub stream. Yeah, we haven't even done the meta. Your most streamed game, Meth Effect? It is, by a lot, actually, yeah. Because that's 3 games, right? But this Fallout is 1 game, and we put a lot of time into Fallout. Yeah, it's going to be passed. I'll pop in chat 10 minutes. As a content creator, one knows to never say how long. Yeah, it's true. That's actually true. I'm not going to give a time, but I'm going to pop up. Yeah, Red Dead. Look, we're at 60 hours for Red Dead, and we're not even halfway. Poor Hogwarts Legacy, bro. I really thought that I was going to stream this more, but Fallout came and just really, really took out Hogwarts. It really took it out. So much to the point where I think I'm just going to finish this game off stream, to be honest. I think, like, Hogwarts had its chance, and it got beat by better games. You know? It just did. I'm surprised we got Cyberpunk done in 60. Me too. Me too. Only 60 yet. Well, this is going to bump up, too, once the DLC comes out. Because when the DLC comes out, we have to play it. We have to. What other games do I play on here? Scrutinize. Oh, The Forest. Yeah, Rip the Forest. We tried that too. Remember this game? I don't know. I don't remember ever booting this game up, but, you know, it is what it is. And Firewatch. But you see what I'm saying? Like, look, you played Fallout New Vegas? I believe you already answered this question, but I forgot. I have not yet. I have not yet. What games got you the most viewers? Well, it's recent, right? So it's the last 2 games, really. It's Red. So I wasn't okay. So let's go down the. Who did your profile picture? It was an AI art. This is AI generated. You got to play New Vegas. Oh, we are. We're playing New Vegas. So recently, stream has gone crazy. Recently, right? But before Mass Effect and Red Dead, like we were like 3 viewer, 2 viewer Andys. You know what I'm saying? And in the Firewatch days, it was the only viewers in here was Apocalypse and Fossilbot. You know, it was Apocalypse and Fossilbot in here for Firewatch. We did Terraria because we didn't know what to play. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know, slowly but surely, it's just really a consistency thing I've noticed. So Apocalypse was the only real viewer? Yeah, he was. Apocalypse has been here since like day 1. Whoever did that scream thing and you know? But really what it is, that's just been 6 days and 22 hours. Yeah, Legate, you got here. Got to mute for a bit, BRB. All right. Legate, you got here during, what was the last? You got here before Mass Effect. I forgot what game we were playing before Mass Effect. Let me go back. Yeah, you got here for the end of Fallout 4. Yeah, as we were about to finish it. Yeah, it really has just been a consistency thing I've noticed, you know? So like 3 viewers. That's why like when I'm giving like, when someone asks me on TikTok, like, what did you do to grow? I always tell them it's like a combination of multiple things. 1, wait, this seems wrong. What's wrong? how many days how long you've been in here. But like when someone asks me really like what I did to grow, and we're still growing, which is cool because streams have been going crazy lately. And I will get back to Red Dead in a second. It's just we stream every day at the same time, right? Wait, when will you start playing the game? I have it open right now. We're about to start. I was just showing them. I just tuned in. Snow's been here months longer for me, and I have double his watch time. That's because Snow comes in and out. You know what I'm saying? Snow comes in and out. I just tuned in. And so what we do is like, it's just been streaming every single day at the same time. I don't play super congested games, but I'm also playing games that I enjoy. So I'm not playing like Fallout, Valorant, stuff like that. Snow comes in and out. Yep, for sure. Yeah, you know. Yep. See, look, he just confirmed it. You know? Yeah. And ultimately, it's you guys. I feel like you guys make it a fun environment for other chatters to come through. And so I do appreciate you guys for that. You know? Yeah. It's been cool. It has been cool. It's been cool so far. You know what I'm saying? I've enjoyed it. You know? Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't think I'm a bit over a month. John been taking the back door of Skratsx. Not of me. Snow's been in here for you guys. You know what I'm saying? Chabby like Valentine and RDO. Like, you guys are pretty inviting. I don't really know what else I did. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know what else I did, but it's just like, you know, you guys make it a fun spot to be at. And obviously, like, posting TikToks. This is a little too loud. Posting TikToks help too. Did you go rare horse hunting? So many beautiful horses in the game. I recently got the chestnut-colored Arabian. I have not, actually. I didn't know there was a lot of rare horses, to be fair. Yeah, we all contribute to the overall vibe. Yeah. Like, you guys have made it a cool place to be. You know? And I really do appreciate that. For real, for real. For real. Lil J OG, for real. If we find a legendary horse, we may have to get it and just, like, take it back to a stable. But, whoa. Gunshots. I heard that. Who's shooting? Up, smoke. Smoke and gunshots.
Anyone moves, I go blink before I shoot. Hurry up in there. Let's get out of here before the cavalry comes. This bastard ain't worth it. Let's go.
Oh, they're good. I forget I have to mark it now. Morning, Taylor. How are you? How are you? Shoot those boys. I did. I had to. There's such a majestic, pure black horse in the game, but it has the lowest spawn rate. Forgot the name. How's Red Dead treating you today? Pretty good so far. We just logged on and we immediately stopped the train robbery, you know? We're heroes today so far. Lemoyne is basically Texas. I was wondering, like, what states were what. I was wondering what states were what, but it looks like we're good. Oh, these were Confederates. Hell yeah. Back, boy. Welcome back. Welcome back. Do we need a bandolier or a gun belt? Yeah. You mess with the wrong person, my boy. Give me your loots. I don't even have 2,000 new level, bro. Wait. Oh, that wasn't a Confederate. My bad. I won't loot you. Hold on. We need points. Go ahead, Snow. Give them points away. Sorry, horses. You're kind of stuck here, huh? Look at us. We stopped the train robbery. Nah, I won't loot you. Want to create another? It's easy to see why you're growing. Yo, I appreciate that, for real. One of the things that I guess I would say networking is another reason why we're growing. But I think, like, a lot of people hear the term networking and they think about it as just, oh, I need to talk to people so that my stream will grow, when it's generally just like, I only kind of fuck with people with good energy who I genuinely enjoy. You know what I'm saying? And I really enjoy the growth that everyone that like my friends are having too. You know what I'm saying? Like Killmonger hit an affiliate the other day was cool. Like I was sitting there goofy smiling, watching him celebrate. You know what I'm saying? Or like Alu, Petty, Phyllis, you know, just a few. Tailored Strange, Addy, like everybody, right? Like it's just cool to see how everyone's growing. Let that sound play first.
Ooh, that brother's floating in the air.
You know what I'm saying? Consistently interacting with your chat. You read our comments and respond. Some streamers don't read the chat but respond, and there's an awkward pause. Yeah, that's weird. I feel like the best part is reading chat. Shout out to everyone. Yeah, glitched on YouTube. Like, it's just cool to see. Like, I'm genuinely happy to see. Doc. Don't forget the Doc. Like, it's just cool to see everybody growing. You know what I'm saying? And, I don't know. So, yeah, networking is another reason I would say is why, too. But, like, not networking out of selfish reasons. Just, like, genuinely making friends and shit. You know what I'm saying? I forgot. I like how the most downvoted post on the Reddit is W streamer. It is. That was Phyllis's foot. Yo, what's up, Phyllis? I was goofy smiling, bro. I was goofy smiling when I saw Petty get the first 1K dono. It felt like I got that 1K dono because I was over there moon happy for him. Exactly. Like, I've seen, was I in there? I may have been in there. I've seen Petty get like a huge dono. And I'm sitting there like, damn, that's so cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, seeing your friends legitimately growing and doing well is one of the better parts of it for me too. I came here because I periodically spin through my favorite games. In a matter of months, you see the Red Dead 2, Detroit Become Human, the Batman Arkham trilogy. Those are good games. I kind of want to play Detroit again. Because I haven't played it in forever. Where'd that smoke go? I want to play it again. 5 ads. Sorry, Yoru. You know how it goes. It's Twitch, my boy. It's Twitch, you know what I'm saying? It's Twitch. You know what I'm saying? Watched Mr. Beast and Chris is Not a Woman. I haven't actually seen that. I saw there's a video I saw on it. It was by Sunny. Why Chris will soon be a nightmare for Mr. Beast? Why are we going the opposite way of the side quest? Because there's smoke. Did you see the smoke? You know how I am, Legate. If I see smoke, I run to smoke. You know what I'm saying? Like, I see smoke, I run to smoke. I'm a simple man. You know what I'm saying? You didn't see it? Hold on. Where is it? Did I just lose? It's right here. You see it? I saw smoke, so I had to, Legate. I had to. I can't just run from the smoke. You know what I'm saying? All right. It's the clan. It better not be the clan. Is he going to be nice or no? What do you think? Nice or no? We're about to find out.
You'll have to find your own patch of dirt. I'll beat it.
Yo, be nice, brother.
I ain't here to cause trouble. You need to leave
Just
here.
minding my own business.
Don't reach for it. Oh, you did it. You didn't messed up, my boy. You messed up. Got you ever ate Buc-ee's before? No. I have not ate at Buc-ee's before, but I've been there. He messed up. He was mean. Who did that scare? That was Saul. That got me. I should have known. I should have known. That was good. That was a good one. Feeling shitty, had a nosebleed. How are you? Yo, Phyllis, I hope you feel better. Put my bets on no, but let's see. Yeah, he was no. Not you setting him on fire. Yo, I hope you're doing all right, Phyllis. Nosebleeds are terrible. I mean, he was mean. And you know what's best? No honor lost. So we didn't do that. Someone else did, you know? Loot the basket. Looks like he's got some good food. How nice of him to share. Food was mid as fuck. I went there for the first time. It was fun as hell. Yeah, it's more of an event at Buc-ee's. I've never had the food, but like, did you take a picture with the statue? I can't loot that basket. I set all my Lemoyne Raiders on fire whenever I run into them. It's oddly satisfying. It really is. And you scratch my allergies. You know who gets it like that? JJ. JJ gets it like that. He gets like real bad nosebleeds too. I swear I saw someone knock on the door and gritty away. What? College fun as hell now that I'm not poor. Look at you. I'm happy for you, Snow. Now you can do stuff. You know? Now you can live life and afford to live life. Are you like Batman when you see smoke? I have to, bruh. I see smoke, I run to smoke, you know? Like, smoke is like the bat signal. I see it, I go. And I wasn't even trying to start any trouble. I was just trying to say what's up to bro. And bro got rude and reached for it. What's Bucky? Sounds horrid? No. My good brother. What's up, Niche? Niche, is your computer okay? I felt bad when I saw your tweet about it. Is it all right? Is it working now? Let me show you Buc-ee's, Phyllis. Buc-ee's is not horrid. I've never had the food, though. But Buc-ee's. I think it's okay now? Okay, perfect. Buc-ee's is, to say it's a gas station, it's kind of underselling it, right? Because this is what the inside of Buc-ee's looks like. You see what I'm saying? I spent $100 in there, but I bought like everything in there. TikTok makes me angry. I've considered deleting it multiple times. It just reminds me how people can suck, but maybe that's what I watch. Yeah, that you can reset your algorithm. They got them beaver nuggets. Buc-ee's is its own world. Exactly. It's not even a gas station. It's like, I respect India for straight up saying, fuck TikTok, we're banning it. Yeah, they did. They definitely did. Like, Buc-ee's is much more than a gas station, you know? Oh my God, it looks cool as fuck. It is. Snow, did you take a picture with the statue? I feel like you have to when it's your first time. If you're in 6th grade and don't already have a Bugatti, you're a failure. Damn. Like, look at it. Buc-ee's is wild. They do giant ass corn pops. Yeah, that's Buc-ee's. You can get so much at Buc-ee's. They even have like their own apparel. You know? Andrew Yady. That's probably a real quote. I can imagine. So. Excuse me, wagon. Move, sir. I can see him saying that. If you're in 6th grade and don't have a Bugatti already, you're a failure. I can see that. They're bringing one to North Carolina. Can't wait. Yeah, you know, when you first go, it's going to be wild. I bet the news is going to be there. Radio is going to be there. It'll be like when In-N-Out first opened in Texas. Like, all the hip-hop stations were at In-N-Out. Like, the news was there. The line was 2 hours long. It's going to be an event. God, the amount of batshit crazy conspiracy theories on TikTok is mind-boggling. You know what's funny? I never see those, ever. I hear about them, but I never see them. Ever. Knows like 100 people over there, and my little way upset I was being hyped for nothing. Next time you go, you got to take a picture with the statue. Yeah, it'll be like a Fortnite event, you know? The news covered the opening of our Whataburger. It's a big deal. Whenever like something like that opens, it's crazy. What's with Buc-ee's, bro? So Snow went for the first time.
I am a banana.
And I was explaining what Buc-ee's is, you know, to those who are not aware of what it is. But like when something like that opens, because it's actually a big deal. Buc-ee's is it's a gas station, Alf, right? But I don't know if you saw the pictures, but it's much more than a gas station, you know? Like, this is what it looks like inside. You see what I'm saying? Like, they got apparel. People get married in there sometimes. They got food. Yeah, no one actually goes there for gas. You know? It's a whole thing. This actually looks like the one that I was at, to be honest. I put thermal water bottle and everything else in his face over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, snow's there, and you get caught up. You get caught up in the environment that is Buc-ee's, and you end up walking out. And you're like, how did I spend all this money? It's a store that also sells gas sometimes. That's actually the better way to describe it. You know, I don't even know if I could call it a store. It's like an experience that also has gas. So Buc-ee's is the Popeyes of the common world. It's a cult. I can see that. I just looked it up. Knew it would be a down south thing. Yeah, it is. It is. It's a South thing, you know. I don't know what I think it's like. I was gonna say it's like Wawa, but it's bigger than Wawa. I gotta go back to get a shirt. I'm mad I let my shorty rush me. The South is where it's at. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's a fence. Why'd I get off here? I do not need to stop here. Why'd I get distracted like that? But if you're ever in the South, Phyllis, you know, you gotta stop at Buc-ee's. People will literally plan their road trips to run through Buc-ee's.
As a sign of respect to our Creator, we pay respect to the.
We're at a funeral.
Tell us straight, Father.
Sir, we're in a moment of grief.
Chill out, bro. I'm here to see what's going on. Don't stop because of me, bro. Keep going.
Oh, Father,
there we go.
What do we say about a man who lost his way so awfully? He carried that awful war with him, rustling horses with a misguided gang of killers.
Mm-hmm.
A brave man.
These awkward pauses.
Anyway, I started blasting. All right.
Yo, why does my chat just stop for a second? It just stops for a second and it just loads a bunch. I was going to say it reminds me of Wawa. Kind of. Sell that gold bar. Oh, I did get a gold bar. That's right. Sorry, chat just loaded slow and it just all came at once. My fault. Down South boring as fuck. I'm starting to act like them because I had a ball. I was going to say it reminds me of Wawa. It does. It does. The Legend of Buc-ee's, I have never seen or heard of this shit, bro. I'm telling you, Alf, Buc-ee's is different. Skratsx, have a good stream, my guys. Chat, stay classy. Wolf, thanks for coming through, man. I appreciate you. I saw that other brother do a food review from there. Did he? Bury the Priest? Should I? Is it really boring? Looks fun? It's not. You see how much fun Snow had. I've had phone at 10%. I sampled all the fudge, even though I know which one I wanted to begin with. You're going to need more holes in the ground. I think so. Hi and bye, Wolf. There we go. Buc-ee's fun as fuck. Down South boring. It depends on where you go, I think. Sounds like he's describing someone. Duo sound. Okay, I'm caught up. I may have to do... Hold on. Did you mean Skratsx? I didn't actually know he was... I don't think he was in Texas, to be fair. I think he was in... I don't know where he was. I don't know if he was down here, though. Let me open up Chatterino so that I stay live with chat. There we go. Because my chat is loading weird. You know? Chat is loading weird for me. So we're going to look at Chatterino. There we go. I think we're good now. I should be able to see it. Wade in the water. Okay, we're good. I can see now.
Let us pray for this man, oh Father. Provide him mercy.
He's just chilling.
Amen.
Okay.
Those were kind words, Father.
Maybe. But what good are words?
Damn. He seems in a bad mood, huh? All right, let's go sell that gold bar. I completely forgot I had one. Hop the fence. I'm gonna forever picture Buc-ee's as a Popeyes versus Chick-fil-A type meme. That's one way to look at it, but I feel like Popeyes is a little too small. It's like the Walmart of the world, I would say. You know? The Walmart of the world. Let's go back to that fence. It's right here. So we're just going to turn left and go straight. But if you ever like in an area where there is one, I recommend going just for the experience, to be honest. Even if you don't need gas. Hello, brother.
Oh, good. A new patron. Welcome, welcome.
There we go. The meme ability. Yeah. Yeah. Like you see, Snow went there one time and look at him. Look how much he enjoyed it. He loved it. Okay. Here we go. Me and Petty tried Mid-Journey, and he got the worst thing I picked. Yo, I gotta see it. I gotta see what he did. Another. Damn, as soon as I get my money up. Oh, I remember you.
Yeah. Hello, mister.
Hey.
I gotta see you.
Hey, it's good to see you again, friend.
How you keeping?
You gotta show us how to do Mid-Journey again? Should I? We want a Mid-Journey tutorial?
Oh, no, I'm used to the leg.
I can do a Mid-Journey tutorial if you want.
A whole lot longer than I was with it. Nah, it's a people. Yeah, a bunch of nasty, miserable peasants I gotta share this place
You're the
with.
Confederate vet? I think he's not. This is a Union vet. Because he's got blue on.
They're my nasty, miserable people.
This guy's part of the Union. We just got into the game, not now? Okay. All right, all right. Just post in Discord and let me see it. Yeah, this is the Union. It's just the dust that's making this one look great. Oh, I thought there was already a Union vet. I think there's two of them. Right? If you do a tutorial, put it on YouTube. The tutorials I watched weren't the best. Okay. Remind me, before we're done with stream, I'll do one. Let me make a Discord. Let me make a thing in there so that I have it. Look, my stream is on 144p. Give me a break. No, I don't blame you. Like, I made this one for JJ, Phyllis, for his stream. I made this one for JJ because he wanted an Attack on Titan style for his. I can't sign into my main on my phone. Yo, what? How are you logged out? That is tight. I love it. Hispanic Jamal. The name gets me. Hispanic Jamal. Go back to the circular area near the mall place. I'm signing on my PC. Oh, not just my. Okay, I got you. Oh, I have the stream example one, so we'll use the stream example one for later. So I'll make a Mid-Journey tutorial before I end stream. And I'll let chat, like, we'll let chat pick what we do, and we'll just post it on Mid-Journey later.
Hey there, friend.
What'd you say? Go to the circular area right near the mail place. I'm gonna make the Sora command appear to be more than it is. No! Don't. Here? That place, right? No? You said, oh, to the right. You said that right there. What I marked, right? In front of you? Oh, okay. Okay, okay. This. The bell. Why am I looking at the bell?
All right, stranger.
Hey, folks.
But for real though, please get up and jump.
You better watch your behavior around here.
Bro, who are you talking?
Got any idea what time it is?
Never mind, the guy ain't here yet. Okay. Sorry to you at not ass shaking. It's so fucking hot. I seen some of his AI generations in the general. Okay, I gotta see him. This cold shower. I don't know how people take cold showers, bro. It looks like it looks like Patty's character's trying to seduce us. Late night swamp exploration. Bad. Like this one is crazy. This one right here, it's like a yassified Patty. Me either. I hate cold shower. Yeah, I can't do it. Like, have you seen those videos on TikTok of people like, when the light skin is the first one? I'm saying, like, it's like light skin Patty. This one is the crazy one. It's a yassified petty. You know what I'm saying? It is. It's a yassified petty, bro. Yes, it is. That is so funny. Oh my God. I'm sure you understand this, but he used to go out, so I just learned to take cold showers. Yeah, that makes sense. We need to work on the prompts. Yeah. My Twitch PFP is Emperor Palpatine, loving democracy. I can't just look at yours now because I don't have my regular Twitch chat up, unfortunately. I have Chatterino up because chat was being slow. The mission might be there if you camp and sleep. All right, I'll camp and sleep. Is there any other side quests here? Yo, tell Petty to make me an animated AI pic for me, but make it Skratsx shaking ass. Okay. Okay. I don't know if you can make it animated. I know it's kind of like that cream cheese thing an hour ago. I just be saying shit. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But they require main missions to be done. Oh, all right. Let me just camp. Let's find a place to camp. The aspiration for Farrago of distortions, misinterpretation, and outright lies being broadcast by an unprincipled showman masquerading as a journalist. That was a sentence. That was a sentence. We should be able to camp right here, right? Just give me some good camping. Go, Arthur. Camp out. No bounty hunters are coming now, right?
Wow, that's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them.
There we go. What is that from? That sure was a sentence. It was. Though, can one of you, Skratsx or Betty, hook me up with the AI thingy? I don't want to pay or something. I can ask for one of the boys for. There we go. I'm just shit posting. Oh, I don't want to sleep. I thought like I was like, what happened? What I miss? 1 second, I gotta show you my new name. All right, type it. Bro, I looked away from the screen and thought I got hit with an ad. That is a good ad voice, isn't it? Hispanic Jamal Adriano Santiago Carl Danny Jordan but pronounced like a Dominican Jesus Miguelito Jonathan Roy Juan Jr. Quincy. There you go. Chosaros. Is that how I said it? It's from an Indian politician who was famous for speaking straight from the Oxford Dictionary. Yo! Well, that sucks. Thanks for the raid. Whoa! Thanks for the raid. Hey, man, have a raid. Yo, thank you. Whoa. Thank you so much. How was your stream? Hello, Raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in, brothers.
Fuck me.
Yep. Fucking bears, bro. Now raid him back. We have to. Them bears.
Holy fuck me, bro.
Yo. The bear got in your cabin. Stream is good. How's our Red Dead 2 going? It's going pretty good. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Into the house, yeah, bro. That was
pretty wild. I'm gonna be honest with you. Today's Red Dead playthrough is a no progress playthrough. Like today, we're doing side quests and side quests only. We've been taking the game pretty slow. We're on chapter 3. It's been about almost 2 weeks now, you know, but it's been going good. And I do appreciate the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Every day we get sidetracked anyway. Exactly. That's perfect. The S in Skratsx stands for sidetracked. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It does. But also, let me, if you don't give, well, that sucks a follow. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. The Sidetrack Squad. I love it. Me too. It's so fun, isn't it? It is fun. Where was I going? What am I doing? What was I? What things he say? Conversating in an online platform? I better not catch you lacking weaponry in these roads. Where did I? What was I doing? Why did I mark here? Oh, I went to. Okay, I remember what we're doing. Yep. We're gonna see if that person spawned. Going back to the bell thing to check. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you all right there, boy?
Why'd you need a name for tomorrow? He adds a single name every single day. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh! Prison break. Damn. Well, no scratch, you already gave me one. Oh, by the way, I got randomly selected for jury duty. I was not expecting that to happen. That is tough. Chain gang. How do we arrest them both? Do I just knock them out and drag one? Lasso them boys? Can I lasso both of them? Oh, I can hog tie them. That's right. No, it is.
Hey, come on. I ain't done nothing to you.
Hello? Hog tie him, Arthur. It's not working. It's not. He's not letting me. Like, he won't tackle and hog tie him. Hog tie him. At least one's going to jail. Drag one behind you and keep one hog tied on your horse. I need to find the other one.
Everyone guess what's coming, don't
I got out of. I've only been asked to do jury duty once, and it was when I was in college, so I didn't have to do it. Coin flip to decide guilt or not guilt. Had he got selected for jury duty too? I don't think he ever saw the letter, but it's been there for a minute. Uh-oh. I'm the first one in 3 generations or something to get called for one. Damn. Tell Petty to coin flip too. I got out of every jury duty. How do you get out of jury duty? The case is very petty anyway. There has to be like some kind of, let me Google it on Incog. Let me see. I think there has to be like legitimate reasons. You know, you can submit your request to be excused or deferred, but I don't really know how to. Well, 3 of them I was in the army, and 1 I wasn't in the state anymore. Yeah, that's the easy way. If I was jury duty, I would say innocent. Google me on Incog. Hispanic Jamal. Looks like NLE. This you? This you? Looks like NLE, kind of. Are we compensated for the time? Does anyone know? I think it depends on how long it goes. I think it's how long it goes. Or like what kind of case it is. But I don't believe so. Oh, this is just in Texas, though. In Texas, you make, it says you will be paid by the county in an amount not less than $6 and no more than $50 a day. You know? Hispanic and Oli, it was. Let's bring that guy in. We are. I'm going to tell him I need $100 an hour. Yeah. They're going to be like, who do you think you are, boy? you really think that we're going to pay you, brother? I got to speak to my lawyer. Then I'm sure as hell not wasting time. Yeah. You got to talk it over, I believe. But I'm not sure exactly what it is. Just sue the city. It's a waste of time getting somebody else to do it. Exactly. All right. We're taking this guy to jail. Come here, boy. I stayed in Texas for a year. Texas jury duty, I don't know how it works because I've never actually done it.
Look at the floor for a bit.
Shut up and tell me you can't be impartial. Yeah, just be like, yo, I hate 12, bruh. I can't. All right, where's the sheriff? The sheriff will be... Let's go to the general store and we'll find the sheriff. They should put me in jury and let me speed run the cases. Well, you have to... The thing is, you have to get 11 other people to agree, right? How many people are on jury? So in the city will cost a kidney per family member. True. True. Fuck the other people. I mean, if they don't agree with you, you're there for the long haul, unfortunately. Start a fight with the jury. Let me do it myself. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, just fight the jury. You know? Calm down, boy. Calm down, boy. Who's Hispanic? Jamal with the king name? That is that's Sora. Represent yourself for assault and then assault them again. That's the way. You just keep the story going, you know? Keep the story going. Road station. Hey, where's the sheriff around here, boys? Where the hell is the sheriff? That's the bank. Too many intrusive thoughts right now. Undertaker. That's the general store. That's the hotel. Gunsmith. Yeah, you see him. Oh, here he is. You're going to jail, buddy. Hopefully I don't get that glitch again. You know what I'm talking about? Where I ended up in jail. I go to jury duty. If Skratsx was a judge, I'd be a good judge. They'd be like, Your Honor, I object. I'd be like, shut up. Shut up. Howdy, partner. What's up, Billy? How are you? We just got ourselves some miscreants that we're turning in to the sheriff.
Well, hell. If that ain't the present I've been waiting for. And all wrapped up, too.
Yeah, I'm like, shut up. No, there's no objecting in my court. If you can't turn him in, execute him.
Oh, just go to hell now.
Shut up. Wish we could have got two. I know. I was trying to lasso. I was hitting the button and everything, and it wouldn't let me do it. Howdy, Sheriff.
They're still breathing. Perfect.
I let these prisoners walk away, and to my surprise, I didn't lose honor. Interesting. $8? I'm about to free him, bruh. I'm about to free him if you only giving me $8. He gonna walk out of here. All right. Like I was looking for originally. I wish we could have got both. Up.
Hey, out of the way. I'm on a tight schedule. There's a problem.
Late night swamp exploration? Yeah, we're gonna see if that guy spawned and then we're going to the swamp. Let me tell you guys a story.
Your body needs water, so drink that shit.
Got you. Scratch, you got Minecraft? I do not. I do not, to be honest with you. Hey. Yo, Hispanic Jamal, thanks for the follow. How are you not followed? We're the person who said they got 5 ads? Snow, do you not get ads? Are you subbed? It was Yoru. I don't know where Yoru is, though. Why did I just unfollow and refollow? Hey! Start the game again from the beginning, please. Okay, yeah, let me just... Okay, Legate just unfollowed and followed? What's going on? I can't find his name. He's not in here right now. Look at... Damn, bro, just reset his followage. Yeah, you did. You did. I can't find the name. I switched phones. It's... Do mods not get ads? I think they do. That's what I was wondering. Like, Snow's about to gift, but he doesn't have a sub badge. So I was like, bruh. What's their name? I have to... Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Let me scroll up. I was hoping it would let me spam the follow sound. Nah. I'll turn the follow sound up. Apocalypse now wins followage. I think he's always done... Yeah, Yorubel. It's Yorubel. It's Yorubel. That's him. Phyllis just put his name. Phyllis put his name. That got me like an hour. Yeah. What just happened? Oh, she lost. I want to see my new fresh followage. Noti bopping. All right, love you, babe. Gotta go. Yo, have a good day, Sora. I hope you're feeling better. But I stand alone in watch time. Yeah. Yeah. Apocalypse is the king of watch time. Free Illy.
Hello there.
Did she lose a duel? Is that what happened?
Well, look at you.
I confuse new viewers with that terrible followage and 6 days of watch time. Yeah. All right. Let's go to the swamp. What swamp did you say it was? Oh, it was Russian roulette. That's what it was. Not a duel. What happened to Hilly? She lost Russian roulette. She lost Russian roulette. And so when you lose Russian roulette, you get timed out for a minute. I don't know how to do it with them leaving. Yeah. When he comes back through, you'll see him. Where'd you say we're going, Legate? I died. Yeah, you did. If you lose Russian roulette, you get timed out for an hour. Lagris? Where's Lagris? Oh. In the swamps. Oh. Saint Denis. Right here. We can go fishing there too. That's where we got to get the bait, right? We'll ride there. We're not fast traveling. Bait symbols on the map? Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. I just marked in general so I could just have a general spot and then we'll just... Actually, I'll just mark it. It's fine. Man, the love is real. Thanks, you guys. You was locked up for armed robbery. You know? That damn Russian roulette. It's a dangerous game. It keeps you on your toes. Why did Illusion thank me when I was trying to keep her locked up? I think she just saw the ad. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Apocalypse survived. I think Apocalypse has like survived every time. I put money on Illy's books every Friday. That's real support. That's real support. Taking my heart back. You can RR others. I think even if you Russian roulette someone else, they won't get timed out. Get out the way, hog. What the hell are you doing? I think it's the perfect time to try this out. Damn, hold on. It's the perfect time to try this out. Where is it? Let me hear you, damn. Yeah, I don't think, yeah, you can't. Like, you can do it, but it still does it for you. Where'd that damn hog go? Don't work. Don't work for hogs. Oh, free Phyllis. It don't work for hogs. I just figured that out. Rip. Yeah, free Phyllis. Free Phyllis. The rifle wouldn't work on a hog. Why would you think that? Because it's small. It's like a small hog, so I had to try it. Remember I was asking what's the biggest thing that it'll work on? So I just had to experiment, you know? Yeah, they got her. Hogs have thick skin? That's true. Well, now we know, you know? Them damn hogs. So bow and arrow for hogs. Got it. I just had to see, you know? Just had to do some, I got it to work. It works. I figured it out, Legate. Free roam. She's back. Now we can free roam and goddamn no warning, just buy. Yeah, it's just gone. You know, you lose Russian roulette, it's over. It's over. You know what I'm saying? It's over. You lose, it's done. It's donezo. We gotta brush Lil Jit when we get there, by the way. He's dirty as fuck. Fresh home. Glad you're free, Phyllis. You know, we're glad you're free and safe. You know, you did your bid like a soldier, like a real soldier. I actually like the cinematic mode like this. Now that I figured it out, lock Phyllis back up. What? Yeah, like Apocalypse is the king of watch time. We have to unsub from Berlizzi. He never streams. I'm not, like, you know what we should do? What we may have to do, Phyllis, is add his emotes on 7TV so you still have them, at least in this stream. We gotta go to the bait mark. I marked it. I love his emotes though. We may have to look for him in 4 hours, 40 minutes. Solo has been here like since the first day. Yeah, we're gonna have to add him on 7TV, I think. That way you can at least have him in this stream. And tell like Patty to get them, and then you put them in yours and stuff. My girl Phyllis, she locked in with me for real. She is. Look at good old little Jit. Look at him. Look at him. All right. We're here. Majestic. I'm saying. That was, yo, Arthur, brush my boy. Damn. At least survive. Let's buy the bait. You bet you are. Made so many ramen burritos. Damn. I'm glad y'all are free. You don't have to go through that injustice anymore, for real, you know? Here we go.
Come, sir, welcome.
Hello, ma'am. I'm here to buy some bait. What's the best bait? Should we just buy the swamp stuff? Time to celebrate out of town, you bet. I'm praying on any female downfalls because they aren't real. This is why your God used to live. What? My God, I have to send you something? You might have seen it before. I'll whisper it. Okay. Let me know when you whisper it and I'll check. Do we just...
Very good.
Fuck it. Yeah, we bought it all.
Okay, then.
There you go. I bought it all. Appreciate you, ma'am. There we go. Do we have to buy multiple of these? Do they break easily? I'm out of town thugging with my round. Buy more.
What do you expect to catch, huh? Enjoy.
All right, we're good. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate you. Only 1 more hour till I'm done with my overtime. There we go. There's more. We bought everything. We bought absolutely everything, brother. I'm just enjoying watching your money go down. Oh, I thought you were saying we legitimately had to buy more. Where can I wait? Hey, boy.
Hello, boy.
Good boy.
Come here.
Use the camp. All right. Oh, let me see if Phil's whispering. Hold on. 1 sec. Open up my Twitch page real quick, shall we? Let me see. Let me mute my tab real quick. Oh, got it. I got the whispers. Let me see what this is. Hello, Google. Yo, what is... I have not seen this, Phyllis. Ew. I have not seen this. This is what me and Illy were making? Ew, bro. Look at this. What is this? Ew.
Greetings, my lovelies, highs, and welcome back to another
Skip.
recipe taste test. Today I'll be doing...
Let me see what's in this. Yummy. Yeah, what? Make it stop.
Take the seasoning packet.
You couldn't even, you can't even escape it that way, Apocalypse. Okay. You tried, but you can't even escape. So she did the ramen. What is this?
Crush them up first. It doesn't say so, but it seems like it'd be a better
Damn,
idea.
this guy.
Add the crushed Cheez-Its to our ramen.
Oh, he lost.
Next, we're gonna add a ½ cup of refried beans.
Cheez-Its and refried beans, bro. Hold on. I gotta get the, hold on 1 second. We're getting the full experience here. Hold on. Volume mixer. We're getting the full experience, boys. We're getting the full experience. Hold on. Let's start this over. Hold on. Hold on. What did he do to you?
Greetings, my lovely.
What the fuck? I'm saying.
Another prison recipe taste test. Today I'll be doing
prison recipe taste
out of
test.
this book called Prison Ramen. And
There's a book for it. I've been lurking and had to come back. Prison ramen. There's a book for it.
Out of this book called
How's it, bro? Pretty good. How are you? English is hard. I like your name.
You gotta make it.
I got sidetracked. I just have to see what this is. No stars behind bars. Wet ramen burrito. This nigga gonna die. 21 Savage. I love her videos. I always go down a rabbit hole. I may have to sub. He came from lurking to go back to lurk. Yeah, you gotta lurk for this.
Name alone, right? So this is the second time
she has a prison series. I gotta look. You know what, Phyllis? We may have a new favorite channel on here.
My other prison recipe test, as you might infer from the name, this burrito
That's the
is going to be a wet one. Meaning add a cup and a half of water to this mixture to make the burrito.
A prison ramen burrito.
Jon Snow 274 gifted
Yo, Snow,
made a subscription.
thanks for the gifted, my boy.
Jon Snow 274 gifted a tier 1 sub to Tailored Made. They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
Trying to see if she makes Bruno. W Snowy. Thank you.
We're going to be cooking our burrito in the chip bag. Next,
okay, chip bag. W chip bag.
You can take the first one and place
Welcome to the Scratch Pack, Tailored. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're one of us. I mean, you've been one of us, but you know.
Next, we're going to take a package of ramen and crush everything up.
Okay, crushing the ramen, crushing it.
Take the seasoning packet.
Oh, she cute. She is.
Add that.
You're not gonna like what she's making though, Glitch. I'm not gonna lie to you. She is. She definitely is.
Then we're gonna add it to our tortilla that's in the bag.
Okay, ramen to the tortilla.
Next, we're gonna add a half a cup of Cheez-Its. I'm going to crush.
Okay, this is where it's starting to go. It's really going left here. What's she making? A ramen burrito. A prison ramen burrito. So far we have tortilla, ramen, and Cheez-Its. All right.
I'm gonna add a half a cup of refried beans.
Now we're getting refried beans in there. Yummy. This is making my stomach rumble. This is making my stomach rumble in a different way. Phyllis.
Chopped up using my Spam lid.
Okay, now they're putting Spam.
Wow.
That's a lot of Spam.
I'm supposed to add a snack size bag of Cheetos. I don't have any, so I'm substituting Takis.
Cheetos and or Takis.
That's what it looks like.
What she did to be in prison.
Jalapenos, since I don't.
I don't believe she's been in prison, but she has a prison recipe book. You know what's funny? I've made a ramen burrito before. Wait, glitched. This ramen burrito? She got a nigga in prison. Exactly. And liked it. Wait, glitch, wait. This one? You've had this one? With like Cheez-Its, refried beans, and Spam? I know I missed one of your streams, I think. Y'all be streaming late. Yeah. Is this... You had this one?
Have hot pickle.
Jalapeno? Bruh, this looks like a fucked up seafood boil, doesn't it? It's not a Cheez-It, but basically, yeah. Whoa. I do? Yeah. Killmonger's late night Skratsx.
Tailored Made gifted Jon Snow 274 a subscription. Tailored Made gifted a tier 1 sub to Jon Snow 274.
Thank you.
This is their first gift sub.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. She better make that prison alcohol next. So we got jalapenos.
Now we take our second tortilla and place
second tortilla. Snow back in the fold. He is. Welcome back, Snow.
Like that. So we're gonna.
Makes unconventional recipes. Her channel's dope. I think, like, honestly, I have to sub after this.
Squeeze and add in a cup and a half.
I was bored and wanted something new to eat, and I saw ramen burrito. Yo, glitch.
Water.
You should make, if you try stuff like that, you should make a video. Oh, the water. Oh, God. That's what kills it for me, bro. I can't. The water, I mean, it was killed for me already. Let me make that clear. But the water on the tortilla, I can't. Thanks, we married now. She doing like she was in a cell writing a cookbook. But, yeah. Scale of 1 to 10, Glitch, how would you rate it?
Let me use a towel.
Trip Delico just gifted 3 subs.
Trip, thanks for the gifteds. Yo, thank you. Whoa, what's happening? 69. We're back at 69, boys. 69 subs. Let's go. Yours was good. A solid 7. The water's the best part. What you mean? I can't, bro.
Sit for 8 minutes. Okay, see you in a bit. I wanted to make sure that the contents of this
My time to shine.
reconstituted, so I've actually let this
Check Discord beams. Okay, let me see real quick. Oh, there's a trailer.
At my age, I should know better. I try and do the best I can to manage things like my high cholesterol, but nothing ever seemed to work. So I went to see my doctor.
Something
He
told me
I
to
might
do
be
3.
suffering
It
from
was
a condition that
unintentional.
affects lots of people today.
Okay.
Not giving a fuck about what I eat. That's when I found out about the Thug Kitchen Cookbook. It's full of delicious plant-based recipes that really inspired me to get my shit together. Start eating some real fucking food.
Real food.
And now I'm feeling better.
I wonder what they make in prisons in South Africa. That's actually a good question.
I remember a time
Oh,
when I
this?
thought my kids got
It's a
enough
great
nutrition from that
cookbook.
prepackaged
The
bullshit I buy at the
kitchen.
store.
What the fuck? It's not as bad as y'all think.
I was such a lazy
Is it
fucking
not?
asshole. Now that I've got the Thug Kitchen cookbook,
Also, Trap Kitchen Cookbook is great too. Wait, is this real?
I don't play that shit
This is a real product?
I love to cook good food, but who has the fucking time to hunt down a dozen exotic ingredients just to eat better?
That's true.
Not at my age. Thug Kitchen helps me cut through the bullshit with language that I can understand.
This is legit.
You were someone you
Yo, I'm gonna buy this for my mom for real.
through dinners.
I'm gonna be like, yo, mom, happy Mother's Day. Here's a Thug Kitchen Cookbook for
Or just
real.
want to get your shit together.
Yeah, my dad has a copy of Thug Kitchen.
Thug Kitchen
Whoa.
Cookbook is right for you. Thug Kitchen is not for everyone.
I'm about to buy it.
Including people who might be offended by words like ass, shit, fuck.
Actually, I can't get it from mom. She'll be mad. She's not with these. She's not with these. You know what I'm saying?
Motherfucker.
It's got some good ones in
Some
there.
Side effects may include feeling better, looking fly as fuck, saving some goddamn money, and in some cases, increased culinary competence that could lead to becoming a skilled son of a bitch in the kitchen.
So find out today if the Thug Kitchen Cookbook is right for you.
My mom gonna knock my ass out if I get her this book. That's exactly what I was thinking. Bro, if I'm gonna look like Mike Tyson after prison, I'm gonna cop this. Thug Kitchen. All right. I gotta look at it. G, I gotta go, but I enjoy the rest of your stream. Yo, G, thanks for stopping through, man. Have a great rest of your day. I appreciate you for real. Trap Kitchen isn't even better with that language. An ex-Crip and Blood wrote it. Hold on, bruh. Hold on. I'm taking a look at those after.
Jon Snow 274 gifted
Snow.
well underscore Thas.
Thanks for the gifted.
Jon Snow 274 gifted a tier 1 sub to well
Kitchen.
underscore Thasux. They have given 3 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, my boy. We back to 70. We're back to 70. All right. After this video, I'm looking at those cookbooks. Then we're back to Red Dead. I promise.
For more like 15 minutes. All right, let's see how it is. There's some pink liquid still in there.
The water. Ew, bro.
Oh my God.
Get JJ the Thug Kitchen. Yo, I should. Bro, oh, bro, I can't.
It's a monster.
Hey, cub, mix the flour and water and eggs together, cub. You know what I'm saying? I whispered another vid, but watch it whenever. Okay.
2 tablespoons of water still left in the bag.
Ugh.
Of course, you don't have knives in prison, but I'm going to cut this in half so you guys
Why
can
that look like raw chicken? Bro,
like inside.
take the baking soda cut. God, looking at it makes me sick, bro.
Wow, that looks
Her kitchen must smell like camel armpits.
I'm really curious to see how well the
I couldn't bite this, bro. I just want everyone to know I made mine different from that. Okay. Glitched. I'm not gonna lie. When you said you tried it, I thought you meant specifically this way, the way it looked. I thought you meant this, right? This. And I was about to judge you hard. I was trying to be silent about it, but I was like, yo, I don't know about Glitch for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. She definitely was booked. She dangerous. No way she bites that. What is like, there's no way. Some do eat that in jail. I've heard some prison folks still eat like this when they get out. There's no way, bro. It looks like raw meat. That shit will give you bad breath forever. Oh, I believe it. I believe it. Look at the water pulled up at the bottom. I'm like, I gotta, driving y'all funny as fuck though.
That looks.
She's not actually eating this, right? My buddy did eat like this when he got out. Yo, this is one of those times I'd sit my friend down. I'd be like, all right, bro, we gotta have a serious convo. I'd have to talk to him like I talked to my friend when he refused to get Spotify Premium and we was in the car listening to ads. You know, I was like, hey, bro, Stop with this spirit of poverty stuff. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to live like this no more. You know what I'm saying? Like you do not have to live like this anymore, my boy. I'm that guy. Okay, here we go.
Side the burrito. All right, so let's give this behemoth a taste.
He's happy. He's like, it's jail spread. Up. Yeah, you saw that. Look at this face, bro. She don't like this. She don't like it, bruh. She doesn't. She does not like it. She doesn't. I use ramen, sausage, jalapenos, tortillas, and just made it like a normal burrito. Not with that bag shit. See, that's different, Glitch. We moving on up. My friends be making shit like that. Them niggas be missing jail. To the east side, to a deluxe apartment in the sky. I listen to YouTube with an ad blocker. Oh, that makes sense. That's a good. Yeah, she looks. This face right here looks like instant regret. You know, instant regret, bro.
It actually isn't bad,
but not good. Like, look at her face.
It's very salty, as you can imagine, because you have the salty meat.
Kitty shutting down now. Yeah.
From the ramen packet.
You know, as soon as this was over, she was like, "It actually wasn't bad." It was so good. Oh man, this book.
And all those.
Sometimes when I have to use Spotify, I'm not paying for that. We're listening to Grubhub ads. I'm not losing my $10.
Up everything pretty nicely.
Oh,
I wouldn't
bro.
call it delicious by any means, but for what it is, it really isn't bad. So everything is wrapped.
For what it isn't bad. That's a good description. Yo, I'm uploading this to YouTube, and it's gonna be, if I had to see this, you do too. It being too salty was the problem.
Tortilla. So it has this kind of vague familiarity of being something that you've eaten before, like a burrito. Just
bro,
a lot.
Look at her body language. She's having a hard time with this burrito, bro.
Just a lot wetter.
Ugh, bro, I can't. She had a second bite.
Jalapeno is a really nice contrast and kind of literal pick me up from the rest of the salty amalgam that is this burrito.
I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Everything is quite kind of squishy.
She earned this sub.
Kind of squishy. The tortillas.
Been lurking you for a few days now. Just want to let you know you're killing it. Keep up the good work. Also, keep up the awesome work. Yo, Retro, thank you so much. I appreciate you, man. W Banjo, I'm saying. Also, if you don't follow Banjo. His streams are good too. He's good. Like, his streams are really good. Give him a follow. I appreciate you, Banjo. I appreciate you. But she eats mushrooms. Yeah, she
is definitely squishy. The ramen has just a slight little bite to it, but it actually has softened up quite well with the addition of that boiling water. Actually quite surprised. If I were to compare this to the other burrito that I made, I think I'd like the other one better in terms of texture. But
what other burrito? Now I'm curious.
Tasty. So there you have it. That's how to make a prison wet burrito. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. I hope you guys learned something. Share this video with your friends. Follow me on social media. Subscribe. Show this video a little bit of love.
I'm not gonna lie.
I shall see you in the next video.
Yeah, she.
Take care. Bye.
Toilet time about to be a nightmare for this lady. Oh, she made another one. Okay, she made jailhouse candy. The other one looked a little. Yeah, this one right here. This one right here looks better. This one looks a lot better. This one looks a lot more like, okay. Babe, body that. You know what? Hey, Emmy, sub, like you earn that. This prison recipe series keeps me from doing anything remotely illegal. Yeah. If I ever think about doing crime, I'm coming straight back to this. 2.91 mil. Like, hey, I'm one of them now, my boy. I am definitely one. What else has she made? Working from home, it's a slow day. Damn. Let's see what else. Oh, she made so she makes like actual stuff too. It ain't worth it. Think about the wet prison burrito. Yeah, like one of the friends gonna be like, "Yo, let's go steal some shit, my boy. Let's go run a lick real quick." I'll be like, "Hey, bro, watch this video real quick. Watch this shit." She does. Some of it's hot dog fruit. Nah. Like, does she have a TikTok? She has to have a TikTok, right? Check out our most popular. Okay. Pull apart pineapple. A raindrop cake? What the fuck are we about to watch? No, it's what did we watch, Doc? Yo, Lino, have a good lurk. I appreciate you. Let me show you this, Doc. Let me show you. This is what we just watched, Doc. Do you see this? This is what we just watched. Sorry, been vacant receipt, man. Just busy as fuck. No, you're good, Doc. You are good. First video I ever saw of her, she was growing mushrooms. Really? Prison wet burrito. If my celly can't beat me, he go out with prison wet. Wet ramen burrito. Yeah. Fuck I come back to. This is the wet ramen burrito. It's not that bad. Yo, Glitch, you know this one is. Who the fuck recommended this? That was Phyllis. It's not that bad. I'm uploading this. I wish I stayed lurking. Honestly, I do too. I can see why. I can't look at a burrito the same. Yeah, I'm gonna need a little distance from a burrito for a little bit. You know? We have to. We're gonna have to take a little bit from it. Hey! Yo, Metaderp, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Yeah, let's get some rest real quick. That was something. You know what I'm saying? That was something. I did not recommend that. Yeah, he did not. That was not a Legate recommendation. I can vouch for that. That was not him. Oh, I muted the sound. I forgot. I was like, I can't hear anything in the game. Sleep until night? I did. I thought I did. Did I not? Scratch shush? Oh, my fault. My bad. There we go. Yeah, it wasn't. I hit the wrong button. How you been, Doc? Good? I hope you're good. Hope you've been good. You know? What's funny is Legate would be the one to send shit like, yeah, like I'd expect to see him post that burrito in the food Discord. Been good, just doing my thing. There we go. I'm not gonna be gaslit to say I did that, but it was more excited to add Daisy into the mix. Yes, I need to get that, Doc, so we can play. I gotta buy it. Shit was nasty. It was, bro. I'm gonna upload that. If I had to see this, you have to too. I should actually upload that right now. I'll make it private. I'll upload it and make it private. That was crazy. Videos. Where is it?
You what?
That was crazy. Prison wet burrito. Posted that burrito. We talking about breakfast, lunch. Wolf, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. It was horrific. It was horrific. It was horrific. I'm telling you. Oh, this is the wrong YouTube channel. I can't post it right now. Never mind. I can't. I'm on the wrong YouTube channel. I'm on the VOD channel.
Give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah. We're trying to pin the tail on that donkey. You keep saying it wasn't him. Fucking Ace Attorney Scratch. My bad. I'm sorry. I will not say anything else regarding that. All right. So we going fishing or what we doing right now? Hello? Tear down the camp. We're going fishing, brother. Objection. Clussy. If it exists, it's coming inside. Me, I eat anything. What is that? There's a gator right there. Gator. Do we try to catch it? You don't want to know? Bro, you don't want to know what Twitch recommended me just a while ago. I'm actually curious, Wolf. If you tell me what you recommended, I'll tell you what we were watching. Wrestle it, you shoot those. Yeah, we're not. You got Steve Irwin, the gator. You can't catch a gator. No, I see the gator there. I'm talking about these bubbles, though. Are those also gators? Wrestle it, Doc, we've tried it. We literally ride the night path, and we can find the night folk. We tried to, watch. Where's Grills? Back me up, Grills. Grills hasn't been there in a couple days. If you tell me, I'll tell you. Bet, I'll type it out. All right, let me load it up. I'll show you exactly what we were watching. Grills has been MIA. Yeah, I think he... Where's the word generator? We don't know. We came here for the night folk. Oh! Yeah, he's probably out cold. Playing WD2 and just trying to figure out what's worse, a motherfucker I just seen the gimp suit or that motherfucking burrito. Love cocaine, take you. There you go. There he is. Legate's got the good cosplay. All right, I got it ready for you, Wolf, when you're ready. Where's the night trail? Where's the night trail? Let's find. Legate is Grills. Is that what it is? He has always been Grills. Sit on the alligator and okay, he's doing full Grills cosplay right now. Full Grills cosplay. But I will show you what happened last time we tried. Night folk seems racially motivated. Yeah, I'm expecting to see a bunch of black people just at night. I have a few minutes for lunch and I decided to check out Twitch. Well, I was recommended a channel and I just clicked and it was a girl doing downward dog yoga. It was just chatting and her title was Build the Thick. I got hungry all of a sudden too. Oh man. Okay. Here we go. Here you go, Wolf. This is what we were looking at. This is what I was looking at. Wolf down bad. Peaches do look good. The fuck did I hear? Hey, yo. Hey, yo. What's up, Lino? Lino has I think that is my favorite emote on Twitch. That emote is too good. Can we stop looking at this burrito from hell? I'm sorry. That burrito, though, let me get back to the girl doing yoga now. Oh, man. Like, bro, downward back shot.
Hey, boy.
That emote is so good. Okay, so we're looking for the night trail. How do I find that? Let's go find the night people. Eat alligator. Yep, here we go. Grills cosplay. All right. Last time we tried to wrestle an alligator, it ended badly. That burrito would be perfect for throwing it at someone. Let's be honest. Yeah. The problem too, Doc, is that it's wet. Like they cooked the burrito in a chip bag and poured water. I'm going back on Lurk, but I better not hear that again, man. LMAO. My fault, Lito. My fault. My fault. Hey. Yo, well, that sucks. Thanks for the follow, man. Thank you. Gotta go. Have a great stream. Bye, everyone. And thanks again for the sub. Yo, thank you for the raid. Well, that sucks. Thank you. Bro, you read it so professionally. I need to try to change it up sometimes. W Reader. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Well, that sucks. I really appreciate you. Thank you for the follow. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Oh, God, that was so funny. Thank you. Yo, Legate, can we chill with the Grills cosplay so we can find the night people? Like, what happens if I just... Legate all perks. He's Grills. Like Legate like this, though?
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Thank you. The night folk are racially motivated? Oh, God. So where do we find him? Where's the night path? Should I just walk around till I find it? Kind of want to see what happens if I try to swim this. They're black people with white face paint. All right, we got to see this. Okay, there's Saul. Okay, good one, Saul. Good one. Yeah, that got me. That got me. Good one, Saul. Good one, bro. We got to ride around the swamp path. Okay. Good one, Saul. What is happening? I'm on Steam, man. What is happening? My fault, bro. My fault. You know, Saul is happening. Yeah, it's the jump scares, you know. Saul has impeccable timing. He does. So we're gonna go down the Lagris. Bro, I kicked my damn desk. My fault, bro. You know, I made them too cheap. It's too late. Just right around the path, like the road. The road. I'm truly sorry. Oh, you're good. Like this. Okay. The road. Okay. Got it. I'm not gonna lie. I just saw Phyllis's Whisper, and I feel like I have to watch it. This channel scares me now.
I am a banana.
There you go. That should help. I just saw Phyllis's Whisper, and I feel like I have to watch it. I used to have a YouTube series called Resident Evil 7 Without Flinching. I'm not afraid of scares. It's hard to get me scared.
You what? Your body needs water, so drink that shit.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bro, I literally changed the tab. Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. It really goes to show you like how many sounds we have. Twitch and Op for recommending those channel types. It is. And I hear something about being stop sending me dick pics. I'm not. Hey, you know what I'm saying? I didn't realize my jump scares have transcended over to scaring chat too, bro. Oh man.
Now, this is a man that knows how to marry his cousin.
You go catch that ramen burrito. I'm opening this for later. I'm accusing Skratsx, but I didn't though. You know what I'm saying? I didn't. So Phyllis sent me a video called 8 prison meals in different countries of the world. And I'm kind of interested. We need a ramen burrito emote. Do we make that? The problem is I can't look at it long enough to make one. You know what I'm saying? I can't look at the burrito long enough to make it. Big black booty man on my cold hard ball. Yo, bro, what was that? That's emote worthy? I think so. That was horrible. That was horrible. Yo, did y'all break the channel points bot? What's happening? Where's the wow? Am I gonna have to make the sounds? Is that gross burner? It may be. Bro, I'm in a state of shock.
Hey, yo.
Oh, there it is. There's one. I had a burrito, California. Oh, there it is. There it is. Stretch, yeah, let's take a second, shall we? Let's take a second real quick. Get a quick stretch, because this has been wild, huh?
I got that cream cheese coochie on lock.
The sounds. You never really realize how many sounds we have, huh? Until they all get played. All right, bro.
Brothers floating in the air.
What the actual fuck? I come back and I hear cream cheese. What's going on? It's just, we have a lot of sounds. This reminds me I need to put my cooldowns. Yes, you do. Cream cheese coochie lock.
And now, this is a man
Existence
that knows
is
how to marry his cousin.
We have a lot of subject. Yo, what's up, Broward? What's up, man? We have a lot of, we just have a lot of sounds over here. You know what I'm saying? We're going to meet the night people. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're going to keep going around, so I'm not going to turn right here. What did I miss? Nothing much. We watched a prison wet burrito video. I love this channel now. I'm so glad you do. I'm glad you do. Bro, I cannot stop hearing that anymore. I have to take care of my streamer. Redeems, hydrate, and stretch. Yeah, we watched a prison wet burrito video. We watched a dad video joke earlier in the stream. I'm pretty tempted to alt tab and watch 8 prison meals in different countries of the world. I'm kind of tempted to watch that Because they have China, Italy, Japan, Kazakhstan, Norway, the US, Germany, and South Korea. Wet burrito sounds freaky. Oh, here it is, Broward. This is what it was. You see that? It was something. But that's what it was. Come on, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Doc. I'm sorry. Fucking be here for it or don't. And you also missed that Skratsx Twitch recommended him yoga streams. Yes. That's foul. Yeah. Yeah. We can't keep looking at it. It was so bad that Apocalypse did. He did the Russian roulette command to try to get out. I don't know how to make that an emote, but if I can, we might. This is why we can't have nice things. I posted Skratsx dick pic in general for everyone to check it out. I definitely did not do that, but I'm running to the Discord to see what you did post. Yo. Yo. Oh my God, bro. That's majestic. God, stay out of here, please. Oh man. Oh my God. That was great. You know, I half expect to see Skratsx in front of the Dick Sporting Goods store. Bro, it's packing. Damn, Skratsx. I didn't know you had it like that. I was trying to keep it private for real. You know, I didn't mean to get exposed like this. It was an accident. It was an accident, you know? It was like the wrong person. You know what I'm saying? Wrong Discord server, to be honest.
I am a banana!
Oh, that was funny. Never knew it could unscrew. Yeah, it's for the ultimate cleaning, you know? You got to make sure that you know, cleanliness, you know. That's what it is. Where are these damn night people at? What time is it? Did not tell you. They're rare? Oh, okay. It's 3:50 a.m. I think it may be too late. We may need to go. We may need to sleep again. No, I didn't see something. It's not too late? The night folk. Yeah. You know how it is. Arc light. Don't look in cord. Yeah, don't. Keep going until oh God, don't. That makes me want to look in the. I have to. You said don't, but you know how it is. Oh my God. What is. Don't look. Damn it. Yo. Why is Kermit? I couldn't resist, man. You said don't, and now look. Look. Make sure when you're leaving, phone banana. Why is he looking like that? Oh man. I love y'all for real. Y'all are funny as hell, man. Y'all are funny as hell. Wait, it didn't go through? What? Kermit looking creepy. What didn't go through? Rig, look at that. Whoa. What the hell is happening here? What the hell? What the hell is happening here? What happened to you, lady?
You're okay. You're okay. They're gone.
All right, don't run right into the swamp. That was wild, huh? She kind of ran into the... It's dangerous out there. Hey, bye. They're going to barbecue her? Damn, yeah, like, you're running into gator territory, lady. Follow her? All right. Where'd she go? I just spent $5 million on fucking clothes. Damn. Check his cord. Wait. What am I looking at? The Kermit? Skratsx, stop. Okay, play the game. I got you. I'm playing. Sleep, it's too late. There's normally found in the northwest part of camp. Okay. Well, we're in the northeast, so it'll be over here. We'll set up camp like right. Wait, what's that light over? Smoke. Hold on. Smoke. It's too late already. Yeah, I'll camp in a second. But you know, I see smoke. I go towards smoke. You knew apparently. We don't play games. And I finally got the gift. Okay, I gotta look. Got what mission you get done? We got to chapter 3 yesterday, as you saw. We literally haven't done anything today so far. We have not done anything. Why you never listen? What? Just know it's supposed to be a gift, not a pic. I didn't check. I ain't checked nothing. Unless you just posted it. I don't see. Oh, yep. I just I looked. I looked. I didn't listen. I looked. I looked, bro. I looked. You know what I'm saying? I looked, bro. I looked. I couldn't, bro. I couldn't help it. I had to look, you know? I had to.
You're the one that's been causing trouble on what's ours. Calm down. You'd better get on out of here.
All right, he challenged me. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Hey, back up.
What the? Sorry, I had to. This dog's an op, bro. Damn. Get off me. Whoa. Skratsx, stop playing. We knew you bricked up right now. Lost honor for nothing. They shot me. And the dog killed me. Damn. I didn't know dogs were like that in this game. They say it tastes like chicken. I heard so. Because you're invading their property? Look, I saw smoke, bro. I saw smoke. Dogs were hungry? They damn sure were. Don't ever shoot the dog. Well, it just didn't happen, you know? Yo, Lassie put you in a pack. My fucking Airbud really came at me, bro. Skratsx harms innocent puppies confirmed. It attacked me. We're not going back, though. So we have to sleep. We're going to camp here, though. Yeah, you didn't want the smoke. Ignore smoke if it's a house. All right. ATF activity. Skratsx, you a monster. It's not like that. Yo, where's my... How come I... Oh, only in the wilderness. Got it. It attacked me. I wasn't trying to harm the dog. I wasn't expecting that. You know? I wasn't expecting that. Right here is good. Here we go. Should have just walked away. It wouldn't let me walk away. Wouldn't let me. He pulled out the gun and started. He started it, bro. It was not my fault. You got roasted by a 4-year-old, bitched by a Girl Scout, and mauled by a dog that got that dog in him. Yeah, it's been a rough couple days, huh? Rough couple days. Guys, you could have just told them politely to stop. I did not think about that, to be honest, you know? It was my upbringing that got in the way. My upbringing really got in the way there, you know? That's my fault. Next time, I'll be like, yep. What the hell is that? Fuck. I forgot I have a bounty. Ruffian. Fuck. Come here, little jet, real quick. I need something. Springfield. And we'll take the shotgun. Wait, rolling block. When did I get that? We'll take the rolling block. How come I can't? All right, we'll take the shotgun here. Arthur's just a big cheeseburger with a cowboy hat. Oh, yeah, W starting soon scene. Oh, thank you. Next time, just say timeout, playground rules. That's true. I'll just yell, car. Rolling block. Damn near Lagris, the night folks normally spawn right underneath there, but it has to be night. Okay. Well, it's just you, bro, so I missed. There we go. That's where the British people have us beat. They can politely convince people to stop doing things that make them unhappy, which is why they almost took over the world. That's a good point. Then they ran into us ruffians over in the United States. Remember, always search for fire, and if there ain't shit, we run away. Okay, got it. From now on, that's what we'll do. You damn bounty hunters mess with the wrong motherfucker. Or water. Yeah, true. We'll ignore that part. Didn't mean to do that either. Didn't mean that. All right. Let's set up camp, shall we? And rest till evening. What time is it? You killed the horse? No. Movie quote. From now on, that's how we do it. Exactly. 6:40 p.m. Let's wait a little bit. Let's tear down the camp and we'll start riding around. Put this camp out. There's bounty hunters out. It's not quite night yet. Yeah. You said northwest, though, right? Anybody see Mikey Williams was arrested? Mikey Williams got arrested? For what? The M near Lagris, the night folk normally. Okay. Here? Yeah. Marsh. Just guess. Oh God. Let me see. This motherfucking Mikey Williams, bro. Assault? Oh my God, bro. Partner, you're gonna catch a wet burrito if you nod in your accent, partner. I'm very sorry. Assault with a deadly weapon. God damn. If it doesn't immediately spawn there, go back and forth until it does. My horsey's name is Too Legit to Quit. That's actually a really good name, Arclight. Damn. Come on, Mikey. Come on, bro. Damn. But that's fucked up for real, though. Like, these new athletes be killing me. I know. Especially, like, it's always when they're about to get a bag, too, bro. Also, don't get near the mark until it's night. Okay. I won't. Like, it's always right when they're about to get a bag that they do shit like this. He's on his Ja Morant. Yeah, he put the ski on. Ja Morant's best friend. There it is. You know what I'm saying? Yo, do we have to play that Jawbreaker again? Let me look. One of my favorite videos I've ever been sent. Let me go to my DMs. Apocalypse sent it. You saw Ja Morant's first game back. Pause. Jawbreaker! Everyone saw Ja Morant's first game back, right?
Anyway, I started blasting.
You see?
In this opening round series,
You saw Ja Morant's first game, bro. Like perfect timing. It was Glock ball. You know what it is. You know how it goes. Damn, Mikey Williams, bro. Of course, they do be killing me with this. Damn, you're gonna get attacked by the night folk. These damn people's knees are always growing. Just disappointing, the young man. I'm saying, bro. It was a good opportunity for him to come up too. It was a good opportunity. Damn. I got a Glock and a cog. Interesting quote. Good quotes. That's crazy, bro.
You okay, boy?
You okay, boy? I hope you're okay. Hope you're good, boy. I just don't understand what be pulling him into stuff like this. I don't understand it. Up, smoke. Please don't be by a house. Legit so tall and masculine. He really is. He's the best horse in all the world, brothers. I see the smoke. Let's see what it is. He's such a good horse.
There, boy.
Scratch, fuck pumpkin pie, bro. I'm saying, like, if one has to go, it has to be pumpkin pie. Especially when it's obvious that they're going to make a bag. It's always right before they're going to make a bag. Or Ja Morant. This man's going to be rude. I can always already tell. Let's see. Wait, let me show chat what Sheps is talking about before I go. I know we're going to have to get the lasso ready. I know we're going to have to get the lasso ready. Where is it? So earlier on Twitter, this popped up. And I said, pumpkin has to go. Which one? What do you think? Which one has to go here? Pumpkin pie is fire and sweet potato is ass. Ooh. So you got peach cobbler, sweet potato, pecan pie, and pumpkin pie. I said pumpkin's got to go. I said pumpkin's got to go, bro. Sweet potato got to go. Sweet potato's ass. I said, like, my direct tweet, pecan can go. Pumpkin, get that shit out of here. Like, see? Like, I was like, either one of these, like, I don't have a problem with, but it's got to be pumpkin. Pecan and pumpkin. Add up. Pumpkin out of here. Who doesn't like pumpkin pie? I just don't really fuck with it, to be honest with you. How did you try it warm? Smart man. Like, I just look. As long as it's not one of these two, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? These two, because peach cobbler, bro. Me and Broward are standing our ground. Yo, like, hey, man. Peach cobbler. No, I never tried it. Just sound ass. You like apple pie? I do like apple pie. You know what's funny? I like apple pie, apple sauce, and apple juice, but I hate base apples. I hate apples like the base form. That's what I thought till I tried it. Pumpkin, get them out. 1,000-year dungeon. I agree. Same. Yeah. Like, base apples, Pecan is how you pronounce pecan, how you pronounce it, and say it real fast. Bring pumpkin pie to my family gathering. They're going to give you the meanest side eye. Pecan pie is a magical experience. Yo, I love this. You know what's funny, Arclight? And I get criticized for this. Pecan, right? So, pecan pie, right? I don't actually like pecans, so I pick them off. But this part right here is magical. Whatever the fuck this is magical. But I pick the pecans off because I hate them. Pecan. A pecan. Pumpkin always gets 1,000 years dungeon. I agree. Just hopped on a rust for 2 minutes and gathered all my pumpkins from far. Who trying to see the haul? Post it in the cord. Post it. You know, apples make me sick. I just don't like them, bro. They make such good everything else. Pecan pie. It's like bird shit consistency. I can see that. Pecan, like, not pecan. Pecan. Look, okay, you know what? We're going to solve this once and for all, bro. Hold on. I got you. We're going to solve this. Pecan pie. Apples make me sick. Strange. I just took a bite out of an apple. I actually just don't like them. Y'all tweaking?
How do you say pecan? 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 Why are we so confused about the name of this nut?
I got your links now.
Part of it has to do with regional preferences. But more important than that is the
pecan is the British way of saying it. Depends on where you grew up. That's true.
Europeans knew nothing of the pecan.
I don't like
Spanish explorers
pecans. I just pick them off the pie.
River in southeastern Texas in the 1500s.
Done. Have a look when you're ready. Got you.
Called them nueces.
Oh my God! It's always like, come on, bro. Just get to the point. Yes, you said it right. Oh, Wolf used to force feed me apples when I was 7. Hello?
The name of this smooth, pinkish brown
Pecan
nut
is uppity.
is an edible kernel similar to a walnut.
Get to the pronunciation, bro.
In English, it is normally said as pecan, stressing on the first syllable, pecan. In American English, however, it is usually said
You ever been to Pecan Lodge in Deep Ellum? I have, actually.
Stressing on the second syllable. Pecan versus pecan. Here are more.
See? Pecan or pecan. Pecan or pecan.
The goddamn thing she want to do. She said, Mac. I said, yeah, that's my name. She said, can I ask you a question? I said, yeah. She says, does pussy taste like pumpkin pie? Made me mad as hell. Don't ask me no damn question.
You like them or Terry Blacks?
No pumpkin pie. Kick ass.
I think Terry Blacks.
She said, Mac. I said, yeah, that's my name.
I think Terry. Pecan. I think Terry. Where's the right pronunciation? Did neither one of them say it? Just frame 10 more stacks. Let me pull this up. That is a lot of pumpkins, bro. That's a lot of pumpkins. Terry's was top tier. I think so. I agree. Terry's. I put too much effort in the game. I've never played Rust. Why does that make me laugh so? Pecan or pecan. God, I gotta close this tab. Sorry, flashbang. The Ohio meme is still going strong. Ohio meme. Okay.
Listen up, you get the hell away from here and stay there. Just get out of here, damn it.
Oh, don't mind me.
That's it.
Stay right there.
Yeah, we're not taking this disrespect anymore. Rust is goated.
Come on, man.
We're not taking this disrespect anymore.
Help me.
What the fuck was that? Burn that boy. That's why you rolling up on random people's hoods. I see smoke, I go to smoke. You know what I'm saying? I just got to see what's going on. You know, if they're nice, they live. But if they're rude, you know, see what happens. Don't be rude, boy. Tell them what I done. Scratch the campfire killer. How many people have I done that to now? I've done it to too many people at this point. Like 10, I think so, yeah. Did I see a glizzy burrito with hot Cheetos in it? It looks like that, chefs. It looks like that, but it's ramen. So I'll break down the ingredients. We have Takis, Cheez-Its, Spam, and ramen. Okay, I can't look at it anymore. Ooh. Every time we show it, he Russian roulettes. It reminds me of her. Apocalypse Russian roulettes when he sees it. Bro almost threw up. I'm saying, bro. God, I need to pour bleach into my eyes. The YouTube video is literally going to be called "I Had to See This, So You Do Too." God, that was tripped into. Where Cass at? It's his B-Day. It's his birthday? Where is Cass? It's RR. Exclamation mark. Oh, for roulette. There you go. There's the commands. For Russian roulette, it's RR. That's that Cell Block 6 burrito? It is. I sent a meme in the Discord that needs to be watched.
What's up, guys? It's one Nelly, Billy, Hunter, Scott, Michael, Arnold.
Yo,
fuck off.
Dom.
Hate that even more.
Dom, thanks for the raid.
Why am I up here?
Welcome in.
I just flew into fucking
Welcome
orbit.
in, Raiders. That's an odd place to pause with the raid. It was. Yeah, it was. How we doing, bro? We are fantastic. You know, we have had quite a stream so far. Quite a stream. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's been get back to the meme. No, we appreciate the Raiders. I'm alive. I'm glad you're alive, Snow. Welcome in, Raiders. How was the stream? What'd you play? Here's the meme while we're doing this.
What's up, guys? It's Quandale, Billy, Hunter, Scott, Michael,
They
Arnold.
timed me out, free me.
Oscar Dingle Sr. here.
Free
I was
Broward.
lubing my sister's cooter
Then I
up
never
by my
went.
stepdad.
Insurgency
And
Sandstorm.
babysitting
Yo,
until I couldn't
welcome
sit on my
in.
bare ass for a week.
Welcome in,
My
everybody.
Uncle Salamander Weasel got in a car accident after he stole his newly deceased
Chef
mother's
survived.
car.
He did.
I drank a whole bottle of whiskey. And
So,
started
also, if you don't know, if you lose Russian roulette, you get timed out. You get timed out for a minute. I'm just letting you know. If you lose, you get timed out. It's automatic. That's the risk of Russian roulette. It's really good. We've been chilling with some Insurgency Sandstorm and meeting awesome new people. Interesting. Stop trying to ignore the vid.
his mother's car. I drank a whole bottle of whiskey.
Replay that video. I heard up to this point.
Until I couldn't sit on my bare ass.
Oh, speaking of this, yo, who wants to play some Subway Surfer for me? Record it and give me the gameplay. You heard the My Sister's Cooter part? I did. I will replay it for you. But who wants to play some Subway Surfers and give me the gameplay video?
What's up, guys? It's Quandale, Billy, Hunter, Scott, Michael, Arnold, Jacob, Lathrop, Kevin, Steve, Oscar.
Almost got me, but I sucked to put out the gun.
Cooter up by my stepdad, and he beat
I heard that part. See,
I couldn't sit on my bare ass for a week.
This is a masterpiece. W Subway Surfers meta. Yeah, I just need some gameplay.
Newly deceased mother's car.
It's the TikTok meta we're doing.
Whiskey and started pickle rubbing with my cousin.
I love Subway Surfer. Yo, who wants to? I think the GTA ones do better. Okay, GTA game. I haven't seen GTA gameplay. You can surf on this ween. I mean, I don't think I can put that on TikTok. You know, GTA? Like, I haven't seen a GTA one where people are playing GTA underneath. I need to see that. Because, like, Subway Surfers goes crazy, especially if it's bad gameplay. Like, someone do just terrible. Like the cars doing parkour and shit. Oh, let me see if I can find a video to download. Hands. Right here. Right here. If no one does it, I can do it later after I'm off work and send it to you. Yo, I appreciate that. Thank you. GTA races are wild. I need GTA parkour race. I need some footage. Maybe I'll do both. Is it like this? I'm just going to steal someone's video at this point. Oh, no, he has captions. I can't steal his. Yo, the captions on stream be wild. Mine? Are they messing up again? Someone screenshot, do them side by side. Yes. GTA on top, and then Subway Surfers on bottom. Then the video on the other side. Yeah, we're going to do that. That's going to be the meta. Mine? Yeah, man, yours? Someone send me a screenshot of what they're saying. The number one first playthrough stream on the Red Dead Redemption 2 section. Am I actually? Do you want me to do really good or just get a run in and crash? Do a run in and crash. So even if people don't watch the video, they get really frustrated by the gameplay. If you use the first playthrough tag, you are. Interesting. 10 in bomb to Subway Surfers on bottom. That's what one caption said. The real Subway GTA cancer. You know how it is. I'm about to spam it. That's the meta. W gaslighting tactics. It's the meta. I have to. So what I need is, we need other reasons for people to comment. So it has to be bad. But like, not so bad where people are just like, wow. Like, it has to be frustrating, you know? Like, have you seen the ones where they just don't get rings and shit? You're now first on Red Dead? Yo, what's up? We're dominating this category. Let's go. Frustratingly bad, I see. You know? Because I've seen like the Reddit videos where that happens. I can manage this. Please do. Please do. Like, we need some frustratingly bad. Play the game before they all leave. Yeah, we need some frustratingly bad content. You know? The fuck was that scream? Like, it has to be decent, bad to where you look at it and say, I could have did better. Exactly. You know, where you're like, how did you miss that? You know, not the one where you're just running into subways and shit. But like, what the hell was that? Have you killed an alligator yet? Yes, one with that photo mission. What's up, brother?
You okay, mister? Please.
Plus the generic force talking shit. You know what it is. You seen it.
Please. I've been bitten by a snake. I need medicine.
Chat. We're not doing anything sus here. Suck him. Help him. Suck it. Suck. All right.
You need to suck the venom out.
There we go.
Okay.
Here we go. Hands. We're sucking. There we go. Suck it out of him. Cock. No, this dude got a kick for getting sucked off by Arthur. Ew.
Hopefully, I will repay you someday.
Asked and she jumped. I was being fair. I didn't say, yo,
Suck
hey,
him
you
dry.
lying bitch. I don't believe.
Nani? There we go. For the record, don't ever do this. Isn't that bad? You know you like it. Arthur, not a word, you hear?
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
Yeah.
Bang.
We we're good now. That didn't happen, for the record. That just act like that didn't. Also, a screenshot of you caption you requested. Yes. Mouth germs are way more harmful than the bite.
You what?
He started blasting inside of it. Should have just shot his leg off. I think so.
This is a man that knows how to marry his cousin.
I think. Who got mouth germs? Everybody has mouth germs. I think we should have just gave him the medicine, to be honest. That was a little too intimate. I think that was a little too intimate. Is that a snake? No, I think it was. I love sucking big black legs. Okay, interesting. Sometimes you just gotta suck a dude. Like just then, you know? Just then. Let's not go all the way. Sometimes, you know? I'd like to suck those chicken legs fried. Check your map. Like sometimes, you know, you just do. Isn't that bad? Yeah, the person sucking the venom can also get poisoned since the venom can seep into between their teeth. Interesting. Yeah, like in the heat of the moment. Holy shit. Yo, Snow, there he is. There's Yoru right there. Welcome back, Yoru. Skratsx new contested on Ghetto Gaggers. This was a time back in these days you could get into a gunfight by the baddest man on horseback and catch a cold and die the way life intended. Drive there, go back and forth until it appears. Get on the horse, Arthur. I got teeth like SpongeBob. I'm good. Let's brush first. And then let's put my hat on. 25 viewers? Damn. It's 25 of you on here? Welcome. Yo. Damn. Yo, what's up, everybody?
What are you doing around here this time?
I'm just riding my horse, buddy. You got an issue? Yo. That's crazy. Bro, you're supposed to die from colds, but medicine. TNT flex bomb? What kind of caption is that? They're going to spawn right here, right? Ride back and forth down this road? Okay, got you. I don't think it's quite nighttime yet. Oh, actually it is. Coronavirus is supposed to wipe out the weak, but medicine. Oh my God, they're not going to spawn because there's more bounty hunters coming. These motherfuckers, bro. We got to pay the bounty. Yeah, they're going to ruin it. Let's kill them and then go pay the bounty.
Yeah.
So they're going to die and then we're going to pay the bounty. These liberals. These damn libs. Got him. Got him. Where's your friend at? Oh shit, he's close. You know what? Let's do this the nice way. I was gifting this up to your channel. I didn't know what that means. Oh yeah, you're gifted now. You have your emotes. Lurk while I own some food, bro. Yo, have a good lurk. Have a good lurk. Now you have the emotes. You have the emotes. Get her done. Not going there good. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're stabbing this one. Guys, just knock him out. You want to knock him out or you want to stab him? There we go. Don't ever ride around here again, buddy. Boring? My bad. W Mercy, no. That football tackle was nice, right? All right, let's go pay this bounty real quick. Headless rider incoming. Yeah, he's gonna come back. You thought you was done with me, boy? You thought you... I love to stab my victims before I fuck my victims. Wow, that's quite the admission there, you know? That is quite... All right, I'm leaving. I'm gonna get banned. That was a wild one. Okay, we need to pay this bounty off. Let's go to the mail place. Go to Rhodes. Awesome alien dev off a yerk. Mod check. Yo, we should go to Saint and email. All right, the FBI's on to me. Yeah, you know that's why you can't admit stuff like that. You know, you got to keep that to yourself. Not that I'm advocating for that, obviously.
FBI, open up!
Awesome, they're here. Run, bro. They're here. They're here. You need to pump your shotgun and say with an accent, "The town is back the way you came from." Oh, that's the way. You thought I was feeling you? Pop's head like a grape. The fuck is the yerk? Check to see if you got mail too. Okay. One of these people's is grills, I swear. What if it is? What if he has like multiple accounts? You know, Grills is gonna come back through when we're not used to him anymore, and we're all gonna be shook. That burner going crazy. Avalanche threw an innocent person off a cliff yesterday on Red. Alu did? He threw an innocent person off a cliff? Well, I guess Red Dead 2 is cheap. It is. It is. Damn. Alu's like that, bro. Screenshots in, by the way, my dude? Okay, let me see. Alu's like that for real. The real Subway GTE cancer and all this, but suspended. That's the time. Yeah, my captions just don't want to work, huh? They just don't want to work. They just don't. The real Subway GTE cancer and all this time, but suspended. That's them at a. It's trying. You know, it's trying its best. It's got to learn. He got beat by a Mexican gunslinger and didn't want to pay shit. A for effort? Yeah. You know, it's a good try. It's trying. He lost to the Mexican gunslinger. I just paid him. E for effort. Okay. I'm good with that too. Alu's fucking funny, bro. Alu's funny. Gave it a good college try, exactly. On RP? No, he did it in the story. Overtime is finally finished. Hallelujah. 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 Go check the mail. Nice. Yes, sir. We are glad. Okay. Swing your ass home and play. Spark what? They robbed something? You know I can't let you boys.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Kill those boys? I'm gonna let them ride. They can ride. Let's get some tonic down in the French Quarter. You're too slow. No, I decided to let him ride. I'm letting him ride. There was a person talking about Domino's. What? What happened to Grills? I don't know where he went. He may be in school, to be honest. Yeah, no snitching. I think he may be in school. I don't know how old he exactly is, but I know he's a kid. I don't think man is coming back. Probably not. 16, probably like 16-ish. Maybe younger. I think he may be like, yeah, like 14 to 16, somewhere in there. You know? The cable car's real fast, boy. He's also a UK bruv. I think I'm the youngest one here. I think you are until Ramen comes through. Yeah, he's a little nigga for real. Start a raffle. Got you. I'll do it for the max amount. It's only 6K. He's the random guy in the World Star comments saying wild shit. He is. That's actually exactly what he is. We're about to collide. I like how he's at least 18. Yo, what the fuck? Calm down, buddy. Oh, my bad. I think you're the youngest. Yeah, he was hating for real. That wasn't my fault. That was not my fault. He was hating. But I think you're the youngest, Yoru, till Ramen comes through. Look out. But Ramen's also in school, so. Me and Snow are rich and are entertaining peasant raffles. An 18-year-old wheeler full of ramen turned over last week. The payload loss was $60. I can't look at ramen the same for a little bit, to be honest. After that video, I can't do it.
I don't even want to know where that money came from.
Shut up, brother. Let's pay all.
I'm shocked you didn't get jumped walking in here with that kind of price on you.
Mr. Mustache, hell yeah. That is a mustache, ain't it? Do we have any mail? We don't have any mail. Check your mail to see if you got any. I don't have any. I don't have any mail. Nobody sends me letters. Good job, Johnny. All right. Let's go find the night people. So the night people, we're not going to get there in time. You want bribe money? The hand says it all. Mary should send us a letter? Oh, I guess she'll send one eventually. We're not giving no bribe money. Does he sell mustache cream? I wish. We need it. We have to twirl the mustache. Damn. 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 Another opponent gone. Damn. Damn. Is it time for a chat stimmy? I'm on a lost streak. Is it time for a chat stimmy? Do we need a stimulus? Oh, there we go. Give me 2 million real quick. Yo, Legate, you're rich as fuck. You don't need 2 million more points. The textures make me sick. Like, bad? Like, super bad? Oh, I guess I can see what you're saying. I need a stim pack is what I need. I can get you a stim pack. If I make myself not rich, will you? I'll consider it. Look at that sunrise. Look at it. W baby mom. We need to camp.
Morning, friend.
Morning, friend. We need to camp real quick, and then we'll go to it. My beard is patchy in different colors. You know, the type, the kind of patchy beards you saw getting arrested in the episodes of Cops for decades. The part that I wish would grow is this. I just don't have that. You know? I thought, look how they would enjoy that. I will stimmy everybody. Not that kind of stimmy, buddy. Not that kind, buddy. Let's go to sleep out here. Beard is good, bro. Like, I'm happy with this, but I hate that I have a patch right here. I hate it. Did you know Micah's voice actor actually has mutton chops? He needs to go to like arrested. Mutton chops should be banned. I seen people with taco meat on their face. Yeah, I do love. I think it's interesting that my hair texture is different from my beard texture. This is why you need to invest in big booty niggas like John. They always pay back. They do. Micah's voice actor actually looks like him. Mine is too. Yeah, mine's very different texture. Like it's straight almost. Does size matter? Sometimes. Yo, I'm killing it today. You are. Sometimes. You know? Sometimes. Look at you. Look at you, Snow. Look at you, man. The coochie water helps it grow. It does. That's what I've heard. That's the beard. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Also because beard hair is technically proof. Yeah, that's true. It's just on our face. Got 4 inches of furry, my boy. There you go. A fury. There you go. There you go. You know? I'm just mad about the mustache because my dad's grows perfectly. Just use your fingers and tongue if you don't got it down below. True. So I don't know where this like mustache disconnect came. Okay. We need to camp. We can get out there by nighttime. 2-inch gang. Hey. I'm gonna blame it on your mother. Give it time. For some it took literally until 36 to be good. Okay. I can wait till then. 5 years. It's her fault for your beard. Okay. I got you. I got what you're saying. Rip ads. Yo, I am sorry. This guy. It's her fault for your beard. Ad block, my man. Yeah. I would give him an inch for my 2-inch bros. Any day. Sharing is caring. You damn right it is. You damn right it is. Scratch, you should get waves. I think my hair is like way too long for waves now. My hair almost goes to my chin. Almost. Like after it goes, like when it's wet, it'll pass my chin. But when it dries, it'll go about to like right here. Daddy's back, little boys. Yo, what's up? Twitch got to make that paper somehow. Yeah, they do. Wait, did we sleep till morning? What the fuck? Damn it. Wasn't paying attention.
It's Eric underscore Killmonger gifted the underscore retro
Thank you for
underscore
the
banjo a subscription.
Airville?
It's Eric
Just
underscore
embrace, like we've seen it
Killmonger
before.
gifted a tier 1 sub to the underscore retro underscore banjo. They
Just
have given
embrace.
3 gift subs in the channel.
See? Just embrace right now. It's almost time for him to come out, though, to be honest with you. Branded, you're one of us, buddy. It's official. Banjo, you're one of us, buddy. It's just in braids. I think I have to take him out soon, though. You know? Yeah, Killmonger's goated. He really is. Why am I struggling with this? I want to be one of you. Yo, Snow, there's Yoru. Yeah, my boy looks good. Yo, appreciate that. I'll take it out for you. Yo, what's up? What's up, Genty? What's up? We're trying to meet the night people. What's up? How are you? One of us. Snow, Yoru's right there if you're looking for him. Yeah, there he is. Wait, what time is it? 6:58? Okay, we got time. Night people. Goths? Not quite. I do love a good goth, though. That should look tight as fuck in your head. Bang, loosen it. This right now? It's not right now. Right now, it's not. The reason it was tighter earlier is because it felt last time. It fell off when I was sleeping. Biggers. Imagine goth babes. Those are rare. They are. Yeah, they're definitely not around at this time. You mean the people burning the cross? No, not the clan. We're not after the clan. I don't think the clan are here. Yeah, like right now, it's actually kind of loose on my head. Higgler Diggler.
Oh, please help.
What the hell? What the hell's wrong with you?
All right, friend. All right. You're gonna be okay. You're gonna help
People try to stab you? Kind of.
I need a doctor.
Well, you're dead, mister. I'm not a doctor.
You gotta.
Lumbago. I think so. What do you want, bro?
Please.
Why do they always... What the hell happened to him? Did you get bit by a gator?
Do something.
Why motherfuckers always need your help? I'm saying. Especially when I'm trying to do something. I'm trying to see the night people.
Stay alive.
Hot dogs and Doritos. I'm not gonna lie to you. Having been a poor kid, I don't really fuck with hot dogs like that anymore, to be honest with you. The night people are pretty much their attempt at Undead Nightmare in this game. Okay. I want to see them. I'm interested. Even doctors are not really doctors these days. Yeah, there isn't much they can do. The mission's good for you. You gotta go fast with him. All right, got it. Meal of the future heart disease patient. Like, I don't really... Yeah, hot dogs are overrated. I don't really like them, bro. I had them way too much as a broke kid because they're cheap, you know?
We're nearly there. Just hold on a little longer, all right? Almost.
Red Dead with chaos mods, though? I've never played... I didn't know there were chaos mods, to be honest.
Stay awake.
Ho, ho, ho. Real doctors don't do shit for me ever. We're almost there. Don't you die on me, brother. I love the chaos mod. What does it do? Besides, I know like it adds chaos, obviously, but like how?
Don't you give up now.
Back in these days, people went to the barber for dental work. What a time to be alive, man. Randomizer was stupid stuff. It's not for a first playthrough? Yeah, I'd imagine it's not. I'd imagine it's not. Up. Probably should have walked this part.
My arm. I can't feel it anymore.
Calm down. I would never eat hot dogs as a kid. I was picky, so now I like them. Yeah. Like, now that you didn't really eat them as much as a kid, I can understand it. But, like, as a kid, I had them way too much.
Quickly, bring him in here.
It's in GTA. It has random effects every 30 seconds. That sounds crazy. It adds random mods like makes you an animal or flings you, responds you. Chat gets to vote. Oh, that's actually cool. Yeah, just a little off the top and straighten out the grill. Thank you kindly, sir.
Hurry, please.
I am. I'm setting him down. Damn, sir. I only did one playthrough. Do I need to go back for round 2? Try it. Hot links are better anyway. Oh, God, they are. They are. Sounds chaos, huh? It does. Watch the doctor does to him. Okay.
Sure. There's also the matter of my payment.
I can see getting tired of them for sure.
But we'll deal with that later.
All right. All right.
Let's first person this.
Blood loss. This wound's badly infected.
Let's watch the full surgery. All right.
But I'll have to amputate it.
What?
Motherfucker looks like Alfred. He kind of does. Here we go. Uh-oh.
I'll give you something for the pain.
Let me back up just a tad.
There you are. That'll knock him out for a while. You did a good thing.
His eyes are still open, Doc. He's not knocked out.
I'd recommend moving along.
Ask him if he's having a bully day. Doc, his eyes are open, bro. He's not knocked out. Doc, his eyes are open.
Come to this.
Doc, no. Oh, God. That's... Oh, God. Tell him to throw it back. Doc. They got to make everyone Lenny mod. Watch from the other side. Okay. Oh, bro. Is this part of the main story? No. That's Schmeat. That's crazy. Let's watch the full. I mean, I got you. Damn. You don't remember? This was a random encounter. It was a random encounter. Damn. You just threw that shit in the state of the art 1899. What the fuck? He's like, don't need this no more.
Well, you're in a bad way.
Someone, this man, he didn't cauterize it or anything. Zero sanitation. I could have had that arm.
Jon Snow 274
Snow.
gifted Yorabella
Thanks for the gifted.
Jon Snow 274 gifted a tier 1 sub to Yorabella.
Thank
they
you.
have given 4
Have a good
gift
lurk,
subs
Sheps.
in the channel.
Hey, I could have ate that damn arm. Some people have had limb funerals. Why the fuck's he let Arthur watch? I don't know. I'd be mad as fuck during these times. Yeah, like any minor inconvenience to your limbs and it's gone. Yo, that is that U.S. healthcare. Sorry, drive right now. You're good. You're good. W gifted. Drive safe, Snow. That's crazy.
That was good work, Doctor.
What percent does Twitch take from each sub? 50.
Wounds like that'll kill you if you aren't careful.
What happened to his arm? I actually have no
You
idea.
just lost the arm.
Yeah, 50%.
It's nice of you to stay, but don't.
One paper cut, your whole leg coming off. Exactly. Yeah, they take 50% ad revenue. I mean, 50% sub.
Let's let him rest.
All right, like I'm trying to leave. 50% ad revenue and 45% ad revenue. Wait, did I say ad rev? Lose my arm, my villain art, 100%. Like, damn. He got shot in the arm, and the bullet was in the arm. Oh. That means you're making enough to be a new gaming PC every year. That was crazy.
Done my share.
Lose my finger, John Wick. You damn right.
Okay, fella.
Talk to him. You couldn't. The guy that's passed out. No, he's passed out. That's $22.44 a year. Pretty good for streaming with your current sub amount if it stays. We've been holding around this much pretty consistently for the last 2 months. We didn't have means to extract the bullets, so bye-bye limb. That's crazy. Yeah, and he still might die. Like, it's not even guaranteed he's saving. You know what I'm saying? Like, he could just die. Bro deserves more viewers for real? Yo, I really do appreciate that. Honestly, like, the viewer count has been crazy lately. It's been crazy. He's bitten by a gator. He wasn't shot. The blood loss. Yeah, the blood loss is hard to survive. 1,000 before the end of the year, and Daddy Skratsx is going to TwitchCon. You damn right. You damn right. Damn right we are. You damn right. Partner papers. You know what I'm saying? We pushing. We're pushing. So the first partner goal is 75 average viewers. Like consistently. 29 viewers, W. Yo, I appreciate everybody. Yo,
just gifted
Strange, thank you for the gifted. That's for everyone who's gifted. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. We about to get a hype train? Damn, like, y'all going crazy today. What's going on? Sorry I haven't been around much, but a bunch of love, bro. No. Life always. Life always. You know I love you. You and Addy. You know what I'm saying? You forgot no homo? That's because I didn't need that. Get this man a sponsorship with Kool-Aid and Gucci. I'm saying, look, let me tell you something. One of the reasons that I have not joined Dread Gang for my hair is because wait till this chat blows up, bro. I'm going to be that nigga in the shower that shows his hair. He's like, this is my hair routine. I'm about to get in the beauty community sponsors. You know what I'm saying? The beauty community sponsorships. You know what I'm saying? Just you wait. The beauty, bro. I'm going to be doing the hair care routines. You feel me? You're going to see me like from the back, just like conditioner, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The skincare ones, you damn right. You damn right. Hell yeah, brother. Bro finna have a whole clan of beauty members playing peaches. Just let Jergens hit me up, bro. Let me tell you something, bro. I'll do a gold bond sponsorship. Do it. You know what I'm saying? Let the Vaseline cocoa butter want to sponsor. I'd go crazy. Like, bro, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, bro. I am telling you. The hell did I just run? Oh, I ran over a bird. I can imagine bro in an advert. Oh, I'd 100%. I want to salute sponsorship so bad. Watch. We all gonna have sponsors like crazy. It's all gonna go crazy. I promise. The Skratsx clan. No. No. The KSK. No. Bro gonna get sponsored by Manscaped. I'll be doing that Shaq face. You know that Shaq meme? Where is it? Let me find it. No, not that one. He has too many memes, but this one. This one right here. I'll have that. I will have that. You know what I'm saying? That'll be me. AK-47 coffee. I can't do coffee because I've talked about how I don't drink it. You know what I'm saying? Tired of that sweaty area? Dry it out with some Gold Bond. I promise it can handle any crack. You know what I'm saying? I have 2 sponsorship and I don't even shout them out that much. I was so young and dumb. Yo, Papa John's, better pizza, better bitches. G Fuel, yeah, we got it. Like, we're gonna take them all. Well, not all of them, but eventually. I don't drink coffee either, to be honest. I just don't really like it. You know, I'm not a big fan. I have an energy one and a water one. Wait, you have a water one? Gamer subs over G Fuel. Why? I've never had either one. Papa John's kills my belly every time. Water? Yeah, what water one? Yeah. That's called Epic Water Filters. It's that bullshit as fuck. We're about to get sponsored by the furry community. No, we will not. Let me tell you something. We will never take a furry sponsorship. I don't care how bad it gets over here. The furries can stay away. Stay away, furries. They can stay away, bro. Like, we do not want them. We do not want them, bro. Bro knows Victoria's Secret. Could you imagine a Victoria's Secret sponsor for nothing? Like, they'd be like, yo, sir, do you want a furry sponsor? Hell no. Get out. Get. Bro, for real hates furries. Have you found them yet? No. Wait, it's portable? Like a Brita filter, but a little more expensive and portable. Interesting. Hell no. We don't want furries around here. Not in these damn parts. Put on this wolf outfit. Yeah, you want to put this wolf outfit on for $500? Do you want to kiss my ass, you furry son of a bitch? Go back and forth and come here? I am. I thought... Did I just hit another animal? Damn. They dying left and right. Sugma. Use code STRANGE for 20% off of the checkout. W plug. Oh, Bean Man. I didn't even hear it. We got the Bean Man redemption. We love you, Bean. I cannot believe I didn't hear that. I am so sorry. We love Bean Man. It's probably when I was yelling about furries. Oh, the bot's delayed. The bot's delayed. What? It's delayed. There it is. There it is. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Bot can't handle chat. Yeah, it can't. It can't. I worked with a furry. He had a $2,000 fox suit. Man believed he was a fox. Bruh, that's what I'm saying. I can't do it, bruh. Look, I love everybody. I want everybody in here. Except the damn furries. They can leave. If you're a furry, bring back bullying, honestly. I'm saying, if you're a furry and you're in this chat, get out. Believe, just go in a zoo and tell them to go in. Like, let me tell you, if you believe you're a furry, you can get out of here, brother. You are not welcome. Furries can go far, far away. I'm saying, get. Yeah. It's a cult. It is. It's it. Even the racist bad. It is a cult. Put it with a real animal and see what happens.
This is a private matter.
Sorry, bud. We gotta save the women's. Damn, did she die? Oh, no, we're good. We're good. Oh, I didn't mean that. No. No, I didn't mean to kick her. I was trying to cut her loose and he kicked her. No. No, bro. No. It said cut free, so I hit B and he kicked her. Damn. Hit on Arthur. Typical. Damn. I'm a pretty educated guy, pretty open-minded, but there's some things I don't understand in this world. That is one of them. I agree. Damn. Well, sorry. Anyways, that was the classic. Did not mean that. I was just trying to be a hero, and sometimes it don't work. The guy who shot it did it. Yeah, I sprinkled some crack on him too, just in case. Just in case they really needed a motive. Evening. That's crazy. Who did that?
I beg your pardon.
Whoops. Who did that? Not me. You want to know how you know it wasn't me? Look at this honor. Look how high my honor is. I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy. You can believe me. I'm a genuinely good feller. This stuff don't want to spawn. Yeah, let's do something else. We'll do something else. Hey, yo, you see what happened back there? I was out in the woods taking a leak. He's a good boy. Says the campfire killer. Hey, I'm a good guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't tolerate rudeness. Furries remind me of that part on Step Brothers where the dad said he wanted to be a dinosaur when he grew up and he lost it after medical school. She just eventually tipped over, He's right, officer. And he's also white. It couldn't have been him. Exactly. I think he has to do a couple of missions. Oh, I probably do. Campfire killer. That is Arthur. That is us. Above the M on the map, past the river, has a side quest. So here, like above, about here, we'll see.
I
Not
got
that
that
M.
cream cheese coochie on lock.
Above the M on the map, past the river, side quest. Which M? This M right here. Zoom out more. More zoomed. All right, I'm max zoomed. What? This M right here? There. All right. Zoom. Let's do it. The campfire killer, no one knows who that man is because there's no witnesses. You know what I'm saying? Watching the stream while rizzing up a girl on my snap. Damn. I hope you... good for you, Genty. Damn. Flash. Sad thing is the stream keeps pausing, bro. I'm sorry. He kills campfires, a responsible fella. Yeah, I just put the fire out. You know what I'm saying? Zooey, mamas. What the fuck was... Oh, that was a tree. Smashing the Skratsx voice? It's soothing. Is it? I feel like that'd be weird. With the weird shit I say, I'd kind of kill the mood. Ooh-wee! Like imagine it's that time and all of a sudden you start hearing me talk about a wet ramen burrito. You know what I'm saying? Like the mood is killed. It's not weird. It's my favorite pastime. Get out the road, you damn hog. Cream cheese coochie may kill the mood. That too. We got some mood killers here, You may have to put it on low.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang! All right.
But every once in a while I'll put on some smooth sounds of R&B just for you. You know what I'm saying? Maybe bring the mood back up. Only for a little bit though. Can't have the vibes too smooth. Mood back up? I think so. Wet ramen burrito, bro. That just might make someone smashing hungry. You think so? Yeah, that's what happens. The Valentine's Day stream was 5. Oh yeah, that's right. The Valentine's Day stream was 5 for real. That's true. That's true. The Valentine's Day stream was different. Okay. Skratsx took us out. Yeah, I took chat on a date. I did. No side mission. Yeah, I rented out a whole restaurant. Why is chat reconnecting? Do I have... What is happening? Where is it? It's disconnected. Then we let him smash. Yeah, I took chat on a date. Farther north. Pause. You took us where? To a fancy restaurant, bruh. I rented it out. Farther north between the railway. Like here? I got you on the second monitor while I'm doing some editing. Farther north, yeah, okay. It was nice. A little to the side. Which side? Left or right? Right? I'll mark about here, where the intersection is. All right? It was a nice date, to be honest. It was nice. Go directly towards that mark. Don't follow the road to find the quest. Okay? Oh, gunshots. I heard a gunshot. Clap the peaches, you know it. W distractions. Where that shot at? I heard it.
Oh, what a shot! You keep moving.
Who said that? Oh. Oh, it's just you. Don't ever threaten me, boys. I'm Arthur motherfucking Morgan. I am Arthur motherfucking Morgan, boys. Do you know who I am? You lucky to run a campfire around. Eat this. Eat all these bullets, my boys. Don't you ever talk shit to me again. You understand me? I'll take that belt buckle. Investigate what they was doing? Oh yeah, we should, shouldn't we? Pissed on. Let's see what were they doing? Oh, he was married. Oh no, I don't want to pick him up. No, don't you pick him up, Arthur. First girl I got to agree to go on a date with me, when I first got my license, got up and left me. I thought the buffet was nice. The Golden Corral by the Greyhound station had 5 stars on Yelp. If they can't appreciate a Golden Corral, that's not a type of person I want to be around, brother. Find the KKK. We found them twice so far. Seen straight out of Brokeback Mountain. Like, if they don't appreciate a good Golden Corral, all you can eat type situation, it's not a person I want to be around, brother, to be honest with you. Like, it's got everything. What's there to complain about? Siri play All I Do Is Win by DJ Khaled because I just got me a W. There we go, Genty. My boy. Golden Corral is my home, I'm saying. Turn it the fuck up, I'm saying, Genty. Let's go. Yes, sir, brother. I knew it. You know what that deserves? Where's it at? Let me find it. This. Oh, I can't. Hold on. 15 seconds. This really ruined the timing. This ruined the timing. 10 seconds. Hold on. She gave me the whole gallery, bruh. Okay. Hold on. You know, the timing. That's Genty right now. Are you another brother in Corral? I am. All that rust farming for nothing. Servers just wiped. I'm pissed. Damn. I took the next date to a seafood joint called Whaler's Catch. She thought I low-key thought she was fat. You're like, yo, don't, she sent more than 5 attachments? That's crazy. Look at you, Genty. You're him, bro. Himmy Butler right there. Let's go. I'm saying, bro, like, damn. Your Rizadary. Damn. The gallery. Timothy Adams. I'm saying, like, Jesus. Jesus. He is Himothy. Capital him. The side quest doesn't appear to be there. I guess we got to do a few main quests before they start appearing. All right. Let's look at the map and see what we got. Yeah, we're living through Genty right now. Unless you're married. You guys, you know what I'm saying? What's her name? You already want to dox the girl right now. You're like, yo, give me the ad. Let me try. How is it? Like Trish? Trice? How do you say that? That's all you getting. Good. The P quest at camp. Oh, we're actually doing a main quest. All right. Let's go to Pearson. Unless you're married. I go good for 12 years without this stupid ring. Hey, you married people. No, I'm out here trying to get like y'all. Ain't no fun if the homies can't have none. I'm saying. Right? Man, I don't care about the name because she got a dumpy. Oh, damn. 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 I see you. You know what? Let's wait. First, let's brush legit. Then we're going to do a cinematic ride.
Easy.
This is a good cinematic place. We're doing a cinematic ride here. Brush up. There we go. I'm reading Future's Bible right now. There we go. There we go. Look at it. Look at it. As long as she doesn't have a fursuit. That's all that really matters. Skratsx, feed little Jit. He's hungry. Okay. Let's get out of cinematic real quick. Let's feed him. You're right. What do we want? Oat cakes? Hay? Actually, we'll do hay. Have some hay, boy. The hummus really got me going wade in the water. Hummus is good, bro. I didn't think it would be, but hummus is actually good. There we go. I got my bonnet on, looking fly. Bonnets. I only wear the bonnet when my hair's out. Like when it's not in braids. There we go. She got some hay. We're galloping through nature right now. Look at us. Look at Lil Jed, all clean. The most majestic horse in all the land, I do say. Look how majestic. Almost made me spiritual. I'd agree with that. You know? It had me singing all those songs my mom would play on Sunday when it was time to clean the house. Get a new horse? That one's a blackie. Look, we'll never replace Lil Jed. We'll never replace it. Hummus, I'm telling you. Had me singing all them spirituals my mom used to play. I was going crazy. Yeah, Yoru don't fuck with Lil Jed. Like, it's weird. Call Lil Jed a woman? That's unrealistic because they don't exist. Did I say she? I didn't mean to say she. I just watched a man's balls get smashed by a meat tenderizer. I'm scared. Why'd you watch that? Why'd you watch that? Like, hello? Why'd you watch that, bruh? Are you running the gauntlet? Twitter? In a Discord server? It was a bait. Yeah, like who? Bruh. Found the BME Pain Olympics, I see. Apparently. Like, damn. Damn. That's wild. It showed Fortnite gameplay at first. Oh, that's where you went wrong. That's where you went wrong. Yeah. Gotta be honest, I wouldn't do that for $1 million. Same. Bro, I tried to run the gauntlet on a night out and nearly saw all my drinks again. Kid, who hurt you? Yeah, like that's just not happening to me. I'm not watching that. To be fair though, if someone's like, yo, watch my Fortnite gameplay, I'm probably not watching. Unless I know you. That'd be too painful and I need those things. Same. Same. 0 out of 10. Don't recommend. It's foul. Oh, I'd imagine so. I would never do that. That was like what happens to me anytime I click on what's trending on Twitter. Twitter's wild lately, huh? I have fucked up memes, but not that fucked. You say fucked up memes? You know who else has memes? Up.
You got a bullet coming. You don't stop still.
This here's
Hold on, bro.
You know what to do.
Hold those hands up. I want to see them palms.
I got time. I got time for everybody. 4chan? 9 out of 10 times porn in the first 10 results. Yeah, that's true. Genty1421. If you like her, send her to the streets. If she comes back, she belongs in your sheets. Yeah, porn is a problem. On Twitter, it's crazy. I got a vid of a paraplegic guy fucking an Elmo dog. What did I just read? Here we go. These damn... But these are O'Driscolls? Yeah, they are. Want to see anyone? No, I'm good. That is, Wolf. It definitely is. Definitely is. Anyways, back to cinematic mode. There we go. Yeah, I searched for Krishan Rock's baby bump and got porn before seeing her actual baby bump. That's Twitter. That's Twitter. It is Wolf. There ain't no way. Oh, it is. Thanks for asking first. Yeah, I appreciate you asking. You know what I'm saying? But I'm good. I am good. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm okay. Oh, look how majestic. How majestic my horse is. Good boy. What a good boy. But sex sells apparently. They're not even trying to sell anything. They're just like spamming it.
Who goes there?
You know who it is. It's Arthur motherfucking Morgan. True.
Catch your breath, boy.
Catch your breath, my boy. I've never seen that on Twitter, to be honest with you. Good boy. Yeah, with someone fucking promoting their own. Shit looks so low quality. The funniest one of those tweets I've ever seen, Phyllis, is when Iggy first made hers, and someone was like, "Yo, Iggy made a OF," right? And someone was like, "Oh, you got the things," and some girl posted in the comments, and she was like, "Not better than mine," and everyone responded to hers, and they were like, "Your shit's ass." I felt so bad for her, bro. I used to work for a gym making t-shirts and all types of graphic design things. The owner was like, "Wolf, sex sells. Let's make our brochures and flyers with beautiful women." It does. Sup, crickets. Up, Lev's here, everybody. What's up, Lev? It's what she deserved. Yeah, she was like, "It's not better than mine." She got roasted. I know this streamer on Twitter, she posts provocative pictures of herself, and the captions always incites thirst, such as, "Would you throw me down?" And then she goes live on Twitch and wonders why her Twitch is nothing but horny dudes. She made a YouTube video crying about all that shit. Yeah. Funniest video I saw was bro spinning on his girl. What? Weird sex exists, but do we really need to see this? Exactly. Like, yo, get it off my timeline. You know what I'm saying? They were like the SpongeBob fish. This guy stinks. Exactly. You know what it is. You know what it is. Oh, he's on the other side.
Oh, say whatever you damn well please, but I tell you, if I don't get out of here soon, I'm gonna kill somebody.
And if you don't stop hissing at me, I'm gonna kill you.
Oh, shit.
Come near me, sailor, and I'll slice you up.
You put that knife down or you could be missing a hand, lady. What is wrong with you two?
I ain't chopping vegetables for a living.
Oh, I'm sorry, madam.
Was there insufficient feathers in your pillow?
I ain't lazy, Mr. Morgan. I'll work, but not this.
Well, ain't cooking work?
Bro, you ever pull up and wonder why you're here? 'Cause that's me. I don't know why I came in. Freaking ghost town. Then leave. Then leave.
My husband and I, we shared the work. All of it. I was out in the field.
Remember you here, though?
I can
So?
hunt, carry a knife, or use a gun.
Mrs. Adler.
You keep me here, I'll skin this fat old coot and serve him for dinner.
Damn,
Damn.
crazy goddamn fishwife.
Fishwife. Worst sort of thing I've seen was someone violating the bottom half of a woman. Jesus.
Wanna head out there? Run.
And walked all the way up all them damn stairs. Just walk down. It's easier to walk down than up.
We do more than just hunting. We're hunted. And them things hunting us, well, they got guns of their own.
I ain't afraid of dying.
Good. You need anything, Mr. Pearson? Maybe me and Mrs. Adler are gonna take
Like, everyone goes silent.
Yeah, sure. Here's my list, and can you post this letter for me while you're there? Sure. Come on, princess.
I'm not gonna lie to you, chat.
Are you coming?
You got your food now?
Woman?
If you're a woman in the chat, type your IP and your home address in chat. Ooh, woo. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, chat. Stuff's going on in this game, but I've been distracted. I've been distracted this whole time because I got something on my mind. I'm gonna be honest with you. I got something on my mind, and I cannot stop thinking about it. I've had this video up. Skratsx, I'm back. Did you miss me? I did. I just can't. Let's watch it. Like, I feel like, let's watch it right now. I just feel like it's been on my mind since I saw the link, bro. I've been fighting the urge, and I cannot fight anymore. Up, the tab's muted. This right here is 8 prison meals in different countries of the world.
Breaking the law is not worthwhile. A few centuries ago, if you were caught after committing a
That's
crime,
just
you were
gnawing at
imprisoned
you.
in a
It
damn
was.
dungeon with only bread
I've been
and
sitting
rats
here
running
like,
around you. But
I have that
something must
video
have changed,
open.
right? In some countries, prisoners enjoy delicious
All right, we're skipping the
food.
intro.
China. You might have heard many terrible stories about Russian prisons. It's difficult to say which of them are true. According to the internet, this is what a typical lunch in a Russian prison looks like. It's a good thing the
Why to say
internet doesn't
China, but we're
go
looking at
south.
Russian?
Have you lost your appetite for several days? We have a solution.
Bro,
Welcome
you?
to
I'm
a
saying.
Chinese prison.
Oh,
What
okay.
would you like to eat for dinner tonight?
I hate when they
You
talk so
include
much. Me
roasted
too.
Shredded pork with green pepper. Tomorrow you can enjoy lamb soup or chicken nuggets. Look at this dish. It looks like
What the fuck? What? They're gonna actually like decent stuff.
typical meal in a Chinese restaurant in any metropolis. By the way, if you have money, you can order extra food every day, or you can buy different foods in the cafeteria. There are plenty of treats for all tastes.
China prisoners be eating human balls for real?
Too much time from the heat. They're served watermelon in the summer.
Watermelon?
But don't think that this is the case everywhere. This only happens in the prisons of the richest Chinese cities. In smaller cities, only $1.7
I'm going to China and killing the president for that food. I don't think you're gonna make it to jail for that. I'm gonna be honest with you. So don't do that.
Cabbage and radish.
Don't do that. You won't get the food. In the UK, we can buy food from prison. Really?
Cooked in large quantities at the same time, so
Like-
they use a
like
shovel
catering
instead of ladle.
from a
The
prison?
resulting brew is distributed in cubes and probably just looks
Interesting.
like the ugly soup we showed you at the beginning. Italy. Have you ever seen the movie Goodfellas by Martin Scorsese? Surely you remember the
KFC,
scene where the
McDonald's?
gangsters enjoy a sumptuous dinner in prison.
Wow.
You think it was a figment of imagination of the director? Not at all.
I didn't know that.
Italian law allows many prisoners to have
As long
a
as you
small
got cash.
gas stove on, which they can make steaks and pasta and
Prison
prepare
catering for
coffee.
weddings.
However, this is
Scorsese?
an option that
Scorsese?
not everyone uses, since the dining room feeds the prisoners very well. The main dish consists of 120 grams of pasta or rice with sauce, 150 to 200 grams of meat or fish, vegetables, and a couple of slices of bread.
Why is this better than I thought it was
Your
gonna be?
lunch more sophisticated.
You ever seen the peanut butter jelly prison guy? No. What is that? My cousin's in prison. He has a PS3. Yeah, you just not getting that shit here. Never heard it pronounced Skratsx.
You will have to pay. Although, why buy wine?
Okay, I'm copying it.
No joke.
Peanut butter and jelly prison guy.
Small vineyard, and the 100 inmates held there are
Skratsx
winemaking. Don't you think that's enough? There's also a prison in Italy with a restaurant. It was created to train the prisoners and increase their chances of finding work in the future. But the criminals worked so.
Maybe I'm jaded because I'm American, but this is way better than I thought it was going to be. Not the PB&J. I gotta see it. Prison Talk has shown me they smuggling a lot of shit they're not supposed to have. Yeah, that's true. This is better than I thought it was going to be, though.
Well, that the In Galera restaurant was open to the public and now has a 4.5 stars out of 5 on TripAdvisor. No wonder. In which prison could you try taglione al nero di seppia?
They had a whole hibachi grill set up under a bed?
Are there any crimes committed in this country? Unfortunately, even in a developed country like Japan, there are people who break the law, but their numbers continue to
like phones to make TikToks in jail.
Today,
I saw
the
that.
crime rate is incredibly low.
After we talked about it that last time, I did see that. And honestly, I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it.
That is why the Japanese authorities spoil prisoners so much. Do you
Why did you think prison food was bad? Because of the U.S. You know what I'm saying? From what I've heard from people in prison in like the U.S. and stuff, it wasn't good. And what I've heard people talk about in books, don't show it.
Remember how prison dining rooms look?
Phil's been to Hogwarts prison dungeon. I'll do it. Okay. Well, they need to go out sometimes. Why not being a good citizen again? I agree. Did you know? Interesting. Did you know in India they don't punch in fights; they slap instead?
Prisoners, this sounds incredible.
Really?
They're used to a
Check
healthy
Discord.
and balanced
Okay.
diet: thinly sliced daikon radish, parusame noodle salad, rice boiled with barley, and miso soup. This is not the menu of a fancy restaurant, but a standard lunch in a Japanese prison. When was the last time you ate roasted fish? Prisoners in Japan eat it every day. The officers think this food helps the prisoners to be better people. Do you think it really works?
Not the miso soup. I'm saying like
extreme tour of your life.
Miso soup sounds good as fuck right now though. Slapping hurts more but does less damage. I'm gonna get myself to Japan.
Let's visit a place where even journalists can rarely enter. At the entrance, you get an alarm button in case of an attack. The location of this shady building was not chosen by chance. It's built on a rock so that it's impossible to dig a subway passage. Moreover, the prison is surrounded by miles of steep. Pay attention because we are inside the Black Golden Eagle, one of the strictest prisons in Kazakhstan for dangerous offenders. About 100 of them will spend the rest of their lives inside.
Alarm buttons be going crazy in the showers.
More than 400 victims and are now sentenced to life imprisonment. Do you want to know what a day is like for these people? At 6 o'clock a.m.
Yeah, food is psychological. Better food will help curb a mind, plus better food will help someone alive to live out their jail sentence in jail.
16 hours, they can only write
That's a good
or
point.
read on an iron table. They also have 1 hour to walk down a small corridor.
I agree. I think the food should be good, for the record.
Grid through which they can see a small
I'm one of those people that think like, whereas yeah, you're here for a punishment, I think it should be more of a rehabilitation type thing, you know?
Prisoners of this prison,
yeah, they're still people.
Fair punishment, don't you think?
And I think it should, I mean, I think it should be like a rehabilitation thing, you know, instead of just a punishment.
Norway.
Like, I'd rather you not come back. You know what I'm saying?
Of the ocean, like on a postcard, you can see little wooden cottages, a pine forest where you can ride horses, and beautiful.
That's how prisons are in Sweden or Switzerland. Don't quite remember. Yeah, I think like here we don't focus on rehab for the most part. We should, but we don't. But I've heard in some other countries they do, and it lowers what's the word? Recidivism. Rehab is the way to go. I agree. It's like I forget what the word is. Recidivism, something like that.
The prisoners live
I don't remember the word off the top of my head.
Visit each other, and at night,
there's like a fancy word for you're not recidivism. Thank you, recidivism. It lowers the recidivism rate.
Horses, fish, and play tennis. Are you hungry? You can shop at the
Did a paper on that?
Or you can enjoy
Thank you.
cooked by a chef.
I had the word, but I just couldn't quite. I couldn't quite get the rest of it.
Is to help people, right? Bastoy is the perfect place for this. The reoffending rate here is just 16% against the European average of 70%. Besides, in 38 years of work, there was only 1 escape attempt. Why would that prisoner do that? United States of America.
Oh, here we go.
In movies, prisons in the United States all look
shitty word, to be honest. It is. It's kind of tough to say.
A gym in the courtyard and a dining room where you can eat as much as you want. Well, U.S. authorities claim that the last...
Is it bad, though, that I think offenders like Jeffrey Dahmer don't deserve food? I see. I always have exceptions for everything. You know what I'm saying? There's an exception to everything. I'm talking, like, I guess when I say rehab, I don't necessarily mean murderers. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not getting out. So that explains the rabbit holes you be falling into. USA prisoners be making their own food.
Yeah. An accurate depiction of reality. Breakfast includes oatmeal, cereal, and milk. Main courses include chicken, lasagna, and of course hot dogs, hamburgers, and burritos.
Yeah, literally though, like
in the United States, they respect your beliefs.
Wet burritos.
Since 2016, federal prisons have been offering vegetarian food to inmates. They've even developed a special low-sugar, low-salt menu to take care of the health of offenders. It's like a summer camp for kids, don't you think? However, prisoners claim that
they be making Takis and ice cream taste good.
States, the number of meals was reduced to 2 a day.
I mean, I saw that wet burrito video, you know, so
and toilet paper to help the hunger to subside.
Oh no.
There were also complaints against the largest private provider of food to American prisons. Criminals have found garbage and even larvae on their plates. After all, no one expects the criminals to be fed foie gras, but that's too much, don't you think? Germany. Look at this beautiful university campus.
See, like, ours is the worst. You notice? Ours is the worst one out of all of these. It's the worst one.
Picturesque forest around it.
Larva is crazy, bro.
To study here, wouldn't it? But if you look closely,
Germany gonna be drinking beer. Could you imagine that?
Then you realize that this is not a college campus, but a prison. Although it has something in common with universities,
Korea is worse.
Here learn to live in a new way. Prison conditions are similar to those in the outside world, even for the most dangerous criminals. The cells have normal doors, and all prisoners have keys. Do you want to hang bright drapes and put some flower pots? No problem. You can make all kinds of renovations. But don't forget about
bringing beer is important.
Class.
Yes.
Huh? You heard us right.
It is.
Also crocheting and drawing
You're right.
classes and outdoor volleyball games. Of course, this has lowered the reoffending rates, but
they got Xbox Ones and
prisoners are having more fun than many of us, and this news will make you feel even worse. In 2016, a food contract deal fell through.
Keys to the cell. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. We kind of just brushed past the keys to the cell part. I feel like that's kind of crazy, right? Giving a prisoner a key to their cell is kind of wild to me. You know, they kind of just brushed past that, but like a 3-star hotel, that's kind of wild.
Administration ordered food from McDonald's for the criminals, although the inmates couldn't choose a.
Why give them keys as their weapon? Privacy is a thing there. Yeah.
Okay, no matter how good the conditions in
That's
prison
true.
are, no one in their right mind would want to live in this place voluntarily. However, some people are willing to pay to end up in a cell. This strange situation happens in South Korea, but this idea seems crazy only at first sight. The country is known for its work culture, and many South Koreans suffer from stress and even have health problems from working too much. So where can you escape from this routine? In jail. Although it...
So people go to jail. Korea's terrible. People go to jail. Wait, which Korea is this? South Korea. This is South. So people go to, this is South. So people go to jail just so they don't have to go to work. North Korea is terrible. This one is South though. See, I consider Jeffrey Dahmer more than a murderer. Murderers can be rehabilitated. Dahmer and offenders like him are monsters. That's true. Yeah, North Korea is way worse. But apparently, so I haven't got to the state of it, but they said that people will go intentionally so they can get like a break from work.
Voluntarily. However, some
which is
people
crazy.
Are willing to pay to end up in a cell. This strange situation happens in South Korea, but this idea seems crazy only at first sight.
You can get stabbed and they fix you in a second.
Its work culture, and many South Koreans suffer from stress and even have health problems from working too much. So where can you escape from this routine? In jail. Although it is a fake one, because no one would pay $90 a day to be in a real prison, especially since real prisoners are fed kongbap, a traditional Korean dish made of rice and soybeans. Otherwise, the fake prison completely imitates a real prison. Visitors spend 24 hours in solitary confinement without communication, a telephone, a clock, or even mirrors. Many clients claim that it's the best rest of their lives. Would you like to try it? Hold on a second. Do you want to see some crazy?
No. Best rest of their life. Give me that cell. Bro, got that Resident Evil alcohol. That's That's actually, I'm glad we watched this though. That was actually really interesting. Overworking is a real problem in Asian countries. I've actually heard that. New retirement plan unlocked. You know? I have heard that it is an issue. You know? I've heard that that's a problem, actually.
You cool down there yet?
Check the cord real quick. Oh, I forgot. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, here it is. I gotta watch it on YouTube. That's right.
First of all,
Overworking is a problem here. I was up till 3. Isn't that because you work with other countries?
right, if he's a newcomer, right, I want him to suck my ass with jelly. What they call toss and salad. That's the slang word.
Whoa, wait.
If he's a newcomer, right?
Did I hear that right? Let me turn these captions on. Hold on. Did I? No. Prisons be making the same food as in Bully. Toss the what? Hold on, let me.
Right, if he's a newcomer, right, I want him to suck my ass with jelly.
Okay, he did say what I thought he said.
That's the slang word, toss and salad. It means sucking my ass, right? With jelly or without jelly. Some people use syrup. I prefer a guy to use jelly, right?
What?
I will reach my climate, right? I will automatically get hard, right?
What?
I will, come automatically if he's sucking my ass for about 10 minutes or longer, right? It's a sensation feeling. It makes you feel real good. Most all gays do that. You know what I'm saying? Like guys to suck their ass. It's
this is like wild. He putting the peanut butter and jelly on the booty, bro. No. Why is my brother here talking about gay shit? Why are we talking about this casually? Is he fucking for real? Literally. They gotta show this in sex ed. What? Whoa. I told you this is crazy. Yeah, we still got, okay, I'm composed now. Is this what the peanut butter jelly song was about? This was also in the Boondocks.
Right? But the only difference is it's not a pussy, right? It's clean. The person's decent. And the person know that that's an asshole. But in mind, he's looking at it as a pussy because he's in prison. So, toss my salad. Let him eat me, and we straight. That's it.
That was crazy. That was booty bandit for real, bro. That was, whoa. I'd never seen that. He go, yo, that happens. We straight, bro. We straight. I don't even have a face for that one. That was so cringe. I had to get up and walk for a bit. No, I feel that. I don't blame you. Yeah, like, what do we...
And I sure as hell ain't taking orders from that sweating half-wit.
I guess we all gotta do our share, Princess.
Where's that letter?
Are you reading his mail now?
Oh.
I mean, shit. I'm back. Welcome back, Legate. Welcome back. I mean, shit. Granny Jelly. That was...
Dear Aunt Kathy.
Sadie's so bad, though.
I haven't heard from you.
I do like Sadie.
So I
just smile and wave, I guess. Yeah,
your health has not deteriorated.
Sadie lesbian?
Blah, blah, blah.
Damn.
Boring. Wait a sec. Listen to this.
Even better.
Since we last corresponded, I have traveled widely, making no...
I put the Boondocks version in the cord. Yeah, we gotta... She isn't. It's $18.99. It's not allowed. Oh, I do remember this.
I know some of y'all here today because y'all think jail is cool.
I remember this.
I wouldn't know nothing about that. I ain't cool about jail, nigga. Ain't nothing cool. I've been here 10 years, and I ain't never getting out. Never. I ain't do much, just kill somebody.
I love this episode.
He sure did. So y'all think it's just about us in here, but this is about an oppressive system designed to keep niggas down. And y'all wouldn't know nothing about that. What about you, little nigga? You know about that?
Yes.
Oh, you know about that? Tell me what you know about that. Tell me what you think about that.
The prison industrial complex is a system situated at the intersection of government and private interests.
Damn.
It uses prisons as a solution.
They got to make a Boondocks EDP episode. So apparently they recorded 8 episodes.
the death penalty.
Why does it sound like a church sermon? People in the back with ad libs.
Media, political prisoners, and the elimination of dissent.
Nigga, did you just say what I was trying to say, but smarter? I like this little nigga, but you left one thing out, little nigga. Show of hands, how many people ever raped a man? How many people ever been raped by a man? All up, 100%.
Riley in the pause gets me every time, bro.
You step in here, you get raped. Right up the brown eye, baby. I raped a few niggas myself.
Damn.
I didn't enjoy it. Not that much. It felt good to
Pause. Yeah, you hear him.
I ain't let
Pause
that
again.
kiss me or nothing, but I did tear that ass out, nigga. I ain't gonna lie about it. But that's what the man's oppressive system did to me. Now me, I'm more of a romantic type. I'll still rape you.
I love this show. Same, boss. Same here.
Because I want you to like it. Now you don't have to like it, but I.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, I was distracted by that fine right there. What's your name, fine?
What's your name? Don't think that's
Tom.
I don't know about the system. Seems like a wild hobby.
Tom is the type of nigga that gives us wet dreams up in here. Medium brown, soft features, tall and in shape, but still soft and squishy. Now, how
Damn.
put the jelly inside my ass? Then put
Riley a menace though? Yeah, he is.
I call it a peanut butter jelly and sandwich. But Tom here will be calling it lunch. You know what the system does?
Poor Tom, bro.
They strip you mentally, emotionally, and they strip you naked, butt ass naked.
Damn.
If you looking at nigga, punch you right in your
I throw up.
temp, nigga. Give me your clothes.
You're supposed to be scared of the kids.
I said, give me your clothes. Start with your shoes, nigga. Hurry up. You need some help.
I got it.
Uncle Ruckus in the back, even surprised.
This, kids. You really don't want this to happen to you, okay?
And your shirt too, nigga. Hurry up. Take it on. Okay, kids, y'all looking, huh? Tom just got his
I don't take off shit, run and clinch. He can't run anywhere.
head off. And you know what that means, don't you? Tom.
Uncle Ruckus is something else? He is.
When you go to prison, the most important thing in your life is going to be booty. Yeah, I better listen to him. A man's butt. Booty, getting some booty is more important than eating food. It's more important than drinking water.
Thomas a beta.
I tell him like this here. I like you, and I want you.
Uh-oh.
Okay, we can do this the easy way.
Uncle Ruckus based. Lease Johnson.
What's it gonna be?
That's also real.
I asked you a question, Tom. I don't want to answer. Excuse me, I didn't hear you, Tom. I said I don't want to answer. I don't want to do this anymore. Sounds like to me you wanted the hard way. Calm down. Now we taking over the prison, so back up. You can't have my booty.
Boondocks, man. Boondocks is so good, bro. I wish they'd come out with another one. You can't have my booty. Not Tom backing it up like that. Like, damn. Boondocks was so good, bro. So good. I fucking love it. Okay. The R. Kelly episode had me dying. It was too good, bro. There's too many good episodes. So apparently they said that they'd recorded 8, even though John Witherspoon died. So they had to find someone else to be Grandpa. But HBO said it was taking too long, so they cut production. Didn't help that Tom was light skinned. Yeah, it didn't. It didn't. It definitely did not.
Actually even talk to a woman he ain't paid for.
Oh, look. We're all hiding behind something.
And what's this? Return to Tacitus Kilgore.
Oh,
Tacitus.
Now that's Dutch's idea. All mail to be sent to the same alien.
Yo, what up, Snow? Are you done driving?
Strauss, he heads into town. Tells him to start expecting mail.
Tipitus.
Tacitus Kilgore.
Sadie's so fine, bro. Watch out. I'm not moving. You better move.
We got work to do.
Let's see. I can't first person it, can I? Look at her. Yeah, but I got to pull back off in a bit. All right. All right. Oh, a pimp named Slickback? A pimp named Slickback. He was so fucking funny, bro. That's a pimp named Slickback. You can play horror games soon. So we've actually been thinking about making that a channel point redemption. I don't know how many points yet. Living down south sucks. Everything so far. Yeah, it is. If you don't have a car down here, you're fucked, bro. Ain't no walking like where you from. You know? Ain't no walking and shit. But we're thinking about making I'm thinking about making a channel point redemption where it's like play a horror game and we just save the game we're at and then we switch to a horror game. In Philly, you can get anywhere in 15 minutes from downtown? Yeah, because you can walk. You know? Sadie's voice actor is Alexa McKenna, and she's real good looking.
I thought we was outlaws.
Outlaws, not idiots. We rob fools that rob other
Mortuary Assistant's a good game.
We're just trying to...
Alexa McKenna. Let me see. Alexa McKenna. She's strapped up? Yeah, she is. McKenna. That name sounds familiar. That's because it is familiar. I've seen her. She plays something else too, doesn't she? I feel like I've seen her before. Yeah, so this is Sadie's. That's Sadie's voice actor. She's fine. What else has she played in? Wait. Who's she play? Senna. That's where I've heard her voice. The cop in Dead Rising 3 is even more fun. I've never played it. Mortuary Assistant? Should I get that one? Mortuary Assistant. Yeah. We also have a plan. All of October will be scary games. Like all of October will be scary games, and I'm thinking about making a channel point redemption to instantly do it. I cried like a bitch playing it. Oh god.
Time for killing soon enough.
What are you
Oh god.
I'm gonna go check the mail. Nothing exciting.
Mortuary Assistant was an amazing horror game. Okay. So what I'm thinking is, see, here's why I'm scared. Legit, it keeps the player on the edge the entire time. Here's the reason why I'm scared to make a channel point prediction. I know some of you, like Phyllis, have a lot of channel points, you know? And I feel like it'll be an instant... You have to play Madison? Have a good lurk, Broward. I feel like it'll be an instant redemption. You know what I'm saying? And so I need a good number. You should watch the trailer for Mortuary Assistant. It's on Steam, right? Go to the store. Let me see. Yeah, I spent all my points on them over 9,000 things. Yeah, you did. But like Phyllis didn't, right? Phyllis is very judicious with how she spends points. And so I'm scared that she'll be the one to redeem them. Been meaning to bring this game up. The Longing. Okay, let me copy that real quick. The Longing. I'm going to look at that too. So let's see. Damn snow. It takes 400 days to beat. Whoa. The flashbacks? Oh god. You can do anything you like in those days. That sounds cool. What the fuck? What the fuck? There's no way, bro. There's no way, bro. Or you could start it, stop, load it up 400 days later and watch the end. Yeah, Trip's reaction is mine exactly. There's no fucking way. Watching only, but W game. Okay. I will... It's on my wish list. Let's look at The Longing. That sounds good. Bro looks scared. There's this hotel horror game, and it's the worst on how realistic it is. What is that? I watched Corey Kenshin play it. Okay, so this is The Longing. This isn't a horror game, though, right? You play as a lonely servant. Let me find it. Okay. So the time ticks. Your task is to wait for 400 days. Yeah, this isn't horror. How will you pass the time? You can never have enough lice pictures. Interesting. It's called Dead of Night. Okay, I'll look. I got it copied. Explore the secrets of the cave. Okay. A mushroom, it's glowing in the dark. That game's good. It's like a realistic horror game though. Okay. I'ma look. I don't like the sound of that. That sounds terrifying, bro. It's big and ambient. I think like what I'm feeling from this game is what I kind of want to do is what if we start it and then we check in like every other day, right? For like an hour, maybe at the beginning so we can like, while we're talking and stuff, right? And we just do this over a period of 400 days. So we can like check in for about an hour and play it like that. What do you think? Dead of Night. Okay. I had that on my wish list too. You have to hide and you have to check around corners. Oh God. Let me see. Is it at Dead of Night? It's this one, right? Looks like this.
No, not that way.
Yes. Okay. Oh God, I see Markiplier.
So follow the compass. Here we go. Let's go. Whoa, bro! Whoa! He's right there. Go!
And then I want you guys to let me know.
Oh my God! He gets.
There's no fucking way I'd play this with VR. There's no way, bro. I hate when they add YouTuber reactions. You want to watch one without him? Oh, there's Corey. Hold on. We got to see Corey. Hold on. Okay, W. Okay, let's look for one without it. Baggy Cat Entertainment.
Where are you? You all went off and left me behind. We've all booked into a hotel up the road. Just say to another.
Ah, Maya, I presume. Oh, don't be alarmed.
They know about the truth, Jimmy. But Jimmy can't let you find out. What the fuck? So what are you supposed to do? Just find out what he did and then leave? Well, something is harder when you're being chased by a psychopath. This game sounds crazy, bro. It sounds. I'll add it to the wish list. Find out what he did and leave. Yeah, pretty much. You also have to solve puzzles of what happened to the other residents that died. Okay. Yo, like, if y'all want it, hey, you know, we'll do it. We 100%, like, I'll do it. But some of them are sad. Okay. I'm ready. But this other game, The Longing, we can start this. Granny Simulator is scary. Look it up on Steam. Okay. I'll look that up in a second. Madison first, then mortuary assistant. Okay. Madison, then mortuary. Oh, let me add that to the. If you need recommendations on games, let me know. If you're in the Discord, I just need to view the page. If you're in the Discord, we have a game section. We have game suggestions right here. And we have a list pinned. So these are like all kinds of games here, and we have scary games listed here. So if you have any extras, yeah, let me know for sure. I'll join. All right, awesome. It's there you go. That's on the wish list. Granny Simulator. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? She just tased him? This game has me dying at times. Like, what? She just punted him across the room. Task, kill your grandmother in the top corner. What the? What the fuck? What is this? Is someone else playing the grandmother or is she CPU? POV, you just got a beating from your grandmother. Not a knife, bro. That looks wild. That looks wild. Looks like Who's Your Daddy? Okay. But back what I was saying. We could start this game and check in like 30 minutes to an hour at the beginning when we're talking anyway, right? We can put it like a little screen. I'll have like a little screen in the corner and we can just kind of check in on how it's going. This actually sounds cool to see where we get in 400 days. You know? Sounds kind of cool. We can start when I get back from Houston. That sounds cool, though. That sounds cool. I like that. Go to the post office, shall we? Excuse me.
Sir, good morning.
Can I help you, mister?
Yes, I would like to post a letter.
All right.
There we go.
Okay, no trouble.
Thank you.
Thought there may be a letter from Mary. There's this prison game that's free called Hard Time, and it's made by M. Dickey. Who is that? You play Fortnite Battle? So sussy. Fortnite, love Fortnite. Please love Fortnite. Have BBCs. It's called Hard Time. Mary ain't texting back. She's not. This game looks... It's a strange but cool game. Damn. No, that's 2D? This isn't it? You need the 3D. This looks like a Flash game. It does. I don't see it. Is it not on Steam? Oh, it's on his website. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I think it is a Flash game. I see it. It looks like a this, right? He makes hella games like wrestling. I've never even heard of him, to be honest. Interesting. Interesting. All right, back to the wagon, shall we? The hell are you doing in my wagon?
Tried one of them hair tonics last night. Burnt my scalp something fierce.
Well, damn. I think this is.
I just sent the one girl on my friends list your dick pics, and I got blocked. She didn't like your banana nut. Damn.
Thanks.
We'll
Damn.
give it back then. Jesus.
She's so fine. Oh my God.
Ask for his goddamn help.
She's probably. Some people like Mary Beth,
I'm about done here.
but I think Sadie may be it.
I can do this, Arthur.
Karen? Oh yeah, that's true.
You don't need to check if I'm doing it right.
That's true.
Why don't you drive?
Okay.
Come on, lady, get a move on.
I like Sadie.
Sadie, not lady.
I know. So, you get everything?
I think so.
I like Dutch. He got a dump truck.
New clothes, I see.
Cute pet pickles always help as icebreakers. True. Oh, cute pet pics. Sadie can slide for Arthur though. She can. Look at her.
Some little wife with a flower in her hair baking cherry pies all day.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. You sure look the part now. Won't be long before you're smoking cigars and playing the harmonica.
Smoking cigars. Someone screamed Sadie when they were fucking their girlfriend and she broke up with the dude.
Well,
yeah, she should have, to be honest. She should have.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm real sorry about what
Not his fault, in my opinion.
You know. Maybe I'll keep my eye out for another one.
I don't want no pity. Just treat me equal and no. Nobody's taking nothing from me ever again.
Ever again.
Just don't kill the camp cook. Please.
There you go.
Hey there!
Hey.
What you folks up to?
Just heading home.
You're in Lemoyne Raider country.
Here we fucking
You
go.
need to pay a toll to pass through here.
At a bar restaurant, ask the waitress what she recommends for a drink/food, and she will keep making convo and checking on you.
Think so.
That is a good tip.
You don't think so?
Oh, she about to cap him. I see her. It's Confederates.
That's what I said.
Hey, how's about this?
Got his ass.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang! All right.
Get moving. What the hell was that? New pair of pants. Think you're landing records.
Oh, shut up. I'm gonna run this son of a bitch down.
Damn. Yo, I fuck with Sadie. I fuck with Sadie. Someone behind me. Sadie's cool. Sadie got that dog in her. I'm saying.
I think we're good here, Arthur.
Wait, he. There we go. I fuck with Sadie, bro.
What are you doing? We should
Damn.
Here.
No, pass those reins here.
Why?
Because you've caused enough trouble already.
I'm fine.
She didn't cause no trouble, Arthur. Sadie is savage. I fuck with Sadie. That's the kind of energy I need for real. Yeah. We don't need no damn Mary Beth. Sadie is her.
Did good. But that's a lot of mess to make near camp.
She has some crazy missions. I'm doing all of them. We don't need no Mary Beth.
Maybe, if he asks. But maybe not.
Careful now. So who do they say?
Sadly, there's no romance with Sadie. Mary's the only option Robstar gives us. That sucks, bruh.
Anyway.
Oh, I went the wrong way.
How dare you? I wouldn't dream of it.
Right, you wouldn't.
We should have got an option for Sadie, bruh.
No small name for myself.
Romance is the shootouts? What do you mean? True.
Anytime soon, that's for sure.
I just want to peek in that journal of yours. The mind boggles.
Not a chance.
Oh yeah, we do got to read his journal. My opinion is I just go with Mary because she's all I can get. It's not right though. It's not right. You know? Mary don't even want us like that, bruh. I'm chasing Sadie, no matter, because I don't care about Mary. Rockstar's never been known for romances, I can tell. Bill and Arthur, the true power couple. Amen.
Well, I'd like to say I missed your refined conversations, but I'd be lying.
I enjoyed myself out there.
Yeah.
You sure did.
Mrs. Adler did all
San Andreas was a whole different romance.
That's shopping.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Don't mention it.
Don't you mention it.
You again, Mrs.
Call me Arthur.
Maybe.
Call me Arthur.
Prove you can handle yourself.
Well,
Your girl can legit do drive-bys with you? That's cool.
I ain't afraid of gun smoke.
We got this, Arthur. You've already done me a big favor today.
Hot coffee? That's actually cool, though. You both said it. Hot coffee mod on God.
Nice pants, by the way.
Oh, shut up.
Look at her. Look at good old Sadie. God damn. All right, let's go check the mail, and then let's plan out what we're doing tomorrow. Check the mail again now that we did a quest. You know? Incest couple and rapist tomorrow? Oh, Legate. You know.
Or some money, Arthur.
I know.
You know exact, like, you said that, you know it's happening. That's exactly what's happening. Find the serial killer? We did the serial killer one. We found the serial killer, and we put him in jail. Now, incest couple and rapist. We got Domino's game with Bill and Camp. We can beat his ass. You want to play? Let's talk Sadie one more time.
Next time we run an errand together, remind me to pack more bullets.
Come on, Arthur. Don't pretend that wasn't kind of fun.
Oh, it was fun. Wait, you see that in the distance? You see that in the distance? I'm not looking at Sadie for real. You see that? That's too far away. I know. I just noticed it. Tornado? That's smoke, brother. And where there's smoke, there's Arthur. Arthur just isn't filthy with Sadie at all. I'm saying, bro, like, damn. Let's go check the mail, and then we'll plan out everything. So we're doing incest couple and the rapist tomorrow. Is there anything else we should do? Mountain climb? I'm gonna file a complaint on Rockstar for not allowing me with Sadie. Bro, I'm saying. We can see if that side quest spawned in town. Okay. Is it in Rhodes? What about the grandma and her grandson? It is in Rhodes. There was a Red Dead. There's always a sex mod. I'm Sadie the type to bend you over. Yeah, actually, you kind of right. You kind of right. Oh, I remember them. I would let her. I like Sadie. She best girl.
How you doing, boy?
Sadie's the best girl. You know what I'm saying? I would let Lenny bend me over. Mary's gonna slide back for you. I'm saying, bro. We need to let Mary go. Let her go, bro.
Easy, boy.
Sadie slides in the house for you. Exactly. Like, at this point, bro, let Mary go. Let her go. Bellers? God, they trying to get black.
Just about due, folks. How do you do? Hello.
Do I have any mail? I do not have mail. Damn. Let's see if any side quests. No side quest. All right. So, yeah, rip. Tomorrow, We got, let me write it down so I remember. We got gamble time. No, we're gambling tomorrow. We can gamble tomorrow. So we got, oh, you're talking about you gambling. Oh, okay. I got you. Incest couple and rapist. Hammer time. I've been here for 2 hours. Damn, didn't you have fun? Be real. This was a fun time, wasn't it? This was a fun time. Bye, I'm Skratsx. See you, Broward. Thanks for popping through. I appreciate y'all. That's a weird thing to write on note. Incest couple and rapist quests. Fun on God. It is fun. I love it. I appreciate y'all for real. I was here the whole stream. You damn right you was. 5 hours? Good God, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's fun, bro. Fun times. What else should we do? Gamble tomorrow? Good stream. Thank you. Sadie or Liara? Ooh. Damn. I love Liara, bro. We got to make him succeed, y'all. Yo, I appreciate that. I appreciate y'all for real. We going places slowly but surely, you know? Slowly but surely we getting there. We got to do some reactions tomorrow. Okay, here's what I'll do. Dope stream. I appreciate that. Mass Effect or Red Dead 2? Right now, Red Dead 2. Red Dead 2. Mass Effect was really good. It's in my top 10, but Red Dead 2's better. If you have videos that you would like me to watch, go to, I actually watched this, but I did this off stream. Go here to the video suggestion, drop them in there, and I'll look through. Should I put like an everybody post through there? Bet. I can put like a at everybody if you want to, but I try not to at everybody a lot. You know what I'm saying? So tomorrow, I still have to look up these cookbooks. Can it be a horror? Potentially. Like SSS? Potentially. Drop it in there and we'll see. I won't say yes or no, but we'll see. So ignore this. I got to look these up because I got to buy these. So tomorrow, spooky, scary Saturday or Sunday? We may do it tomorrow. We'll probably do some reactions tomorrow, then we'll get into games. I actually like doing the reactions. You know, I'm posting the prison food one as soon as I get off stream. I'm going to upload it. Spooky Scary Sunday has to exist. Okay. What's this list? What we're doing tomorrow. This is what we're doing tomorrow in game. Incest couple, rapist quest. We're going to do some gambling. What else should we do? Let's do one more thing. Mountain climb. I wanted to see what happened, like what it looks like from the top of the mountain, so I may do that. Take Sadie on a date. Yo, I wish I could. If she has another quest, all right, I'll put if another quest pops up. Spam the voice actor's DMs. Yeah, let me do that. Sadie quest. Okay. I like that. Or catch gunslingers. Oh, we could do that. Bounty hunt. Oh yeah, let's find a bounty for tomorrow. We'll bounty hunt. I like that. So we'll do incest couple, rapist quest, we'll gamble and we'll gamble last and we'll do bounty hunt. So what, we can play dominoes and listen to music. You know, we can play dominoes and listen to some music like we did last time. I like that idea. Maybe horror reactions on Sunday. Period, bitch. Exactly. Period. Horror reactions on what? Spooky Scary Sunday? Scary short film reactions? I'm down. All right. So on Sunday, you want to do that? Sunday, we'll do scary reactions. Sunday, scary reactions. Bet. I got it. Sunday, scary reactions. We'll do like, depending on how long it is, we'll do like 2 to 3. Because there is a video, it's not scary, but there's a video I was thinking, but it's like an hour long. Trailer reactions? I'm always down for trailers. Dang, I'm a baby. You know? I appreciate you being here, though. For real. I really do. You know, I appreciate all of y'all. I'm looking at the subscriptions because there was a video I actually wanted to see. if it'll load. You know, like JCS style videos. I've actually thought of I've thought about watching them, but they're long. You know what I mean? Like they're long videos. And so if we did a JCS video, we'd only be able to react to one and then play. Like, let me see. If YouTube would like load for me. Let me look at my channels I'm subbed to. Nothing's, I have too many tabs open. That's probably why. This can close. This can close. We got to keep that link up because I need it. GTA vid. Screenshot. Shaq thing can close. Okay. Let me look. It's called Explore with Us. Is what it's called. But so like I saw this video right here. When teens trap their killer friend, right? Just got uploaded yesterday. But it's an hour long. And so I don't know if you guys like that kind of stuff, but like I've seen, JCS type stuff. Some people like it. So if you guys like that kind of stuff, I'd be down to watch it. But we'd only be able to do like one. You know? We'd only be able to do like one reaction, then we'd play. So that's something to think about. But if you have suggestions, let me know for real. Do short films. Like if you have those creep me out, like animated. But I'll watch it. Yeah, like the problem is like those are too real. They're too real, right? But like if you guys have stuff you want me to watch, drop it in the video suggestion part. And I'll legit watch it. I do want to do more reactions because I need more YouTube content anyway. You know? And I'll do it. Just like I did with the prison video, with the prison burrito, which is going to be uploaded. K-Batch. Yeah. You know? But it's fun. Nutburger? Ooh. I don't know if we're watching Nutburger. Nutburger? I don't know about that one. You know? Does video suggestion also include self-promo videos or nah? It depends on how long it is. I will watch one of yours. It depends. But if it's in a... Okay, let me think. If it's a self-promo video, put it in the self-promo. Because if it's a game, I may want to play it, right? So if it's not a game, I may watch it. That makes sense? Because, like, I don't want to be spoiled for games that we potentially might play. Because the blind playthrough is what it makes it go crazy, if that makes sense. Sounds like a plan, my dude? Yeah. It's not that I don't want to watch your videos, because I actually do watch your videos when you put them in the south. Like, if you put something in the self-promo, like a stream or something, I do pop. I may not say something, but I'm usually lurking. You know? I'm a good lurker. You never know when I'm in your stream/channel. Like, you know what else I was doing while we had this up? See? Watching my boy Glitched play Tales of Borderlands. I had it up to the side. You know what I'm saying? So you never know when I'm watching the content. You never know, but I'm there. I'm always supporting you. You know? Always. Okay. What's his YouTube channel? Glitch? Let me get it for you. Copy. There it is. There's Glitch. Glitch's YouTube channel. Twitch. Yeah, if you're not subbed to Glitch, you should. We love Glitch around here. Big community member. Awesome person. Makes good content. You know what I'm saying? Well, who are we rating? I don't have anyone on my list. Anyone have any suggestions for who to raid? Because I don't have any on my list. Like, nobody's live right now. Except, like, I will look. Okay. Yeah, because we have, like, the bigger streamers. You know? XQC. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I see XQC, Hassan's on, Soda Poppin'. You know? XQC. You know, like, Yeah, hey, let's look at the birthday tag. I've been meaning to do that. I'm looking. Give me a minute. If not, what's up, Patty? What up, Patty? I'm not gonna lie. Your AI art was so funny. It finally loaded. Your AI art picture was so funny, bro. Phyllis showed me. I was dying. Look up birthday and sort by lowest. Okay, let's go to the tag and let's go low. Phyllis showed you. I was dying. I said it looks like a yassified petty. You know, like where is it at? I looked at it and I was like, it's like a yes version of petty. It's a yassified one. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. Okay. So we're looking for a face cam and someone who speaks English. And what game? Oh, Raid Shadow Legends. He's getting that back. JJ just went live? Did Jaden just go live? Did he actually? Because we'll raid my brother. I thought that one looked pretty zesty. It does. Is he live? If so, we'll raid my brother. That's easy. We'll raid him. He's not live. He's not live. Your brother streams? Yeah, this is my brother right here. He plays a lot of Val. Oh, he is live. All right, we're raiding him. Let's give him a minute. Yeah, he's live. We're going to raid him. He can hear me. Yeah. All right, we'll raid him. But yeah, this was great. This one's my favorite one. This one's kind of cool, though. This one's kind of cool. I'll say no more. Yeah. Yeah, say no more. But this one's kind of cool. This one's hilarious, and this one's hilarious. You know? Very funny. Very funny. I love it. But all right. Did she send you the one that looks like my half sister? I got these two. These are the only ones I got. You know? These are the only ones I got. This one's hilarious to me, though. This one, Patty, you have to make this one an emote. You have to make this one an emote, bro. This one's so funny. The blend feature didn't work well for him. Yeah. Yours turned out good? I got to see him. I'll try to send it when I get better service. They're playing me for real. Mine turned out good. I shot like that. Yeah, this has to be, I don't know what emote to make it, but this has to be an emote. It has to be. You know? This has to be an emote for real. That's so funny. I'm out of town thugging with my rounds. All right. This was all looking great. Those are the best of the ones they made for me. Damn. JJ speaking, we can raid now? Okay. So, yeah, Phyllis, you got to post them in the Discord. My coochie pink, my booty hole brown. Yo, all right. So, we're going to raid. We're going to raid my brother. All right. JJ, you know what it is. Before he starts playing Val, we're going to raid him while he's in a good mood, all right? Because when he starts playing Val, okay, let me see. Because when he starts playing Val, damn, Phyllis, yours look good. Damn. These turned out really good. Damn, Petty, these turned out really good. These are good. Like, damn. She got even better ones. Like, these are good. This one's the best one, I think. I like this one. That one's the best one. Or this one. These two. I like the second set. Yeah. This one. These are good. Those are all good. I like those. Yeah. If you have more, post them. I got to see them. I'll post some more of what I've been working on. I'm talking about how much better you are in his chat. Okay. Oh, he's already warming up. They were hoeing me for sure. Yeah, they did. I kind of want to make, I think do we have something to post it in? Let's post, actually, you just post them in general. I'll look. Tune in the Phyllis stream to see. I gotta wait. I gotta wait to see him. Phyllis, are you streaming today? Are you streaming today? Oh, yeah, I can show them later. Okay, perfect. I'll be in stream. Yes. 2:30, right? What time? It's actually not 2:30. Oh, wait, 2:30 for you. You're West. I forgot y'all are West Coast. She is in like 2 hours. All right, bet. I will be there. Right now, 3 p.m. Pacific time. Okay, so like 5, like an hour and a half. All right. Got you. All right, chat. I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Guys, if you're in the stream, I'm in my life. Don't. You're going to JJ. You're going to my brother, bruh. Don't end your life, bro. I'll be back tomorrow. You know how it is. 10 a.m. Central. You know, I'll be there. And I'll be in Phyllis's stream. Don't end your life. Phyllis is streaming later. You know what I'm saying? And it's always a good day when Phyllis streams. You always have me. That's true. W stream. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. W stream. Yo. Today went and then Petty after. Like it's a good day. Everyone always pass me off to their brothers. No gonna be in heaven. I'm saying, you know. Nah, no Petty stream. First thing I did in the server is punch someone on accident. Okay. Yeah, we got a good introduction. All right. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I got to get some work done. Thanks for chilling me. Thanks for the raids, the follows, the subs. Like, we're back at 73 subs. It's crazy. Crazy. Have fun, homie. Thank you. Skratsx raid. All right. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm starting the raid. Yeah, we're going to raid. Invalid username. Hold on. We're starting it. Raid. Obligated. No, bro. Chill out, bro. You'll be fine. You know, unraid. All right, it's not letting me. It's not letting me, bro. Let me try from here. Let's try from here. It's not letting me. It's not letting me raid. It's just not working, bro. I don't know what's going on, but it won't let me. So I guess that's it hates you. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. I do not know why. I don't know why it does that. Let me try from my phone. Gotta wait for the timer. It just unraids. Like I type it and it doesn't even let the timer start for some reason. So my phone is about to die. Let me try from here. Create. Stream manager. Raid channel. There he is. Start the raid. Yeah, it just cancels it. Damn. Well, yo, since there's no raid, let's do an unofficial one. Here's the stream right there. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'll give you, if y'all are still here, I'll give you a stimmy right now. Add points, all. There you go. Appreciate y'all, but I do have to get out. So, yeah. I'll see y'all. I love y'all. Bye.